Mr. Raju Bhupati from True Goods, Mr. Shivaramakrishnan, founder Blistry, Ms. Mamta Enal, Director True Millets, and Mr. Krishna Sai, Project Manager Nutri Hub. I request all of you to come to the stage.
Recording in progress.
I request Mr. Raju Bhupati from True Goods to come to the stage. Without taking much time, I am giving the floor to the chair. I'm going, sir, personally. Otherwise, I'm going, sir. Thank you.
Shall we start now? So, good morning everyone. Please sit down, make yourself comfortable. I'm sure all of you have had good sleep, rather excess sleep, and that's how we're starting late this morning. Hope you enjoyed your breakfast. So, I joined the organizers in welcoming you all to the first session of the second day. Yesterday we have had very intense sessions, and we could see the proactive participation of all of you. Only when the audience participate proactively the way you did yesterday, the people sitting here feel encouraged and they would like to share more and more. So today too we hope to see similar participation from all of you. We have excellent participants, panelists the whole day. So today let us start with the first session of the day. And the first session is policy for production, processing and promotion of millets successful entrepreneurs. So we are now dealing with people who are hands-on. Yesterday you heard a lot of people who talk from their intellect, from their minds and hearts. But today we will see how all of that is converted into actuality. So that's more important, and you will get a lot of thoughts on that from them, insights from them. So before I invite our co-chairman and the two panelists who have joined by now, and hopefully other panelists will also join in due course, I just want you to understand that policy is very important. Policy is a lever. Only when you have a conducive, facilitative policy framework can anything happen in reality. And as you know, policy is the domain of government. Policy is the domain of government. Other organizations in the private sector can have their own policies, but then it is more relevant to their organization. Whereas government, be it union government or the state government, it is an organization that has got constitutional and statutory relevance for the entire region they represent. Now, why policy is important? Policy can say that an activity can be limited to public sector and bar the private sector, or it can say, I will also allow the private sector to participate. And saying I allow is not enough. You need to facilitate, create that conducive environment. Let's say, for example, till 1991, when we had command and control system of planning and governance, as many as 1800 sectors had been reserved for small-scale industries in the government sector only. The private sector was not allowed to play a role. But in one go, in 1991-92, government liberalized those 1850 sectors and said now this is open even to the private sector. And that's how the spirit of private sector, as they call the animal spirit of enterprise, started taking its, we started feeling the presence in these sectors also. So, the policy is very important. There are two words that all of us must remember: promotion and facilitation. So each word, promote and facilitate, has got a specific meaning. So facilitation means I enable, I create a conducive environment for you to participate in a particular way. So just promoting is not enough. When we say promote, all right, I pass a law. But then facilitation is what is actual hand-holding, creating that environment. So you will see most of the acts these days are being suffixed with what is called promotion and facilitation. Earlier they were suffixed with regulation and development. I hope you observed that thing. Let's say in mining sector, we had Mines and Minerals within bracket Regulation and Development Act. But today it is Mines and Minerals Promotion and Facilitation Act. Or let's say our APMC Act, Agriculture Produce Marketing Committee Act, which was earlier called Regulation and Development. That means we regulated that. We of course helped in development, but we were regulating it. Today, it is Agriculture Produce Marketing Committee, in bracket, Promotion and Facilitation Act. That means we promote it, we facilitate it. So the short point is that we need an environment supported by a statute enacted by the state legislature or the parliament that enables everybody to participate and creates that platform which is applicable equally to both the sectors, not that we give favor to one sector and disfavor another. All right? So that's very important. Therefore, here, since we are now all keen on promoting millets, we also need policies that will promote and facilitate and rightly have the organizers focused on three components or three segments of millet related activities. One is on production. So production will take care of supply, make it available in the market. And then processing, that is the post harvest. And processing, of course, alone is not adequate. It has to go along with marketing, but they are focused on processing, possibly with understanding that if we want to capture far range markets, we need to process it and make it available according to the differentiated tastes and preferences of consumers. Somebody may like a ready to eat food and somebody may like to have a ready to cook food. There's a difference. So the processing has to ensure that am I giving you ready to cook or ready to eat, or just a raw material and leave it to the householder to use it the way she or he wants to. So they are focusing on processing, and of course millets have their challenges in terms of shelf life, as we know that it is really not possible to save it beyond 4 to 6 months in an uncompromised and safe manner, and therefore processing possibly will help in extending that shelf life to some extent. So what does policy to do in this regard? And then it is talking about promotion of millets, and we take this as demand creation. Promotion has got many connotations, but here let's take it as demand. So supply, demand, and processing that connects supply and demand. These are the three components. So you can start, raising your antennae as you listen to the panelists here to appreciate their presentations from the perspective of what has been done, what has not been done, what needs to be done from the production perspective, from the demand creation perspective, and of course processing. तो हमारा एक किसान भाई यहाँ बैठे हैं कि नितिन जी, आप तो कल पूछ रहे थे भाई हमारा किसान लोग यहाँ नहीं है। हम मानते हैं कि कभी कभी क्या होता है ना कि यहाँ कुछ लिमिटेड स्टेक होल्डर्स को बुलाते हैं, मगर आप भी ज़रूर आप कुछ इसमें भाग ले सकते हैं। तो हम आज का जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स यहाँ बैठे हैं वो आपको ये समझाएंगे कि कैसे पॉलिसी चाहिए, कैसा क्या है स्थिति, क्या है अभी इसमें क्या बदलाव चाहिए। ओके, ये आज का डिस्कशन का माहौल है। तो आई विल नाउ रिक्वेस्ट माय कॉलीग मिस्टर राजशेखर सीलम to share his thoughts, and then we'll invite our two entrepreneurs who are sitting here. Professor Rashid.
Thank you, sir. So I think we have been involved in millets and organic food for the last 18 years, since 2004. Obviously, we have seen the whole journey happening, and I think what I see millets is where organic was about 10-12 years back. So I can envisage the journey, and then perhaps based on that experiences, how can we fast track this entire journey. And then of course we have a signature event next year which has been primarily done at India's request, the International Year of Millets 2023. I'm sure government has got a lot of priorities always, but I think sometimes you need the trigger, and perhaps I think this International Year of Millets could be the trigger where a lot of energy and of various departments in the government can get focused, and perhaps this can give a huge boost and then a new starting point to the industry. So let me talk a little bit from the market side. If you look at India, the food and grocery market is about 40 lakh crores and growing at the rate of about 6% or so. In that, the share of packaged food, whether it is your dal, atta, chawal or a biscuit or anything, which is in a packed form, you buy 200 gram, half kg, 1 kg, 5 kg, whatever. So that today is only about 14.5%. But this is growing, and of course things like COVID kind of accelerated because people became more health conscious. They wanted things which are presented in a much more hygiene manner. So by 2025, this is expected to grow to about 20%. And I guess this trend will continue, and over a period of time this will happen. So there's a very favorable trend, and out of that it is estimated 50% will be processed products, 50% will be your basic staples. So that's a very encouraging trend, because if everything is flat, then creating a wave becomes very difficult. So this is one important trend. Then second is I would say people have also becoming more and more health conscious. The market for healthy foods in 2020 was estimated to be about 60,000 crores. Now this is growing quite fast. So, and this is expected about 15-16% kind of thing. And this is expected by 2025 to be about 1,25,000, around that size. So that's a very encouraging trend. Why this is important? Because today millets etc. are positioned as healthy thing, and this segment is growing very fast. So there's an opportunity, but obviously this healthy segment is, there's so many things in that, right? It could be just better for you, or fortified, or supplements, so many other things. So obviously millets has to get its attention and then ride this trend. That's a very favorable trend. And on a distribution front, now you have e-commerce etc. And then obviously it becomes that much easier to start off. And obviously at some point you'll have to get into the offline market, but at least the starting becomes easier. And this focus on millets for the last, I would say 7-8 years has definitely given us results. One is it's very high on the national consciousness, policymakers and at lower levels. And I think this incubation kind of thing has really produced a lot of startups with very innovative products, because one of the challenges with millets also is how do you consume them, because your typical jowar roti, bajra roti, a lot of people may not know how to make, or even if they know, find it difficult to make in a urban setting. So this kind of innovative products is where I think you plug in, because today I think one of the biggest challenges is diversity of our food, nutrition diversity. So today I think a lot of times, whether consciously, unconsciously, we end up with food which is made out of wheat and rice. And so this is the, if you look at it, and then little bit dals and etc. So obviously that becomes very important, and whether we eat through a basic roti or a kind of a porridge or anything, or through some other product, that makes important. So, but within this, my sense is the organized market for, obviously a lot of people are eating millets, particularly in the rural areas, etc. But the organized market, I would say, is just about a couple of 100 crores. It's very small. So that's where I think, and today about 35-40% of India is urban, and this urbanization trend will keep continuing. So obviously there is a need, and then perhaps I think if you ask about more about lifestyle diseases, it's more in urban areas than in rural areas. So there is a huge need to promote millets here, and then educate people how to eat and why they should eat, etc. So this, I think, if the government is able to create a fund for about 4-5 years, and start educating both in terms of, let's say, advertising, whether in print, TV or digital. And then second is keep conducting millet festivals. In fact, I was chatting with a lot of startups here, and I think in 2014-15 there was a lot of activity where I think a lot of these millet festivals were conducted in different cities and towns. And I believe that has given really good results, good leg up, and that's when actually, if you see, a lot of this startup activity started. So I think this year we should use and say that how do we make sure that these millet festivals happen regularly in at least the top 300 cities, because that's where we see immediate traction happening. Because I come from the organic industry, and a lot of times people say it's primarily for the rich or bigger cities, but our brand is present in about 500 cities and towns, and we see traction everywhere. So that something can also happen with millets. So that is one request for everyone here. Then the second leg of marketing is exports. Now exports, there are three trends which are happening. One is gluten-free. Only about 2% of the people are actually allergic to gluten. But invariably what happens when you have one person who is allergic to gluten, the entire family starts, by and large, substantially become gluten-free. So to that extent, in developed world, particularly US and Europe, so the gluten-free market is almost 8% of the total market. So which is very significant, and millets are naturally gluten-free, and we can plug into that trend. And second trend is vegan vegetarianism, which is again growing. So, and then there's also a parallel trend which is on superfoods. So quinoa is a superfood today, and even a humble thing like jackfruit, which I think we would see and ignore, today has become a superfood. So this is where I think this again can get plugged in. But obviously the biggest markets are the Western countries, Europe, particularly Western Europe and North America, that is US and Canada. But a lot of these people are not familiar with millets. The maximum they know would be about sorghum, but that also very small. So obviously if you have to create a trend, then we have to work little harder there, but if it catches on, it could be huge. So I keep quoting this example about quinoa. Quinoa was a poor man's food in Bolivia, grown at the top of Andes, whatever, and then suddenly I think some celebrities started using, and then it's become so hugely popular that we are also growing now in Rajasthan and other places quinoa. So of course that is by chance it has happened. Now what are the chances of millets happening like that? They'll perhaps 1 in 1,000. So I don't think we have to wait for that. That's where I think Tarunji is here from Apida. So obviously we need to do more. So I think one is having this participating in trade space where there is a B2B thing. But I think in organic it was a little different, because people knew about organic, they were looking for suppliers for some of the products. So that B2B kind of helped. But here we need to create a B2C revolution. So that means obviously we have to go and invest in these markets in terms of identifying influencers, working with these influencers or food bloggers, etc., to kind of start educating and then make it a trendy product. Because I think initially it has to start saying that it is fashionable to eat millets, then obviously it will take over, then the other things will automatically follow. So obviously that's where we have to invest. I don't know whether it's right for me to say this, but I think a lot of times we do this, but we don't back it with money. And because of that, the results we are not able to see, even though there's so much effort. I think even this conclave yesterday and today, Mr. Dalwai and so many of the senior government officials were there. There's so much of their time they're investing. But if we are able to back with that money, then the results will be tremendous, extremely visible. So I think we have a huge opportunity both on the domestic front, on the export front, but I guess what is needed, the policy attention is there, but what is needed to back it with money. So we can devise structure like we had a Basmati Development Fund to promote Basmati abroad. initially the government contributed, later on the industry contributed, and that continues. So something like that for millets we can think. We have been talking about forming a millet promotion council. So that could be part of this. So from policy intervention, I think marketing is where we need to invest money. So I was talking about Mr. Dalwai, saying to Mr. Dalwai, and then saying that if the demand is created, automatically production happens. Obviously, he had a point of view which is absolutely relevant, saying that the marketable surplus of millets is fairly small because a lot of it is used for home consumption. So obviously, if the scale up happens, the demand scale up happens, then you have to make sure that the production also happens. So obviously, that's something we do. But we are a farm to fork company. We work with about 35,000 farmers for the last 18 years in 12 states. What I see is today the farmer is very receptive. If you show that there is a demand for the product and the price is reasonable, right? That is very important because ultimately for the farmer, he has got multiple choices to grow, and then obviously he wants to make the best out of it. He is ultimately running a small business in his own way. So obviously if the demand goes up, hopefully the price goes up, and then production will follow. Particularly for the other millets, ragi of course is little under researched in terms of productivity, other things, jowar, bajra, there's a lot of private involvement, a lot of varieties, etc. And then minor millets is the other challenge where we need to scale up production. So I guess one is demand, and then second is obviously we'll have to take some proactive measures to push it for farmers to grow. On the processing front, this pilot facilities set up by IMR have been of great help because when we start off, obviously we need these facilities, and then a lot of companies have started using without being able to set up because it may not be worthwhile for each company to set up. But I guess I think in a matter of couple of years, we will require much larger facilities. And given the millet industry, and I think let's also be very frank, because I think big industry is always going to lag. Big companies are going to lag. Only when the trend comes to a certain tipping point, then only most of them get in. So otherwise it will be driven by the smaller companies, startups, etc. So that's where I think it makes sense to set up at least 4 food parks, one for south, one for west, one for north, one for east, millet processing parks, where I think millets can be processed at scale. So this could be like, so let's say somewhere in Rayalaseema or around Bangalore kind of thing, ideal for the 3 states here to do that. Similarly for west, we have to look at it. So I think that will go a long way because otherwise you have production. In fact, I think this has happened even in organic. I think we had initially production, we had demand, but the processing facilities were not there, and then we lost a lot of international opportunities because of that. So I think given that learning experience, we should start working on that because we start now, by the time they actually become functional, it will be at least 2 years. And my sense is by that time the demand will be good enough, but we have these facilities, it will help. So these are the 3 things I wanted to talk. One is we invest in the consumer demand, creating demand both for domestic and export, and all conditions are very favorable. So that means we don't have to work so hard. We just need to give that little, I would say, make it a catalyst, and then the chain reaction will start, and the whole thing will happen. On the production front, obviously we'll have to scale up production, and one of the key things is market demand. If that happens, this will happen, and obviously we'll have to incentivize and do a few other things to do that. And third is having the processing facilities ready at scale, these parks, and this could be done on initially obviously the government will have to set up, but it could be actually run on a public-private partnership. So I think these are the 3 things which I wanted to say, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajshekhar. So you have given a lot of ideas what is happening and what needs to be done all along the agriculture value chain. Certainly we agree with you that we need to focus on supply, we need to focus on demand, and what you have really highlighted and the people can keep in mind is the growing health consciousness among the people. Today they want to eat right. Earlier it was just to eat, but today people want to eat right. And the tastes are getting differentiated. Today people have purchasing power, so they can afford to pay. And as you said, that at least there are 300 urban centers where we can create that demand, which will create attraction for the increasing supply. So this is one segment, and of course another segment is to ensure bulk consumption. That means the people who demand food under the National Food Security Act, NFSA. So that would be largely the government's responsibility, and we are seeing baby steps even in that direction. So thank you very much, Mr. Ashekar. And now we have two panelists here who are practicing entrepreneurs. So we will listen to them, and I'm sure they'll be able to give us what exactly are the challenges and constraints and how they have been able to overcome. And that will be the inspiration for people who want to get into enterprise or promote enterprise. So I will first request Mr. Sivaramakrishnan, who is from Tiruchi, and he calls himself he's a founder, of course, of this company, but he's a founder and chief vision officer. That's very important. He's not a managing director where you soil your hands. So he keeps himself deprived consciously of all the day-to-day routine activities, and then keep himself focused on thinking for the future, the vision. So I would therefore, I have not seen many people, do this thing. Very few people do that. So very nice to see you, Sivaramakrishnan, and I have heard to his presentations earlier also. And thank you, Mr. Sivaramakrishnan. Very nice. And can you kindly share your thoughts? Would you like to go there and have a presentation? Yes, please do that. Yeah. Welcome, Mr. Sivaramakrishnan.
Good morning, all. So, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, Mr. Seelam, and Krishna Sai, dignitaries of the dais, Rayakar, dignitaries from various government bodies, and fellow entrepreneurs. So it's been quite an exciting journey for us. So 5 years back we started this journey. I represent a brand called Blistry, and as Dr. Dalwai said, I'm from a place called Tiruchirappalli, which is the epicenter of Tamil Nadu. And when this journey started, let me be very clear that I didn't have the vision at that point of time. So this started evolving, seeing the opportunities regularly coming to us. And now as you say, I only look at the future. So the other reason being is my better half has taken over the execution side. So she's the chief executive officer of the company. So for us, a lot of things has worked right. And we have been blessed with so much of good support by great people. A lot of institutions have supported us, starting from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University of Coimbatore, IIMR, NIFTM Tanjore, CFTRI. So wherever we had challenges, we went there and we learned. So our journey started, like I'm a third generation rice miller. So we thought milling of millets is going to be easy because we know rice milling. But when we entered only, we knew that it has just totally two different things. So we didn't know much. We had a lot of challenges in ensuring the quality which has to be milled. So we went to a lot of institutions and learned from them. Still there are challenges. And we are, as a miller, because I could relate myself of how rice milling is done and how millet milling is done, the efficiency is uncomparable. Like, we are way far below in milling of millets, where we are, I think the efficiency has to improve and the wastage in milling is very high, which is, I humbly like to submit it is really not the justice we do to the superfood, because the primary milling is a huge challenge which we are facing. And to be a better miller, there are a lot of technology and support which is required, because it is at a very nascent stage. So there are a lot of jugaad is happening. We do a lot of things on our own and do whatever. If you ask us if it is scientific, I don't think so. No, there's a lot of work has to be done, and I think it is going on, but still the earlier the better. The challenges are reducing day by day, I would say. Like earlier, we were finding it very difficult to sell the grains. Then we thought, okay, we went to the customer and asked what is the reason. They said, no, we are not able to cook this. So we then changed. They said, why don't you give us flour? So we went to the customer again, we gave flour. Then they said, we need something better than this. So then we went to again and we created some instant mixes. Then they said, okay, something faster. Then we did noodles and vermicellis. Then again they said it is good to put something directly into your mouth which is ready to eat. So we also ventured that. We have cookies and snacks and millets. But if you ask me, this model is not right by the books of management, because ultimately you become asset heavy in the process, because you have 7-8 categories of production. So we are also a farm to fork company. But this was one mistake which we did unknowingly, which helped us to cater to the export market. So this model was appreciated by importers from abroad, because I could fit in a container of 40 feet within a week with more than 80 SKUs. So this helped us to reach the far-fetched markets there. This also helps to ensure the quality, because we can respond to the market very easily. Basically, as an entrepreneur or everybody who is developing a product, it's very close to them. They love the product more than themselves. I am sure whoever is doing so will believe that. But the point is, the most important or the critical thing we eventually forget is to ask the customer what he wants. So we have to develop a product for the requirement for the customer, not to us. So we might like it, he might totally not like it. So this knack of listening to the customer is the key for any entrepreneur, and I am sure most of you all started doing this, and this will take you to a greater height in the future. Talking about the production side from the farmers, Tamil Nadu is one blessed state where we hit all the 7 millets. So till now I have not faced a challenge for my size of the company to get raw materials. Only last year we had some challenges in barnyard, but still it was overcome shortly. But I would say there's a long way to go. I have seen farmers who, being a rice miller close to the Delta region, so there are farmers who come and give paddy to us. Of late I've seen farmers venturing into millets even in Delta region. This is a very, very healthy sign which I could see, because I have not seen farmers in Delta doing nothing other than paddy. And the other point regarding the processing, I told, like, the milling efficiency has to be increased, and there is a lot of support which is required on the scientific front, so that the milling is not going wasted in the process of doing so. Again, there should be some study which could be conducted on the byproducts. Like, we face a challenge in handling the husk of the millets, because we give it to fodder sometimes when there is demand. If the demand for the fodder is not there, so it is lying there, and it's tons and tons of husk. So if you're not handling it properly, it gets infestated, and finally it affects your product of grain also. So what we are trying to do is come up with some, make it into biodegradable cutlery or something, but for which again study has to be done, and which is the best way we could be doing so. So I think I've already mentioned this to Dr. Ashok when we met in CFTRI, because he is the person who told, you don't look at yourself as a food processor, you have to be an agricultural processor, the agro processor. So that is actually true, because for an entrepreneur, every resource has to be valued. You are in the process of creating wealth, and that is very important, because even husk can make a change in your bottom line, and that is also very important. We look at the holistic process of all the resources which we are having. And the journey of an entrepreneur is exciting, because we serve customers, and the closer you get to the customer, the safer you are. So we always want to be closer to the customer. So our model is we deal directly to the customer, and we visit the market regularly and learn from them. The point is, if the last mile connectivity is not happening, there is no point at all. So any policy has to favor the entrepreneur at the end. So because he is the key person who is going to take the product and the services to the local market or to the export market. Serving the export market, we bring in the much needed foreign exchange to our country, and we are competing with top international brands there. So we require a lot of knowledge support. as a small and medium enterprise, we are limited with resources of learning, and I'm very humbly requesting the policymakers to come up with some program where the gap between the knowledge side for a small and medium enterprise and a big corporate is bridged, because the corporate have the access to I would say all the resources of higher learning, higher implementation and better executions, which we lack, and it could be done as in a collaborative manner, as Raj Seelam said, like come up with setup where we can use the setup for manufacturing. Even learning can be done in collaborative manner, because yesterday you referred the 17th sustainable goal of UN. So collaboration is the key here, way forward. So I never use the word competition, because I see there is no competition, because everybody has a market and a customer. It is how we are looking at it. In fact, we do private label, and our brand is registered in the US and it is selling there. We also give private labeling for few players in the US market too. So it is only collaboration. Now I know better what are the products they are selling, how they are selling, how the market is evolving. So as the community, we are here, entrepreneurs should collaborate with each other much more, and so that the whole category is grown better. And again, we are keenly very anxiously waiting to see the category being promoted for the next International Year of Millets. So this is the best time to be here. And we cannot be asking for more when the category is going to be growing. Naturally, everybody who is a stakeholder is going to go to the next level. So I see opportunities everywhere. So it is how we are going to take it is the point. And with the support of all the policy makers and the support of our customers who are eventually paying us, we are going to grow places. And I'm doubly sure that we are all doing the right things, and we are absolutely excited about our journey. It has been a great journey, and the most important thing is now I have a confidence, like we are not building a business for 6 years or 10 years or a couple of decades. So we are here building businesses for generations, and I'm sure as a third generation miller, this brand or this millet business will continue for generations. Thank you so much for your support and patient listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shivaram Krishna. So you have very honestly placed what are the requirements from the policy makers. So I perfectly agree with you that knowledge gap is very critical. There is so much of knowledge available in our country, different institutions, different organizations, but then many a time this knowledge remains confined to the papers and scientific books or the labs. It does not come out into the field. Like in agriculture sector in 1979, Dr. Swaminathan, the father of India's Green Revolution, said, we need lab to land. We need to transfer the technology from the labs to the land. Today, that was only for production. Today we are talking about value chains with greater emphasis on post-harvest management. That's where all these enterprises come in. So today we have to say, from the incubation centers to the workshops, to the factory places, shop floors. So how do you create a platform so that everybody can access? What we can do is that there has to be an electronic platform with open access, where all public sector organizations, private sector organizations can keep hosting their technologies, best practices, and any element of knowledge that they have, so that anybody who wants to access can start accessing it. So we welcome our respected Vice Chancellor of the NIFTEM, a central university from Haryana. It is near Haryana, Sonepat. Dr. Vasudevappa is here. So we welcome you, and I'm sure they will, please acknowledge. So he is a very experienced and learned scientist and technology administrator, former Vice Chancellor of the Horticulture University in Karnataka, and presently Vice Chancellor of NIFTEM, which is a central government institute. So we will have the benefit of interacting with him. Thank you very much. And so I was telling you that we need to create a platform. Dr. Dayakar, I was telling that we can create a platform where all technologies that you have developed, CFTRI, NIFTEM, and many other organizations, including State Agriculture University, there are so many now incubation centers, they can all please sit down, they can all go onto that platform, because Mr. Shivaram Krishnan has raised a very valid issue. How do we access technology, particularly small enterprises, medium-scale enterprises? They cannot compete with multinational corporations and other major corporates who can afford to have consultations and consultants, etc. So we need to provide that technology. So like Agri-Innovate is there, for example. In our Ministry of Agriculture, we have something called Agri-Innovate, which facilitates all the technology producers to commercialize it. So there could be many new technologies, and anybody who wants to access can access. So there are platforms already available. So we can use all of those technologies, but I think we need to educate the people that these are available. Many of them will not know. Like for example, Agri-Innovate, most people don't know. How many of you know there's something called Agri-Innovate? Yeah, I mean all our scientists will know. All family members will know. What about outside people outside our family? They don't know. But it is that Agri-Innovate, it connects with all the state agriculture universities, all the ICR centers, and whatever technology is developed, they help in commercializing it. Okay? So there are many organizations like that, but we need to popularize them. So thank you very much for raising this very valid issue, and I'm happy to hear from you that now you're not looking for next 10 years, you're looking for generations to come. Only when you have that kind of a vision, you will make due investments, and not just money, but also your mind and knowledge, and then grow up. Thank you very much, Mr. Shivaram Krishnan. So now, friends, we will move from Mr. Shivaram Krishnan to another Krishna. Sai Krishna is here. So we'll have a young entrepreneur here. So I was looking at Krishna Sai's brief. He studied embedded systems. He has built his own enterprise, and then he has divested, made tons of money at his young age. So all youngsters here particularly, please know that if you get into a startup enterprise, grow it into an enterprise, you can also divest at some point of time, make tons of money, and move on to the other. Alright? So Krishna Sai is somebody like that. And then now he has decided to give his time for popularizing enterprises, startups. So he is now working with our IIMR along with Dr. Dayakar Rao under his mentorship. He has been mentoring a lot of people, Dr. Dayakar. You have been mentoring a lot of youngsters, I am aware. So Krishna Sai is one who is a student turned entrepreneur working, now is presently focusing on supporting and facilitating the incubation startups. So those who have, आप कल पूछ रहे थे, देखिए ये लड़का है, आप उनके साथ कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? जा रहे हैं ना, तो इनके पास जाइए, और डॉक्टर वीरेश का नंबर भी मैंने आपको दिया था, तो ये सब बच्चे आपको सिखा देंगे जो चाहिए, ठीक है? So he is now focusing on facilitating the incubation startups, in structuring, licensing and finding money. वो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है. एंजल इन्वेस्टर चाहिए आपको, वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट चाहिए होगा, ये सब आपको मदद करेंगे. सो कृष्णा, आई वेलकम यू टू शेयर योर थॉट्स.
Good morning, everybody present here. My name is Krishna. I am like the program manager here at Nutri. A lot of startups that I'm working with definitely know me, and the startups who wish to structure themselves and get facilitated from Nutri, of course we are in touch, and of course I'll try my best to get you all the support that is needed. Having been said, sir, one point where you mentioned made tons of money, that's not tons of money. made significant, but it puts me at a place where it teaches me something, tons of experience. Experience when I say, when I talk to investors, I did my part. I learned my mistakes. I learned from my mistakes. I understood that there is something called a rejection that happens over and over and over and over, and I did it quite often. And of course now I've learned how to master some of the basics of business first, and then look out for the opportunities that are there. So coming back to the point where we had a discussion on the policy and facilitation and support that needs to be supported to the startups. So I am just like a representative for the startups who are at like pre-seed level. I'm just a representative here at my individual capacity. The days of my work where I interact with startups, where I get inputs from them, I'm just here just to say what they feel and how it should be converted into in what form like people like you can take decision. So first up, I'll bring in three key points that I want to discuss. One is the type of business where Dr. Raj sir, he's the one who is working at a scale which is substantial and big enough, and a lot of startups look up to him and want to scale up equally as big as his company. At the policy front, sir, I wish there are few points that I want to bring it to your notice, which startups face and want that to be addressed by the government organizations or government agencies. And at the same time, export. Shiva sir, you've been much more active in export, and we had an interaction earlier. I know that like the scale that you're working in and the type of approach that you have. Sitting in India, operating a business, .us works there. So I understand how your business works too. So I want to bring in few points that I've shared with others and how and what they have put in back. They're saying that this didn't work out for me. So all three I want to highlight here. So first I want to talk to Raj sir, saying that the type of business the startups are. I'm seeing a trend. There are two types of businesses that are there. One is the startup, it's more of like an MSME with innovative products. Like if I say basic products which are packed and they're on the shelves, and it goes on the fly. Margins are very thin, and you don't need to educate the people, educate your customers to buy it. It's more of like you have to do execute the production, processing, and then shelving that entire supply chain, and make it good quality enough with good packaging, and people will buy. But at the same time, these are razor thin margins. So this is where they're feeling okay that there is a crunch to it. And at the same time, there is one more kind of startup that I would say is a businessman with no innovation, of course, but he sells close to 1 crore of millets every year, and it's just one person run company, and it's like one processing plant, and he sells to people. On the other end of the spectrum, where I see startups who have like very nice products, like I see pizza bases to pastas to murukus and all that, and so many different, and bars, nutritional bars, energy bars. These startups are so innovative in coming up with products where they infuse millets into it and try to make it almost like 70, 80, 90, even 100% millet products, which is a very difficult job at their end, and it takes a lot of energy and lot of input from their individual capacity, money, time, for patience, everything. But these products are very niche in the market, and it just sells in very limited quantities. The customers, and educating the customers needs a very big marketing budget, which is very difficult for them to come, because by the time they put up entire energy into building that brand or building that product, they exhaust their entire money, and by the time the threshold hits, see, okay, I need to educate my customer now, so that eat millet or eat millet in this form. It takes a lot of time for them for the conversion, and that's how a lot of startups, I think, who are here agree with me too, and that this is a threshold that is this is the barrier that is very difficult. And and at the same time, for the companies which are niche companies or with innovative products, they have very huge margins. Of course, the margins which I'm talking is much more bigger than the previous category that I spoke. So margins are good enough, but at the same time, the volumes are very small. So I want your input how it could be something that could be identified, or what suggestions you would put in so that when we are asking a startup to scale up or make it big, how we can make it possible. Then the policy front, sir, there is one such thing that I want to bring it to your notice, which they say, government says millet is something that is very healthy, nutritious, at the same time promotes massively for the campaigns and all that. But small startups all the time face this issue of taxation and products pricing would be higher. Millets by themselves are higher. It used to be like a common man's food, like a poor man's diet. So it was something like that. But now millets are much expensive, and just to buy millets, per kg millets, which it is replacing, what we are asking them to replace is rice and wheat. It is much more, like 2 or 3 times the price than what it is. So like on the government's front, we say we promote millets and all that, but when it's about GST and when it's about taxation, the pricing and the caps, overheads, all those things, there is not a significant pricing that comes up to the final books. So that doesn't match. And that is why the businesses also face difficult times in promoting millets and pushing it further. Another thing is endorsements. Endorsement is something, is there a plan? Can government think of something where endorsements from big heads could be there so that the startups can get facilitated, and millets in general for all the brands could be promoted up, something like that. And then we come to the last part of it, the export. Shiva sir, there was this one person, an individual called Uday Bhaskar. I just asked him to come for this event. I'm sure he must be there somewhere. So Uday Bhaskar is just a retailer, but ironically, while I was scouting for a lot of startups, I found him on Amazon.com, the one which sells in the US. And him, of course, I found your brand too. But the same person, I asked him, sir, why don't you come and we have a discussion at the office? And he was so kind. He came here and said, I sell 2.5 pounds or 5 pound bag of standard millet, just millets. Only primary processing is done, and this he ships to US. I was surprised by the numbers. He sells it at 5,600 for 5 kgs of millets. It may be like 1 or 2 categories, but the differentiation of all the cuttings gone, he just makes 180 rupees from that particular bag of millets that he's selling. And he does around 25 to 50 orders approximately in every quarter, and that is the number of orders that he's doing. And he's not promoting by any means, he's just putting it on the shelf, on the Amazon.com shelf. And they're saying the customers who are responding or buying, they may be Indian or non-Indian customers, but they're looking for the product to be there available, which is not there in their local market. So do you have like a thought where, and at the same time he says, with so many overheads, if one return hits him back, the money is gone. Like he cannot recover his money. He also put up one more issue, saying that when it is smaller quantities, exporting is very difficult. It's a food product. So food product, when you are doing shipping it through maybe through flight courier or flight mails, is it necessary that it needs to be going through a lot of the processes that typical containers go through? Is it necessary for that? But again, the government agencies ask to follow all that, and it takes a lot of time. And one more, he said there are some kind of millets that are banned in multiple countries. They don't accept. I'm surprised. I don't know what ban he is actually talking about. Have you ever identified such a case where it is banned? And do you think there is a workaround for it, and for the startups who are looking out for exports which could be identified, and such things could be brought into their notice, and probably the new startups who are there here can take a note, 1 or 2 from you. So I think this is the I wanted to bring to your notice these few points where your inputs would be valuable for the upcoming startups. And I just said any change for the ecosystem would be it will have implications for the long run, and of course we'll have further discussion whenever it is possible from you people. And that is it. Thank you for my time, and it was wonderful talking to you.
Thank you very much, Krishna. So you have raised more questions, even while answering many. I think it's important to raise questions. It's not necessary that the speaker who comes here gives all answers. You are as knowledgeable, and you may be having brighter ideas. So Krishna, thank you very much. You have raised many issues in favor of the startups. Yes, I understand that we need to create much more facilitative environment for the startups, because most of the people will be the first generation entrepreneurs. So they are not second generation or third generation like Mr. Ramakrishnan, for example. And the youngsters in particular who are hailing from rural background, who are first time graduates, all of who we want them to get into the domain of enterprise are all first time entrepreneurs. There's a lot of risk involved. So certainly we need to facilitate. Thank you very much. We'll keep all these things in mind. So now we'll have a few questions, but you have to hurry up. In fact, already Stanley came and whispered into my ears that jaldi se khatam kariye. तो तो आप जब पूछेंगे, ओके, थोड़ा हल्का सा प्रश्न पूछिए. या मैडम, you have to ask a very crisp question or make observation. Yeah, because you are supposed to be sitting here and answering. You are from the University of Home Science. Okay.
It was a wonderful interactions and discussions. Thank you, Chairperson sir. To Dr. Sivaramakrishnan, I'm from Coimbatore, Avinashlingam Home Science University. So we have just finished completing a project from DST on biodegradable cutleries and all that. We have developed a machine, and we have completed the project, but we have taken up a consultancy even from Trivandrum. Our professors, Dr. Rajeshwari and group, and it's 4 hours journey from Tiruchirappalli to Coimbatore, so we can always interact, and here we are. And again, I just want to make the forum and policy makers that though we have 8 years back, we decided that I was a subcommittee member of ICMR on micronutrients. We decided that we were taking a decision that Government of India will initiate definitely the supply of millets in PDS. So it's again a request, not as a policy maker or as a nutritionist, but as a common man. I just put it that this convention should recommend Government of India. Yesterday, many speakers have given, definitely, unless it comes in PDS, all our education and community programs will go in vain. It should be available for the common man. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, you have made a very strong recommendation for including the millets in the public distribution system. Yeah, we will certainly be taking it forward. Thank you very much, and I would also request you, madam, to be in touch with our respected Vice Chancellor sitting here, because what you are doing, or they are doing on a grander scale. So you should visit their institute, one of the best institutes in the country, and you are one of the oldest institutes in the country. So both of you should get in together. Yeah, or yes,
thank you, sir.
Yes, there,
sir,
there.
Sir,
yeah.
I have.
That's yes, I'll come. You are okay. You are already having a mic. You speak. Yeah. After that, you will come. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Since yesterday, we've been discussing quite a lot on the demand generation in millets. While a lot of efforts are being made by the government bodies and even entrepreneurs on the production front, but I feel on the demand generation front, I think it is a function of mostly marketing thing and all. And moreover, in millets, we are not competing with the same category of millet products. We are not competing within millets. We are competing with established items like rice and wheat-based products and all. So it requires a lot of expenditure on the marketing front, and especially like Sir has brought out about influencer marketing, what has done in Bolivia. Okay, why can't a similar thing be done in India by the government bodies, especially using celebrities? Like if you remember 10-15 years back, they did a lot for the promotion of tourism. A lot of celebrities they were using for a promotion of the tourism in the respective states. Why can't government come forward? Because entrepreneurs do not have the kind of budgets for using influencer marketing and all. So this is a suggestion. You could just throw some light on that.
Right. So what you're saying, yeah, Dr. Dayakara will respond to you. You are saying how to create a demand. Yeah. Please respond. Yeah. Thank you.
I think it's already on the cards, and very soon you find not one brand ambassador but several brand ambassadors. It's being scouted, and I think at the government level they are going to bring forth for millet brand ambassadors, and we are also trying to scout some international figures within the brand ambassadors. In fact, celebrities could be a sports personality, a nutritionist, a chef, and of course a film fraternity. So I think if you have any subsequent, any other popular figures, I think we were also floated that the regional
If
brand,
you don't mind, take the mic closer to your...
regional brand ambassadors also.
Yeah.
Regional brand ambassadors are taken from various parts, various state-specific brand ambassadors. So some budget is also being allocated. So you can be sure that within 3 months of time, I think you'll find many such where I think that brings a lot of traction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dagar. Yes, please, up. Yeah. No, next. First, yes, quickly. Yeah, we'll come to you.
थैंक यू चेयरपर्सन, मैं ओडिशा से आया हूँ। सर, जो हम प्रोडक्ट प्रमोशन के लिए मैं क्वेश्चन कृष्णा सर से पूछ रहा हूँ, जो ग्रास रूट लेवल से जो प्रोडक्ट बना के मार्केट करना चाहते हैं, गवर्नमेंट के ओर से उनको कुछ हेल्प मिलता है या ओनली एसएचजी और ऐसे ही रह जाता है? मिलेट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट को प्रमोट करने के लिए कैसे वो प्रमोट करेंगे और अपने ग्रास रूट से?
Okay. Now, पचारुचंती promotion of millets कोस तरह रहे.
Value added products.
Value added products.
Yes.
Startups में तो आप लोग डिस्कस करेंगे बहुत startups के लिए. Say I was talking to Odia, okay, because he's from Odisha, from Kalahandi district, one of the most, now it is developed, one of the most backward districts of the country, where I had the privilege of working as a collector. So these were young people who worked with me at that point of time. There are a lot of initiative, support of the government. मैं आपको बहुत बताता हूँ. स्टार्टअप के लिए वेबसाइट आप चेक कर लीजिए. अगर मिनिस्ट्री का वेबसाइट विजिट करेंगे, स्टार्टअप्स के लिए गवर्नमेंट का क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज है. So definition of startup is, I hope you know, annual turnover should not be more than 1 crore. रजिस्ट्रेशन या इनकॉर्पोरेशन से शुरू करके 10 साल तक उसको हम स्टार्टअप कहते हैं. और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए इंक्यूबेशन फैसिलिटीज सपोर्ट क्या मिलेगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट सपोर्ट क्या मिलेगा, कोलैटरल फ्री सपोर्ट क्या मिलेगा, वो सब तो वेबसाइट पर दिया गया है. आप चेक करो तो सब मिलेगा आपको. ठीक है जी. सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप है या फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तांकर पे कौन सपोर्ट हो से भी आपको जना पड़ो. हम मंत्रालय बहुत गुड़े सपोर्ट दिया जाऊँगी फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को. तो अपन हमारे मंत्रालय वेबसाइट विजिट करूँ सब जना पड़ो आपको. ठीक है जी. हाँ, यस, या Yeah, quickly, you have to hurry up. Mr. Andy will finish last 2 questions. We'll close. Okay.
Hello, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, then next session. That is closing ceremony.
So my question is to Sir Rajshekhar sir.
He's coming for?
So see, we see, like I'm from. My name is Ramani, and I'm from Odisha, working with Odisha Millet Mission. My question is, like, how do you see the life of a startup? Like, as you were mentioning, like, when the big companies, they come, they enter, okay? They come later, but the startup drives these things. Like, we see a lot of value-added millets products here, and once the big company enters, like, for example, in the telecom sector, now we hardly, like, 2 to 3, 4, industry is operating or something. When the big companies, when the multinational companies enter into this sector, how do you see the life of a startup who are into this value-added product business? Yeah.
So, Krishna, you want to answer that? I think Mr. Rajshekhar can answer that.
So I think 2, 3 things. One is typically, I think there was a recent study done in US by one of the universities where they said the survival rate of startups is about 50%. That is, they've taken 5 years from the start of inception, and then at the end of 5 years, they found that 50% of the companies in some form or other they are surviving. So obviously, business means there's some amount of risk, and then some will succeed, some will not succeed. And second, I think one of the biggest reasons for failures is the product market fit. So you have to have the right product for the market you have chosen. And then second is obviously funding and a few other things. So the way I see it is, one is of course if we do all this promotions etc., then it will help the startups to kind of reduce their marketing spend and their burn. So I think we have seen a lot of models where people raise huge amounts of money and then throw that money at consumers, this freebies. A lot of times that's not sustainable. To cut it short, one is I think based on what kind of money is possibly available, you have to do, because everyone doesn't have to brand, everyone doesn't have to do everything, right? So you have to specialize. One is it could be in sourcing, it could be in production, or it could be just in branding and marketing. And branding and marketing is a very expensive affair, so you need deep pockets. So that's why you need to choose your market very carefully. And then second is also have that power to sustain. But I guess some will stay small, some will grow, and some will become over a period of time fairly big. So you will have the entire spectrum. I guess there's not much time. Perhaps we can speak sometime later in more detail.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Rajshekhar. Yes, there's always, it is very tough for MSME sector to compete with corporate sector. These challenges are always there. But government has its policy support for MSME sector. For example, under Atmanirbhar Bharat, you have seen a lot of hand-holding that has come forth. You have seen, particularly during Corona time, when we realized that there was a lot of layoff, the businesses were not able to pay the provident fund. Government said, I will bear the expense on your part. Then there is a credit guarantee trust fund where you can get collateral-free loans. So government does try to handhold. There are price preferences, purchase preferences, and different state governments also adopt their own facilitative environment. When you say price and purchase preference, that means even if you are not able to compete in the tender with a multinational company, you are given certain concession there. So there are things, and of course allotment of land, estates for the small scale industry, for the medium scale industry, very specialized, dedicated industrial estates are built by the state governments. So there are a lot of facilities available. Even then I know it is difficult. You have to with my little experience in industry department, let me tell you, you have to continuously innovate. You have to continuously innovate, and you have to cater to a particular segment of the population, consumers. Your advantage as MSME is that you can meet the specific demands of a consumer, unlike an MNC, which is a mass scale production. And you will have to bring in digital technology these days. You must bring in digital technology. And one of the biggest challenges, according to me, is maintaining quality standards. Unlike a corporate house, you cannot have quality testing labs, for example. So the governments have to take, the state governments do take initiative, and Tamil Nadu is one of the, you are from Tamil Nadu? From Odisha? Odisha, I know what it is. Where we are trying to, including Odisha, where we try to promote common facility center for testing of quality, so that you can all utilize that. So there are many things which they do, but yet I know it is very difficult, very challenging. So we'll have to take care of that. Okay, last question here now.
Not the question, sir. It's only a comment.
Observation.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, if we look back NIN and NMB data, 1950s, 60s in this country, average Indian was eating approximately 400 grams of cereals, which predominantly the millets. And today we are not even eating the 250. That's why NIN has come down now with the 240 cereals, so 240 grams of cereals, and one third of it should go.
Yes.
But my only request to the startups and the industries here, we should not abuse the grain for the sake of taste or for their profit. If you abuse the grain with a highly processed one, again there will be another convention that now we have thrown almost the rice. Rice is not a bad, which we have abused the rice with a highly processed. Likewise, the millets also, if you highly process it, they are no different than rice. Therefore, we have to minimal processing is required. Otherwise, there is no difference between these two cereals.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, last question, please. Yeah, Ms. Stanley. Yeah, last question. Yeah.
Good morning. This is Ram Subbareddy from Mibbles. So since yesterday we are hearing you, sir, you talked about all the farming. So my question is on the farming, because we have two types of grains. One is major millets and minor millets. Major millets are abundantly available, but the farmer is not getting a right price because last 1 month, 1.5 months, I am observing the price of bajra and then kodo, then brown top millet. So brown top millet was 1.5 months back was 2,500 rupees. Now the price is 4,500 rupees. There is a gap of 2,000 rupees per quintal. But the farmer is not getting the price because as soon as the crop comes out, he will sell it. So how to maximize the price of the farmer? As soon as the harvesting comes, he will sell it, and the crop will go to the godowns. So now we are talking about the doubling of the income of the farmer. So in this, there should be some mechanism, where the farmer can get the right price, because we are also signing with the APOs to give the optimum price to the farmer. In the state of Andhra Pradesh, the millet price is fixed at 2,500 rupees per quintal, but we have signed a agreement with the APOs at least 3,200, 3,250 to 3,500. So therefore, there should be some mechanism where the farmer get the maximum price. That is my question, sir.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. See, your issue relates not only to bajra or any millet. It is an issue relative to all the agriculture produce. We are aware that the share of the farmer in the consumer's rupee needs to improve. For that, we need a lot of improvements in the marketing structure. We need to bring in online trade platforms so that the producers are able to connect directly with the consumers to the best extent possible. So there are many challenges. Government has made a lot of initiatives. For example, ENAM is there. We're improving market structure. That means trying to create more markets so that there is no monopoly of one single market. So there are many initiatives we have taken, but a lot more needs to be done. The farm trade law was brought in only to ensure that anybody in the country from anywhere can purchase from anywhere. Unfortunately, that law had to be withdrawn. So I'm sure in due course of time, we'll also have a central trade law, and the aim of the government is to create one nation, one market, so that the farmer sitting in a village in Kuppam, for example, is able to sell in Kerala or in Kanpur. Okay, so a lot of modifications are being done. I will request Dr. Vasudeva. Yes.
Yeah, good morning, sir. And
yeah, please, good morning.
And our most respected Talwai Sahab and all the delegates who are here. In fact, I have been listening a lot of these issues related to the promotion, maybe mentoring, and including the startups and the incubation facilities, branding, marketing, and all this. I know this has been a major challenge. Next year, we are running towards the International Year of Millets. Probably keeping that in view, I want to just inform you about some of the policies that are taken up by the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. Because I know this is a very big activity which we have planned for the next year. So here, the thing is that Now you know that, all of you know, there is one concept called ODOP, that is one district, one product. And in the entire country, about 14 states are identified for millets, and we are going to have the millet awareness building conclaves in all these 14 states. So in the state capitals maybe, and that is going to really create the awareness as far as the millets are concerned. That is one thing which is very, very important for us. That apart, I think, I know the startups, especially those who are in these districts of ODOP with millets, they can avail even the funding support with a subsidy of 35% from the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. There is a good scheme, and it has been, maybe I think tailor-made especially for the startups, and on a priority basis it is given as a special case in 1 year, another 1 year. So probably that is one thing. 35% means you can, it's up to 10 lakh rupees is a subsidy. So that means he can avail a loan up to 40 lakh rupees, and that would be really useful for every one of you. That is another part. That apart, I think, some of the institutes across the whole country in different states have been identified as mentoring institutes. Probably here, one thing is that we are establishing the incubation facilities in each of these institutes, which can be utilized by the local, the manufacturers, food processors or manufacturers, can be used for, establishing their own, I would say, the product and also the business part of it. This is another big area where awareness is also created for maybe the branding and marketing, which is very, very important. I know one big thing with millets is that we think that whatever the knowledge or the know-how we have is accepted by the market. No, that is not the correct approach, I would say. Probably that is the reason many of us are failing. So we need to really look at what is that is really required. Today's market, I would say, the health market is very, very important and looks towards the safety and quality of the product. That is very important. The hygiene. These are the three things which are always compromised, and probably we land up with a product which we feel it is good, but it is not accepted by the market. So this is something which you need to really take care, and probably the TPR preparation is another one thing which you need to have some people like Krishna who can really help us. And I know there are people, economists, maybe the business management groups and all that, who are now well exposed for such of these things. This is another big area where we can bring in. And the other part of it is, as was said, maybe minimal processing is one which is essentially required for this. That apart, I think we need to go for a specialty products as well, which can cater to the niche market of the whole country, not only the country, even the world. I think this is another big area and a big challenge and a huge market. I think these are things probably all of you can really look at the website of, I would say, the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. You get lots of information. This is something which I thought I should bring forward for the benefit of each one of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we have, okay, I think we'll now come to the closure. So let me share a few schemes that we have for this. Okay, friends, I think, we have to close. I know that a lot of hands still rising, but then we have more sessions. And also, I understand that the Director General of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Dr. Pathak, Himanshu Pathak, is also coming. So you will be also listening to his address. So you'll know a lot more things. I just thought that before closing, since this was a session on policies relating, as we said, to production, post-production, and demand creation, what is government doing? What are the schemes it already has? Must be shared with you in brief. We don't want you to go away with an impression that कुछ नहीं हुआ है, बहुत कुछ हो रहा है. तो आपको हमारे वाइस चांसलर साहब ने भी बहुत आपको जानकारी इसके बारे में दिया है, तो मैं भी आपको कुछ देता हूँ. फर्स्ट इज ऑन द प्रोडक्शन कि सप्लाई और डिमांड दोनों को एक ही बार हमको लक्ष्य में रखना चाहिए. सो फॉर प्रोडक्शन व्हाट वी हैव डन, देयर इज अ स्कीम कॉल्ड नेशनल मिशन ऑन सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर, NMSA. So under NMSA we have got National Food Security Mission, NFSM. Under National Food Security Mission, we have a sub-scheme dedicated to millets. So we give a lot of support, including subsidies, to the farmers on seeds, on package of practices like inputs, and we are trying to bring in new areas under millets. So the focus is on increasing the productivity, that's called vertical increase, and simultaneously horizontal expansion. Horizontal expansion includes, for example, to grow millets in the post-Kharif fallow lands. After the farmers have harvested paddy, for example, there is a lot of moisture still left. That land is left vacant. And our assessment is that 12 million hectares of land in the country is not being utilized where there is good moisture. So in those kind of areas, we are promoting pulses, oil seeds and millets. So more area will come under millets. So we are targeting higher output through higher productivity and area expansion. So there is a scheme under the National Food Security Mission. Second one is, we are releasing more varieties. And incidentally, in crops like bajra, private sector is very active. Within the millet segment, bajra is the most prominent crop. It accounts for 10 million hectares, 10 million tons. And next is sorghum with around 4.5 million tons. And for bajra, the private sector is very active in releasing seeds, high-yielding seed varieties, hybrids. So there are lots of new varieties. By now, almost 240 number of cultivars have been released by private, government sectors, etc. Our own IIMR also is working a lot on this. So that is about these seeds. Then we are promoting seed hubs. A good seed, a certified seed, will bring about an increase in productivity by 25%. You don't have to do anything. You increase the seeds, increase the use of certified seeds, the productivity goes up by 25%. So we have created a large number of seed hubs now, so that the farmers are able to buy or get at concession improved seeds. So that is the seed hub. Then on the marketing side, there are a lot of initiatives. So we realize that yes, as the farmers improve their production, there must be somebody to purchase, as one or two of you raised the issue. So what we have done is, now there is greater focus on millets, on pulses and oil seeds. So minimum support price is very important. In the year 2018, government has adopted a new MSP policy. According to this MSP policy, the minimum support price today is a minimum of costs of production plus 50% of the cost of production. That means the margin of profit is minimum 50%, which was not the rule earlier. So in result, since 2018, if you look at the data, you will realize that MSP for millets has grown up substantively. Earlier only wheat and paddy were getting this benefit. So with this MSP, there is a greater incentive for the farmers. We also know announcing MSP is not enough. We must also procure. So there is a new procurement policy now. And that procurement policy is called as PM Asha. So we have procurement through Food Corporation of India, and there is something called PM Asha. So now we are procuring commodities that were not procured earlier. Millets. The state governments are given financial support by the Food Corporation of India, and they have to purchase. The only condition is that you have to use that. Many of you raised the issue and you also suggested that whatever we consume must be utilized. So we have told the state governments that you procure and put it into your public distribution system. They can buy less of wheat and paddy, but buy some of millets. Then ICDS, then hostels So states like Karnataka, Odisha, and Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, they've already started doing this thing. They have taken the initiative. ICDS, for example, in Odisha, they are serving millet-based food to them. Karnataka has been giving ragi through their public distribution system, and this year they are starting sorghum. Odisha has got a special initiative of procuring millets now for starting this year. So the state governments are coming forth. So that is the next initiative. Then we have got what is called a ENAM, Electronic National Agriculture Market. With that, the farmers can do online trade. So this the mediators who may be taking a lot of share in that, that will come down slowly. So that ENAM is there. Then farmer producers organizations. We are setting up 10,000 farmer producers organization, not only for millets, for all crops, but a lot of them are also around millets. So once the farmers come together into producers organizations, they will be able to have efficient production system and also marketing system. On the processing side, as our respected Vice Chancellor was saying, government has several initiatives. One of them is what is called Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. We have set up Agriculture Infrastructure Fund worth rupees 1 lakh crore under the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Of course, it is meant for many things. Millets can also access that to set up different kinds of facilities, including infrastructure. It could be storehouses, it could be transportation facilities, it could be processing facilities. So there is an Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. Then there is something called as Prime Minister's Formalization of Micro Food Enterprises, PMFE. That is worked through the Ministry of Food Processing. Rupees 10,000 crore corpus fund has been created for that. The purpose is all the micro industries who are in the food sector, they want to upgrade their technology. So 2 lakh micro food enterprises in the country will be supported under this scheme. So this is next one. Then we have got something called as RKVY Raftar, that is worked by the Minister of Agriculture. Under RKVY Raftar, we give support to set up startups, incubation centers, and other kinds of post-harvest initiatives. Then we have got something called PM Sampada Yojana. Under PM Sampada Yojana, food parks are set up in the country. So the millets or anything else, they can also come. So there are several of these initiatives. And then we are promoting hand-holding through centers of excellence. So 3 centers of excellence have been set up only for millets. Indian Institute of Millet Research is the principal center of excellence for all millets, whether it is major millet or minor millet, and that's right here in Hyderabad. The second center of excellence is in Bangalore or Bengaluru, Center of Excellence for Small Millets. That is there in University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. So those people from that region can access that. The third Center of Excellence for Bajra is there in Chaudhry Charan Singh Agriculture University, Hisar. Because Bajra is very prominent that side, Rajasthan, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh. So we've got 3 centers of excellence. And apart from that, of course, several institutes like NIFTEM, National Institute of Food Technology and Enterprise Management, CFTRI Mysore. Then we got CFTRI and the NIFTEM campus in Thiruvananthapuram in Tamil Nadu. Yeah, so Tanjavur. So there are many institutes, you can actually access them. Then we have got now large number of agri-business centers, technology business incubators. Here in Hyderabad we have got NARM, National Academy of Agriculture Research and Management, which is a very robust organization. So there are large number of TBIs today, both in the government sector and the private sector, where you can access. So you should keep all these things in mind. And then more importantly, more specifically, to promote startups, we got Startup India. I told you startup is any entity that is registered under one of the acts. It could be a Companies Act, it could be a partnership firm, it could be simply a society. So any kind of an entity, legal entity, for 10 years is called a startup. But one important character of a startup is it has to be innovative, and then it uses technology. You may start a small shop somewhere, it is not a startup. Startup is something which is innovative and brings in technology. So Startup India has lot of facilities in terms of loans, in terms of hand holding, in terms of guidance. So look at the website. Then we've got Stand Up India, that is for women and the weaker sections of the society. So Stand Up India, every bank branch in India has been told they must finance at least 2 industries, micro industries, belonging to a weaker section or a woman. There's something also that Stand Up India is there. Then there is something called a Mudra. So there are several initiatives of the government where somebody wanting to set up a small enterprise can access these things. Okay? So and then of course for people who grow from startup to an enterprise, you have, as I told you, many initiatives, but most important is PLI, potential linked, performance linked incentive. So based on your performance, you get a financial support. Production linked incentive. So that is also given by our Department of Industries and Internal Trade. So there are several initiatives. What I would suggest is, please go to the websites of different ministries and study those things, so that you can then go to these institutions and ask for clarifications. You'll be able to enter into a meaningful discussion. So I will stop here, and these are the policies, and in view of the International Year of Millets, the Government of India has adopted what is called 7 Sutras. Okay, we are finished. 7 Sutras, please remember. All the ministries, including the Minister of External Affairs, are involved in this. Enhancement of production, Department of Agriculture and ICAR. Nutrition and health benefits, Ministry of Health and the FSSAI. Value addition, processing and recipe development, Ministry of Food Processing and Ministry of Tourism. Entrepreneurship, startups, collective development, Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Agriculture. Awareness creation, some of you are talking about it. Awareness creation, branding, labeling and promotion, all ministries of Government of India. International outreach, Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Commerce. All the embassies now are engaged in this. And policy interventions is being looked after, are being looked after by 2 ministries, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Public Distribution and Food. So you will now realize that various ministries are working together, and Niti Aayog is leading this initiative. So all of us are working with Niti Aayog. So all the issues that you raised and observations you have made, very correctly you have made, they're all being taken care of. And IIMR is leading as an anchor. So you can always connect yourself with IIMR, and they will be able to clarify a lot of things. And whatever suggestions you give, they will be able to escalate them up to us at Delhi. So thank you very much, and we will close it here. I will thank Mr. Ramakrishnan and also Shivaramakrishnan and Krishna Sai and co-chairman Mr. Rajshekhar and all of you for active participation, and we close it here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Chairman, sir, Ashok Dalwai, sir. Sir, as every time you could able to connect the people very nicely, though it was slightly extended. They were the panelists of this session. And the next session, we are starting. The next session will be the most awaited session of many of the people, millet exports, marketing, branding and commercialization approaches. It's specially from APIDA. I welcome Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Director APIDA, to chair the session. Sir, I welcome you, sir, to come to the stage to chair the session. Let us clap and welcome, sir. I welcome Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, CEO Nutri to co-chair this session. And a keynote address will be given by Dr. Tarun Bajaj himself, Director APIDA. And we have panelists here, Mr. V. Shivaramakrishnan again. Sir, I welcome you, sir, to the stage. Mr. Jabir from Wheelet or Jolai Foods. Mr. KVRS Reddy, Sattva Millets and Food Products. Ms. Kabita Deb, Samarpan Nature Farms. Ms. Sri Laya from Deccan Development Society. I welcome Ms. Sharmila Oswal, Basilica Organics. I welcome Mr. Afsal, Magnum Foods Private Limited. Sir, please come to the stage. I welcome Ms. Silpi, Sweet Bites. She is on the way, she will be joining. I welcome you all to the stage and give the platform to the chair.
Good morning to everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. This session is, of course, all sessions are important, but this session is going to take care of marketing, branding and exports. कुछ भी प्रोड्यूस कर देना काफी नहीं है जब तक के मार्केट नहीं है। कहा यह जाता है कि आप हमें मार्केट दे दीजिए, हम प्रोड्यूस जो चाहोगे कर देंगे। मार्केट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज वंस यू हैव द डिमांड, द सप्लाई कैन बी catered. There used to be two theories. One theory says, let me produce and then I'll see which is the market and I'll be able to sell it. That's a very difficult thing to sell it, and very difficult thing to market also. But there is another, let me have the market, take my own share in that market, a demand which is already there, and then I take care of the supply side of it. So, to begin with, I'll be taking you to the journey of exports, because exports are very important. We'll talk of exports. I'll share some information about exports, and then I'll hand over to my dear colleague Dr. Dayakar Rao, who is the co-chairperson, to take this session further. And then end of it, of course, we'll have question answer sessions where we will be able to happy to answer few of the questions, and even after that we will be available to answer your questions also. Do we have a presentation? Okay. Just some information on exports we'll share. Of course, the production is 17.5 million and the export is hardly 0.09. This shows half the theory of half glass full or half glass empty. We can see from that angle. There is an opportunity, just to tell you on that. Okay. And the exports which are an opportunity, just to tell you on that. There is a 7% increase in our exports. अभी तक कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा हुआ नहीं, but 7% increase. I am talking here of millet. I'm not talking millet products. The same increase we have seen in cereal preparation category, because in the millet products comes under the cereal preparation category, and we have seen around 7 to 10% export growth in this sector also. Okay, and the major destination, of course, the destination, of course, are, you can see, I'm going to tell you why this is important to understand. UAE, Nepal, Saudi Arabia, Libya, Oman, these are the traditional markets, and next please. I think this remote is not working. Okay. USA is leading and India is among the number 2. But the next slide will show the actual markets. International markets you see are Indonesia, Belgium, Japan, Germany, Mexico, Italy, USA, UK, Brazil, जहां अभी हमारी पहुंच नहीं है. I showed you the markets where we are, and this is the actual international market. So that means we have an opportunity. These are the already markets, and these are developed markets, and we are yet to reach that market. So that shows that there is an opportunity. And okay, what we have to now do in this direction is that we have to develop clusters. Of course, Dr. Dayakar Rao and others will take care of it. The units have to be modern units. Please, even the startups, when you come and want to establish units, don't go for primitive technology. Please do not invest in primitive technology that will burn your money unnecessarily. Go for the latest technology, the modern technology, otherwise your economies of scale will not come in that. You will be wasting your resources and the output will not be there much. So go for modern technology, and of course start from the incubation centers also. There are a lot of new products are being developed by various institutes. Even IIMR has also developed various products, but develop new and innovative products. Here, when we talk of exports, it is not sufficient to develop dosa, idli, noodles, etc. I want to tell you this thing. This may be good for our domestic market, also maybe for some international market where our ethnic populations are other there. But it is most important to do R&D and find out which are the product of their taste in that particular market and develop those products. That is most important. Then we can reach to the mainstream population. And once we reach to the mainstream population, then we get the volume and it is easier to then market it. So when we say innovative products, I'm saying yes, we have done innovative products of which we are doing, probably good for Indian market, but do search which are available for the international market also. I give you one example. We export buffalo meat to the world, and exporters realized that they use it and make a soup in Korea. And we have now started preparing soup in India of their taste. Yahan koi nahi peeta. Of their taste, and the containers and containers are going. So it is important that while developing, we should also look the products of their taste, which is most important. Branding, of course, is required. We have to do a lot of branding, and for branding, startups rightly said, it burns a lot. But once a startup is picking up, there are angel investors, they come forward and they do help in giving money. And for branding, you can use the help of angel investors for branding your products. But while branding and marketing, it is very important that what kind of a branding and marketing we have to do. Mr. Reddy in his initial said that we should spend money. We take money from the angels investors and then we pass on in the name of branding to the consumers without realizing there is a balance of it. It has to be sustainable. We see to it that we do branding which is actually recoverable. पैसा बहुत कीमती है, ब्रांडिंग में कोई अंत नहीं है, तो कौन सा मीडियम सेलेक्ट करना बहुत जरूरी है. Today's model, influencer marketing is picking up very fast. We go for influencer marketing. This is slowly in the social media up. Heavy money spending on TV and on radio and other things may not be workable. I'm not saying yes or depends on your model, your target audience who are there. But you have to see what money I spend on branding and how much I'm going to take it back. That is equally important. Of course, shelf life, we have to then, the institute is already working in this direction. Grading also, they are working in that direction. Very important is that we have to link our FPOs, startups with the exporters. Here we come forward. We do this kind of an exercise. We organize outreach programs where we invite FPOs, our startup companies, our established exporters, and then also, it depends on the area where we are conducting, we also invite importers from abroad. FPO शुरू में सीधा नहीं कर पाएंगे एक्सपोर्ट, कर सकते हैं तो अच्छी बात है, हो सकता है नहीं कर पाएंगे क्योंकि there are so many things to understand. So they can link it to the already established exporters. कि शुरू में हम आपको सप्लाई कर देंगे प्रोडक्ट्स. सेम विथ स्टार्टअप्स ऑल्सो, हम आपको प्रोडक्ट सप्लाई कर देंगे डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में. कितना बड़ा फायदा आप बताएंगे कि मेरे को वहां डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में देने का ये है कि मेरा पैसा सुरक्षित है. घूम फिर के सारी चीजें हैं, मेरा पैसा सुरक्षित होना जरूरी है. जो मर्जी कर लें, मेरा पैसा सेफ होना बहुत जरूरी है. तो शुरू में ये भी सोच सकते हैं कि मैं एक एस्टैब्लिश को, एक्सपोर्टर को सप्लाई दे दूं कि आपका कंटेनर जा रहा है, उस कंटेनर में एक सपोज देयर इज अ डिमांड ऑफ मिल्क बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स और मिलेट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स ऑल्सो, देन आई एम ऑल्सो अ सप्लायर. आप मेरे प्रोडक्ट को लें, क्योंकि जरूरी नहीं है आपके पास पूरा लोड हो एक कंटेनर का 40 फीट का या 20 फीट कंटेनर का भी लोड हो. आप शुरू में उनके साथ मिल सकते हैं. और आपको सेफ्टी क्या है, क्योंकि आपके डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में आपका पैसा कुछ सेफ है आपके साथ में, लेकिन अगर इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में जाते हैं, मैं प्रैक्टिकल बात कर रहा हूं, हम बोलते हैं LSC लो, एडवांस लो, सब करो, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकली जब बिजनेस करने जाता है तो बायर बोलता है जब मेरे को ये बगैर एडवांस और बगैर LC के दे रहा है तो तुम तो भी नए नए आए हो, व्हाई शुड आई टेक फ्रॉम यू. फिर आप सोचते हो चलो रिस्क लेने में कोई हर्ज नहीं है, मुझे माल बेचना है. ऐसे बहुत लोग हैं जो डूब भी गए हैं. एक्सपोर्ट में अगर सक्सेस है तो फेलियर भी बहुत बड़ी है, बहुत बड़ा नुकसान है, इसलिए वन हैज टू बी केयरफुल. तो हम शुरू में ये सजेस्ट करते हैं कि अगर आप सीधा एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर पा रहे तो आप लिंक करें और उनके साथ मिलकर आप एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं. देन ग्रेजुअली यू ऑल्सो गो एंड स्टार्ट डूइंग योर ओन एक्सपोर्ट. एक कॉमन प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफ कोर्स दैट ग्रेजुअली this platform will become an information source where you can source all kind of information. कौन स्टार्टअप है, कितने स्टार्टअप हैं, वो क्या क्या प्रोड्यूस करें, एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे दिस इंफॉर्मेशन इज गोइंग टू बी स्टोर्ड एंड दैट विल बी अवेलेबल फॉर एवरीबडी इन दिस एरिया. हम लोग, अब मैं बताता हूं कि हम लोग इसमें थोड़ा सा एफर्ट्स क्या कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग बायर सेलर मीट ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं. आई एम नाउ कमिंग टू द प्रैक्टिकल पार्ट ऑफ इट. वी ऑर्गेनाइज बायर सेलर मीट्स and buyer seller meets are within India and outside India. So those who are startups, those who are already exporters, please do register with EPIDA, because then you can get information and get your whatever is happening, because you can link it to our website also, then find out what is happening these days. Up December onwards, since it is international year of millet, many activities are planned. कम से कम 20 तो international trade fairs में जाना है, and they are specific millet specific international trade fairs. बहुत से buyer seller meet होने वाली हैं internationally और यहाँ पर भी. तो आप लोग लिंक में रहें, उससे then you will get an opportunity to link it to the buyers directly, because trade fair is a very important medium, because there you get an opportunity to link it to the buyers डायरेक्टली. आपके पास, आपको ज्यादा ढूंढने की भी जरूरत नहीं है, यू कैन गेट इट. लेट मी टेल यू द स्टैटिस्टिक्स विच आई शोड यू. द मिलेट डिमांड इज इंक्रीजिंग, मिलेट प्रोडक्ट डिमांड इज इंक्रीजिंग, एंड देयर प्रोडक्ट्स आर ऑल्सो इंक्रीजिंग डे बाय डे. द डिमांड इज देयर, एंड वी हैव ऑलरेडी लाइंड अप विद दिस Indian Institute of Millet Research to conduct various products, various events for us, and then develop various products for this again. Let me tell you now, coming to the conclusion of this, कोविड के बाद हेल्थ फूड्स की डिमांड बहुत बढ़ गई. बार बार कह रहे हैं सब लोग बार बार कह रहे हैं, और हम महसूस भी कर रहे हैं. आप खुद भी देखिए, जब आप जाते हैं आपको कोई एतराज नहीं होता. आपको एक प्रोडक्ट मिल जाए जिसमें कि थोड़ा हेल्थ भी बेनिफिट है, आप चाहते हो कि इसको हम ले लें. गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर दिस. क्या आपके लिए मिलेट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स है विच इज सुपर फूड, फाइबर बेस्ड है, और कोई भी चाहेगा कि मैं इस प्रोडक्ट को ले लूं. जरूरी क्या है कि मैं एक अलग से एक प्रोडक्ट बना दूं और फिर मैं उसे बेचने के लिए जाऊं. बहुत मुश्किल है. ट्राई टू डेवलप within India if you are doing, or wherever there is, try to take already existing demand. जिस चीज की ऑलरेडी डिमांड है, जिसका प्रोडक्ट का कंज्यूमर को ऑलरेडी पता है, उस डिमांड में से थोड़ा सा शेयर में ले लूं, उसकी कोशिश करना. पहले मैंने एक अजीब सा एक प्रोडक्ट बना दिया, आई एम सॉरी टू से, और उसको मैं बेचने जाऊंगा. बहुत अच्छा प्रोडक्ट होगा, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, लेकिन जब बेचने के लिए पैसा चाहिए, उतना पैसा इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए पता नहीं है कि नहीं है. बिकॉज डेवलपिंग अ टेस्ट एंड अडेप्टिंग द प्रोडक्ट टू द कस्टमर स्टेट इज अ ह्यूज एक्सरसाइज. हम सब जानते हैं, शुरू में मैगी आई तो कितने साल लग गए उनको हमारे टेस्ट को, बर्ड्स को डेवलप करने के लिए. एक बार मैगी आ गई तो उसके बाद कई नूडल आ गए, कई ब्रांड्स आ गए उसमें, और उन सबको कुछ ना कुछ शेयर मिल गया ब्रांड में. लेकिन उन्होंने कितना इन्वेस्ट किया, वी ऑल नो इट. और एक बात और भी है, तब वो मार्केट थी, टाइम था जब वैक्यूम था, ऐसे प्रोडक्ट ही नहीं थे, इसलिए एक नई चीज भी आ गई. अब बहुत से ऐसे प्रोडक्ट हैं. तो मैं सबसे पहले हम यही कहना चाहेंगे, जब भी कोई प्रोडक्ट लेकर आ रहे हैं, प्लीज ट्राई टू सी दैट आई कैन कैरी द एग्जिस्टिंग डिमांड ऑलरेडी. घबराना नहीं कि पहले से बहुत से प्रोडक्ट हैं, मेरा भी एक प्रोडक्ट आ जाएगा तो क्या हो जाएगा. अच्छी बात है, ऑलरेडी डिमांड है, उसकी अवेयरनेस टू द कंज्यूमर है. अगर मेरा प्रोडक्ट भी उनसे थोड़ा सा कॉस्ट कंपिटिटिव हो सकता है या कुछ यूएसपी उसमें से है, तो आई कैन टेक द एग्जिस्टिंग मार्केट ऑफ इट. घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है. हाँ, सोच समझ के चलना है, पैसा खर्च करते समय चलना है कि मुझे क्या करना है, और उसी हिसाब से अपनी इन्वेस्टमेंट करेंगे. जब प्रोडक्ट डेवलप कर रहे हैं, मस्ट सी आपको मैं एक और चीज बताऊं, जो स्टार्टअप कंपनीज हैं, आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को मनमाने दम पे नहीं बेच पाएंगे, ये हम सबको समझ आ गया है, बिकॉज वी आर कंपीटिंग, सो इट हैज टू बी कॉस्ट कम्पिटिटिव। कितना कॉस्ट हम कम कर सकते हैं उसकी तरफ हमें देखना पड़ेगा, और वो कॉस्ट कम करने, ऑफ कोर्स नो कंप्रोमाइज ऑन द क्वालिटी, कंप्रोमाइज ऑन द क्वालिटी ऑन प्रोडक्ट एंड द पैकेजिंग एवरीवेयर। उसके किए बिना हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं कॉस्ट के साथ, ये करें। प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, जब बेचने जाएंगे तब मैं इसको कहने के लिए बड़ा आसान है कि आई लिस्ट इट ऑन अमेजोन एंड अदर थिंग्स। जो करने जा रहे हैं उनको प्रैक्टिकल मालूम है। कोई 30% मार्जिन मांग रहा है, कोई 35% मार्जिन मांग रहा है, तो मेरे पास ये बफर होना चाहिए। उसके बाद जो उसको मार्जिन 35% के ऊपर भी हो, शेल्फ के पैसे अलग मांगेगा कि इसके शेल्फ के पैसे मेरे को इतने चाहिए, मेरे पास ये बफर होना चाहिए। ये जब बफर होगा तो मैं मार्केट में कूदना, नहीं तो मत कूदना, यू विल बर्न योर हैंड्स अननेसेसरी। तो ये सारी कैलकुलेशंस करके कूदना। उसके बाद जब हम एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट में भी आ रहे हैं, सेम प्रॉब्लम्स वी आर गोइंग टू फेस इट। हमें प्रोडक्ट को बेचना है, अपना बफर रखिएगा, और उस बफर में फिर ध्यान रखिएगा, मैं कह रहा हूं एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ कंपटीशन, कॉस्ट ऑफ रेपिटेशन, कि मैं प्राइस मनमानी नहीं हो सकती, आई हैव टू वर्क ऑन द कॉस्ट दिस थिंग। इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि प्रिमिटिव टेक्नोलॉजी मत लेना, क्योंकि आपकी इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल आएगी ही नहीं उसमें। आपको प्रोडक्ट वो चाहिए जो कि आपका जो इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल लेकर आ सके। एक और चीज देखिए, देयर इज ए प्रेशर। हम बहुत कह रहे हैं कि हमें compete करना है राइस प्रोडक्ट्स के साथ, व्हीट प्रोडक्ट्स के साथ। अरे मत घबराइए, आप खुद देखिए कि राइस और व्हीट के ऊपर इस समय कितना प्रेशर है, सो मच प्रेशर। नहीं प्रेशर होता तो बैन क्यों करते हैं, एक्सपोर्ट क्यों बैन कर देते हैं। व्हीट बैन कर दिया, अभी थोड़ी देर में आपने देखा कि राइस को भी बैन कर दिया, बिकॉज देयर इज ए प्रेशर ऑन दिस क्रॉप, देयर इज ए प्रेशर ऑन दिस क्रॉप, सो नाउ पीपल आर लुकिंग फॉर अल्टरनेटिव क्रॉप्स ऑल्सो। तो उसके प्रोडक्ट्स जो हैं वो अब डिमांड में आने वाले हैं। ये बहुत अच्छा मौका है, इसलिए हमें इस टाइम को यूटिलाइज करना चाहिए। और हमारी हेल्थ फूड की अवेयरनेस बढ़ गई है, वर्किंग पॉपुलेशन बढ़ती जा रही है। वाइफ्स नाउ मोस्ट ऑफ द वाइफ्स आर वर्किंग, अब नहीं स्पेंड करना चाहती किचन में ज़्यादा टाइम, और ज़रूरत भी नहीं है। वर्ल्ड ओवर देखें, हमारे यहाँ पर हमारे जो महिलाएं हैं वो, ये सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान में है, मैं बताऊं, 3 टाइम का गर्म खाना हमें वो सर्व करती हैं। धन्य है हमारी जो घर की महिलाएं हैं। हैट्स ऑफ टू द लेडीज ऑफ आवर, हैट्स ऑफ टू देम। मैं बता रहा हूँ, मैं एक ट्रेन में ट्रैवल कर रहा था यूके में, तो वहाँ वो लेडीज ही बात कर रही थी। वो कह रही थी, आई एम थिंकिंग ऑन थर्सडे आई विल कुक फूड। तो वो थर्सडे फूड और उस दिन मंडे था, तो मतलब उसने थर्सडे कुक फूड करना, उसकी प्लानिंग दिमाग में थर्सडे से मंडे से चल रही है। तो उसने हफ्ते में 1 दिन खाना बनाना, उसके लिए भी कितनी प्रिपरेशन, और उसने भी क्या बनाना होगा, आधा बना बनाया फ्रिज से निकालना है, आधा कुछ उसने माइक्रोवेव में कर देना। हमारे तरह थोड़ी है कि रोटी बेल बेल के हमें गरम गरम खिला रहे हैं। तो ये टाइम पर अब ये चेंज आ रहा है और आना भी चाहिए। दिस इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट। यहाँ जो हम प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं अपने, रेडी टू कुक, रेडी टू सर्व, ये प्रोडक्ट्स डिमांड में आएंगे। रेडी टू ईट जो हमारा डोसा जो है, हम सोचे मिलेट बेस्ड डोसा आएगा, सब लेंगे, सबको जरूरत है। अब कौन वो मिक्सी में पीसने के जमाने पर टाइम कम हो गया। तो ये चेंज जो है ये भी हमारे लिए अच्छा है, बिकॉज आवर प्रोडक्ट विल बी इन डिमांड ऑफ दिस इवेंट्स। इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट है 2023, बहुत अच्छा मौका है, बड़ी अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। मैंने आपको ये बताया कि इसमें अभी बहुत डिमांड है, क्योंकि मिलेट के ऊपर अभी बहुत ज़्यादा लोग अभी कंज्यूम नहीं कर रहे हैं जितना एक्सपोर्ट होना चाहिए। असली मार्केट में तो हम गए ही नहीं, अभी जाना है हमको, और अभी बहुत से डिमांड इंटरनेशनली भी बढ़ रही है। इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट भी आ गया, और हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत सारी हैं। गवर्नमेंट भी बहुत कुछ करने वाली है, सही मौका है। सिर्फ अपना होमवर्क सही करना अपने प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर, और इस टाइम पे अच्छा होमवर्क करोगे तो इससे अच्छा मौका दोबारा नहीं मिलने वाला। विद दिस, थैंक यू वेरी मच टू यू लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट माय डियर फ्रेंड Dr. Dayakar Rao to take forward, share his thoughts, and then take forward the further proceedings of this session. Dr. Dayakar Rao, please.
it's very important to crack what export means. Some time ago, one of our director, that was just computer was introduced, and as I'm a young scientist, we are more well versed, and he was of a different age. Suddenly, so I just mooted an idea, sir, this is very simple thing, computer, there is nothing to worry, just you put your hand there. Then he said, no, I am not familiar. Then later he went on to become an expert beyond I could imagine. So India, especially Indian people also, once upon a time the technology was, especially the Western world was coming up in a big way. And many of us were having some sort of an inferiority complex. But later on with the IT, when it is more or less initiated there in the Western world, we saw IT is dominated by Indians. So Indians, as we are many a time, export is something like that. Many people think this is a very big game, and that is what perhaps it is not my mera role isme kuch nahi hai, I will not attempt. So today Bajaj has made it so simple, cracked it and told that. But I think I just give a suggestion to APIDA, especially to make a film on this, the entire export process, because you will have to change the attitude. Many are potential exports, but they have lots of fears just to attempt it also. What is the process? How simplify you can bring it, and what are the challenges that come? एक छोटा सा फिल्म, मैं जैसे कल नुक्कड़ नाटक कर लेते, अभी बच्चे खड़े हुए पीछे, ऐसे they made that how the farmer suffers, what is that nutritional security, all those things depicted in a beautiful way. Because similarly, some film can be made and given to the exposure to all the startups, especially the budding startups that are coming from millets, we will be extremely benefited. So that is the point I just want to make. And I don't want to take and repeat the things, but he made very simple practical issues that are very relevant for us to take the export, as especially in a commodity like millets. And I am pleasantly surprised about the data that is coming up year on year. There is one area where the data has to be more disaggregated, especially the commodity trade and the value-added products, because the HSN codes is one area for the small millets. I think that is what is being taken up by the APIDA, and it is at I think DGF, that Calcutta office is taking up. Sir, we request you to speed it up. People, because many a time they don't know under which category they should put their millets and all this. Now currently it is all cereal and other things, but if the HSN codes are coming, I think they will be more clearer under which category they should be doing. So this is one other thing, and I just would like each of the speaker to restrict themselves to 3 minutes, because we need to organize. We cannot go on and on. Time is a very short, and we have several other things. Director General of ICR, he is going to come here in another 5-10 minutes. I think after that again we will have a gap also. So taking this program, and ultimately when the chief guest of today, Honorable Minister for Tourism, he is going to come that time, I don't want that one session should be knocked out. So this is planned, it's in such a way. This is basically a networking session where we will have to give our time very short and see that you are going to take 3 minutes, and please prepare your mind what are those 3 minutes, how best you are going to utilize to give gyan to the rest of the people based on your experience. So what are the topics? The title is very clear, that marketing, branding, commercialization of agri exports, especially in terms of the millets. But there are some issues like logistics. Logistics is one thing which is a grey area, especially Indian exports. I think that should come as a part of this. If you have faced anything now, container, half container, kya karna, kaise karna, this is what millets are, a small scale trade and all this. And this matters so much for you to take it forward. And then subsequently there are something like quality aspects, especially millet ka mein quality bhi hota hai. Then sir has already told that you should not compromise on your either product quality, shelf life, or the packaging. So these issues, I think you can flag it. Most of the issues are discussed in the previous session also. You don't need to repeat. If there is anything specific, please come up. So I request Sharmila to start. Ladies first. Come, madam. 3 minutes, but.
When we talk about the national important agenda to the world presently, especially post-COVID times, and I'm recently just back from International Plant-Based Treaty at Delhi. After attending that, noticed that it was quite a lot emphasized on millets, particularly with respect to nutritional security. I am a very small startup, sir, here. In 1.5 years journey, we are basically ICS, so like kind of FPO, but ICS, maximum women farmers. We are growing millets and other few agro commodities as well. So the journey has been very interesting, and in this 1.5 year, it's very exciting for us because we have been doing export successfully. Yes, there are huge challenges because as a startup, there are many aspects to it. Because as Bajaj sir mentioned very clearly that many times we have been very unrealistic on the products. So here the research and analysis, SWOT analysis is very important. Which country you are targeting? Now Bajaj sir shared some slides in which you saw the countries where we are exporting millets. So majorly we are exporting, let's say, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Lisbon, Tunisia, but majorly developing countries like US, UK, Australia, yet not. I mean, we are not on that great scale. So how do we achieve that great scale? So again, referring to Bajaj sir's presentation, I mean, we really need to be very realistic on the terms of our product, especially pricing, quality, labeling. If you are supplying, or let's say UAE, because of our cultural differences, religious, I mean, every country has religious and cultural phenomena. So before exporting, we need to study उनके धर्म के दायरे क्या है. UAE में अगर आप एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, like halal, they have a very particular segment, certifications, labeling. EU है, अगर आप यूरोपियन यूनियन का कर रहे हैं तो वेदर बीइंग अ मिलेट अगेन ऑर्गेनिक नेचुरल, ये बहुत सारे चीजें हैं, चैलेंजेस है, ऑलरेडी हम जा चुके हैं, गुजर चुके हैं. सो दीज आर द एक्चुअल फील्ड एक्सपीरियंसेस I'm sharing with you. I'm very glad to share because here we are all upcoming and budding entrepreneurs. Social media is a very effective tool because nowadays advertising is very expensive. So how do you reach to this international scale? How do we achieve our export orders? Social media and influential marketing. I mean, Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn. LinkedIn especially, people observe you, especially in this millet segment. And we have also come across many orders or many inquiries through this social media marketing. So as I said, that designing of the product, labeling, pricing, because you need to do the research and analysis of the pricing. Let's say millets, we are eating jawar ki bhakri or chapati or हमारे यहाँ पे खिचड़ी खाते हैं. But foreign countries में आज भी this thing is taken as a fodder. अमेरिका में आप देखेंगे, Bhopal, Nebraska, Kansas is the largest producer of sorghum. Now they noticed one of my program on LinkedIn, and I was invited to sorghum board, and they invited to be on the board of sorghum board. So that was an amazing opportunity, and then opportunity never stopped. After that, I got invitation from University of Idaho, Moscow, the northern western ancient region where they grow ancient. They call millets as a ancient artisan experience. They make beers, I mean, from barley and from millets. So they have a very versatile experiences from millets. So there is a very dynamic experiences to the millet journey, and opportunities are in abundance. We grown as ICS, we are in the rural part of India. Well, at the same time, I am educated or qualified from Harvard, but at the same time, coming back to my grassroots, being in the millet sector, millet domain, it gives me an immense pleasure to share with you our beloved Prime Minister Modi ji. Imagine the way he is promoting, the way he is driving this India Millet Mission. Isn't it a great pride to all of us? I think we all, our Prime Minister and our government and our Agriculture Ministry, Niti Aayog, food processing, they all deserve a big round of applause
for the encouragement what they are doing to the startups. Am I not right, guys? They are, right? अच्छे दिन आ गए हैं सर. मोदी जी कह रहे थे और काफी लोग बोलते हैं अच्छे दिन कहाँ है, अच्छे दिन कहाँ है. पर मैं ये दावे के साथ कह सकती हूँ, स्पेशली टू माई ऑल स्टार्टअप कम्युनिटी हियर, दैट अच्छे दिन आ गए हैं. एंड वी आर रियली लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड for your guidance, for your support, for your motivation, especially on the pricing. IIMR Nutri Hub has a fantastic machinery, has a fantastic campus. There is a cohort, Raftar is happening in the campus. We are again privileged to be a part, incubated by Nutri Hub. They are hand-holding, mentoring us. Sir, we would request you to work on pricing segment, because if we want to be a competent on the export platform, we need to compete with the pricing. So we would like to have that cooperation from your side. So thank you so much, and looking forward for your cooperation and support. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Next I call Shivaram Krishna. I think we need to outline the issues so that you can keep up with the time.
Good afternoon once again. So thank you for the privileged dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. So I'll keep it short. For us, exports really worked. There were challenges, but still for all challenges we could find answers. So we did a very small quantity of trial export to the US. We concentrated in US first because we had some linkages there, and we had the access to the market. But the route we took helped us, because we were very, very keen and very careful, and that mistakes should not be committed, because exports comes with a huge risk of huge losses too if mistakes happen. So we did the exact thing, like we approached attorneys there in US to get exactly our brand registered correctly, check with the labeling norms of FDA, because every consignment will be taken for sampling. So you have to cross US Customs, you should know their laws, you have to cross US Agricultural Department, USAID, and FDA. So we had to check all the norms, which we were not able to do sitting here. So we had to invest quite a lot of money there for the attorneys who did the job for us. So based on that, suggestions and guidance taken from them, every label was designed, everything was sent to them for confirmation. Then we started exporting. So this is the path I request everybody to take, because export sounds glamorous, but still there are a lot of certifications and policies which we don't know as an entrepreneur. So we have to take the professional help and stick to the guidelines perfectly. Even 1% of deviation can ruin the whole show, because I have seen exporters suffering, I have seen containers coming back. That's a very, very bad thing which can happen. And for us, the US market responded very positively with the brand, and we were very close to the customer, as I told you. So we have kind of a hybrid model there, where we have distributors who sell our products to the Indian stores predominantly and in their own community. So the margins, what they share to the retailers would be enjoyed if they give directly to their customers. So every distributor has a community of 500, 700 people where they go give deliveries. So this door delivery works there, and because of that he's making better margins, because he is not shelving off any charges which he gives to the retailer. So this is working very well there, and the community as such has accepted the brand, and we listen to their requirements, and we change as per their requirement, and that goes a long way. And when you are continuously innovating and continuously trying to address the pain point of the customer, I think you'll be hitting the right notes. And according to the opportunities of export, is humongous, and we have just started. We are a 5-year-old company with 3 years of export experience, but I would say the lots coming up. I could see only opportunities everywhere. So it is how we are going to play the game and take it forward. And there are challenges regarding containers, but the market is absorbing the cost now. It is slowly coming down. The cost is coming down. I don't think it'll have a huge bearing in the long run. So it could be a temporary phenomena. And regarding newer markets, yes, we need a lot of support in looking to come up with palatable products for country-specific requirements. So, for example, if we are trying to serve a customer in Germany, so we should really go there, study the market, develop a product for their requirement rather than trying to take the product what we have and go there. So we are working with some agencies in Germany. The government is very, very forthcoming there, and they offer free trainings for entrepreneurs to do business with Germany. So there are a lot of opportunities, and with collaboration with all the people here, I think we can take millets to greater heights and make India as the millet bowl of the world. Thank you so much for patient listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shivaramakrishnan. Thank you very much. Now, of course, I'll be inviting Mr. Jabir from Joel Foods. They are already they are from Kerala and they're exporting to Middle East. Please come share your experience and.
Good afternoon. I'm Jabir, Elite Food from Kerala. I have few experience with exporting with millet-based value-added product to especially cookies and snacks to Singapore, and we got some opportunity in Malaysia and Brunei, and recently we got some buyers in Qatar and UAE. See, when the first experience from the Malaysia, when I ended taken to this product in Malaysia, I faced the problem is there. First, I could not understand the labeling requirement of particular country. See, they want have a specific requirement in nutritional values. When we put in that, initially I invested a huge amount of money in the packaging. Once I get order from the country, but when I entered to the country, that department said, no, this you can't claim these things 100% natural. You need to provide a certificate. So all these issues I understood. First I did a mistake. Then next time I done same things in Brunei. The Brunei market, they asked me to the halal certification. So that I taken the next time to UAE. That now I am applying for UAE. So I understood the thing is, when we are approaching the exporting, there are a lot of things we want to consider, but we don't have a right team to guide us as a startup. I don't know where to approach for this purpose. Recently, I understood APEDA is supporting for this. Even I think the APEDA needs some support and call all the exporters and give a training for it, how to approach a country, what are the requirements of the country. Even I understood now, the world biggest issue is now obese and diabetics. India have the right solution for it, because India have a comparative advantage in the millet. But the problem, I understood the millet in India are the part of the ASEAN. I think around 11 countries are participate in the ASEAN group. And India have done a lot of free trade agreement and preferential trade agreement with a lot of countries. That is key information. We want to know which country India have the free trade agreement, especially for the millet. Because then we will get a priority and comparative advantage for export. I understood through my research, even Indonesia is importing more quantity of millets. But I don't know from where they are importing. So once we get all this data, it's very easy to approach any country with value-added product. Recently, our first speaker said, no, that we want to know the taste of that country. That only we can, through the exhibitions and some other trade fairs, all this only we can understand. So when we are planning for exporting, the first important thing is, we want to attend all the trade fairs internationally. And at least we want to know some consumer awareness program, and we want to get the interactive session with the consumers in that particular country to know their taste and preference and their interests and everything. Even now the thing is globalization, part of the globalization around the customer preference and everything is going to be same because of the social media impact. I think in a recent generation Z and upcoming generation Alpha is more into the digital native. So they are connecting each other. They know even McDonald's burger, we South Indians are taking without any spices. but we feel that we are the European standard. Same way globally the consumer have the common standard is going to be soon. So it's very easy to enter single product to any market if you have a good branding. So, so my experience, I understood that branding is very important, and to know your customer is also very important for the exporting. And from the trade barriers of and India and rest of the countries, there is a free trade agreement, preferential trade agreement. All these information is first priority when we step into the export market. That is my experience I shared here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Important said that we should also look for FTAs. This is the new angle he has shared. FTAs between the countries, because that helps in getting duty benefit. And there is also definition on rules of origin within those FTAs. That will also makes it different. So another part also, an important part is said that when we are selling our products, do try to alter as per the taste of the importing country. हम खूब मिर्चे खाते हैं, ढेर सारे मिर्चे खाते हैं, जरूरी नहीं इंपोर्टर भी खाएगा. So we have to alter as per their taste also. Thank you very much. Now may I have the privilege to invite Mr. KVRS Reddy from Sattva Millets and Food Products. The best part is they are also directly sourcing from FPOs and exporting. So farm to fork concept they have it. Let's hear their views on this subject.
Thank you very much, sir. I am the incubator of IMR, and I also taken assistant from APEDA. Here I would like to stress on the APEDA, how the APEDA is helping the exporters. So when I put my processing unit in Andhra Pradesh, I did not get the required quality for export. So then I approached APEDA. Is there any scheme for to improve the quality of grains for the export? So then they said, there is a gap arrangement, missing gap arrangement, equipment financing. So I applied that. I got 40% of subsidy assistance from the APEDA. That is, everyone should note it off, and whenever you put up any unit, you approach APEDA, they will assist in these aspects. Number two, the branding is very important in the international market. In the branding, in the sense, I recently, came across few things. One is that on the grains, I got the inquiry for 3 grains. One is foxtail millet and jowar and bajra. The requirement is in 1,000 tons. So I really, surprised to hear that 1,000 tons requirement in one go is very good. But they need the raw material. They only, just to clean the grain, and then they need the raw material. That there is no requirement of processing of the grain. So these grains are being used for the bird feeding and animal feeding. So bird feeding for the foxtail millet, and animal feeding is for jowar and bajra. So the branding is very important in the sense that these are human consumption, not only for the the animal consumption. So now in India we are using for human consumption. So the international market, they are looking at the animal consumption. So this we should the Indian government should take up this issue for the branding of these millets. So as a startup, we could get one order from Netherlands through known person, but we are stuck in the next order because we don't have any linkages. So that APEDA, if they link the market, then we would, because we are preparing all products in a very good quality, but there is no linkage. So this is my humble request for the branding in the international market. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to us.
Thank you, Reddy Garu. See, the problems of beginners he was narrating, but I think eventually he'll become a champion, I'm sure that. But the issues that he raised were very pertinent with regard, because millets in India, Asia and Africa. Primarily they are grown for the food purposes. But there is another grade, what we call as a fodder feed grain, or even especially the jowar. What we see is that sorghum is grown across the world as animal feed. So, and in some cases bird feed, especially in the European market. So the type of the grain that which we grow in India is typically a superior quality for the food. So this sort of an information that has to be embedded in sensitizing the world markets, I think that is one of the agenda which is raised, and we will be able to take it up. Traditionally, Indian exports has been, it is all commodity rather than value-added products. So I was just telling that perhaps HSN codes, if they are very specific to the millet commodity, perhaps the data that is going to generate it will be more accurate. I think APIDA will be taking up soon on this, and we'll move forward. Our next speaker is Sri Laya, Deccan Development Society. She's there? Yeah. So I'll ask Shilpi Fitterbits about their experience in exporting value-added products. She's not there. Huh?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shilpi from Fitterbites. We have ready-to-cook snacks, mixes, and noodles based out of millets. So I am very early stage when it comes to export. We are yet to export our first order, and it's to an unusual market. Typically, people generally start with US, Canada, or Middle East, because there the Indian diaspora is bigger, and typically that's the target. For me, it is Poland, and I would say it just happened out of our. So I would okay. Let me start with what are the 3 things that a startup or an exporter should look into when you're looking at exporting Indian products. So one is, what is your customer target? Are you looking at the Indian diaspora in those countries, or are you looking at the local population of that country? Because then the product has to be accordingly tweaked, like everyone said. If you send, let's say if it is a multi-millet dosa batter mix, then it may not be acceptable. People will not even understand if they are, Americans or Polish or different nationalities. So you have to tweak the name. You can call it a pancake mix, or think about how you can change the name for the same product and make changes. If it is Indian diaspora, then people are aware of these products, and the similar product can be looked at exporting. Also, in terms of packaging, there are certain labeling guidelines for each country. It differs, and there are consultants available who can help you in getting in place as per the country requirements. So packaging again is important. And third thing, I would say, what I felt, having a local partner in that country would definitely help, because export comes with a risk. There is a lot of capital that goes both at the preparation stage and also when you are supplying, because sometimes the terms of trades are not every time you will get upfront payment. It could be part payment, it could be post delivery, so there is a huge investment involved. So it's better when you have a reliable partner on the other side. You have to do your own market survey, or if you can set up your own small office with a local team there, that would be helpful, but again that comes with an investment. So we are still at early stages. Also there are certain quality, it's not only in India that you need certain legal requirements to be done, like export code and registration with APIDA. For other for that particular country also to import the products, there are certain regulatory requirements. So it's good, I mean it's required that you do your research before you enter, and it does require initial investment to get those regulations in place and your packaging done as per the country. So thank you, this has been my experience so far, and thanks for the opportunity to share my experiences with the group here.
Thank you. Thank you, Shilpi, for some insights, especially the practical experience that she went through. And as packaging is one of the very vital thing that one has to, the new point that has come from her thing. So, and some of the logistics that are involved also are very important. Then we have Kavita Dev, some Samarpan Nature Farms.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Kavita Dev from Chhattisgarh. I'm a small entrepreneur right now. I would like to tell you 1.5 year, a small company of mine, my experiences regarding that, so that it will be very much useful for the new upcoming startups and all. And Mr. Nitinji is there, who is telling that there were no farmers in this dash, but I'm a farmer, sir. I'm here. I'm here. And I'm a natural farmer from Chhattisgarh. Sir, regarding the marketing and commercialization, I would like to talk a few things about this. Where I face what I am experiencing, I'll just tell those things. In the last 21-22, we have started a startup in from IIMR with breakfast recipes, premixes, along with some herbs like ashwagandha and all. We add in that, and like muleti and hathjod and all. We add them in our premixes along with chutney mix we used to give. It became a very good hit in Chhattisgarh itself. I didn't go above Chhattisgarh more, but in Chhattisgarh and Raipur we have concentrated. Now the second thing is we are this Diwali we had sweets boxes. 4 types of millets we have added in that. Maybe I can get few clips from there. It was inaugurated last 16 September in Delhi from our agriculture university people through Mr. Tomarji, Agriculture Minister, Union Agriculture Minister last week. It became a super hit for me, a small entrepreneur. I've got a 500 boxes order this month itself for Diwali. So regarding the branding, I'm the brand for my company. I'm a whole soul for my company. I do from the roots and all. And regarding the commercialization, I'm utilizing my rural area ladies from my village. I'm taking the help from them. I'm doing my R&D, being a mother, being from a healthy concept families from last 40 years, so I can do my R&D well. So I do all of them, and this time my laddus have become a hit because of my R&D and all. So regarding the coming 29th, we are having delegates from Delhi in Agriculture University, Raipur. They are getting gifted through our company, Samarpan Natural Farms gift boxes. From entire year, they told that we are going to serve the guests with immuno millet sweets and all. This is a great opportunity for me. And I'll be working with everyone, the housewives, the schools. I'll go with the hospitals, AIIMS and all, to explain regarding millet batters, to utilize them in their canteens. If they don't have the opportunity of utilizing them, I'll suggest them the premixes and explain them the necessity of eating millets. Why we have forgotten eating millets nowadays. So that is the way I approach all of these people. Regarding exporting, I'm not much interested because I don't know more about that. But every month to Singapore, 100 kgs of millet batter, dosa batter will go from our Samarpan from last 1 year we are giving B2B for them. So I'm much happy for that because I don't need any certifications of exports and all. And one more consignment is going to Canada in a few days. So that's a good opportunity for us we had. So telling how to utilize, how to scale up your business, no need of we investing more on missionaries, but do investment more on your R&Ds, on your creativities, on the rural areas, what we have over there. What I am doing, the premixes as well as the laddus, as the traditionals one I am focusing on. So I need only all these things. This is the investment for me, not financially, not investing more on missionaries. Next, Kadarvalli sir has come in June to Raipur. We had a privilege of serving 250 people with breakfast and lunch only on millet recipes.
Madam, you need to conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. So thanks one and all to have me here. I'm a small buddy entrepreneur right now. So maybe this will be very useful for upcoming many people here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavita. I think she's a lone fighter in the forest areas and plain areas of Chhattisgarh, working very hard, and in a small baby steps she took that and she has gone to the extent of exporting to Singapore and other places. I think it's a good example. I think perhaps our claps may encourage us. So join your hands to clap her. Now that we have one more speaker, one more panelist, Mr. Afzal from Magnum Foods. Sir, we are eager to hear from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Afzal. I'm from Manshid. We are a very young startup. We have launched our product only in the month of last October. So, hello. Thank you. So, we are into healthy snacking segment, trying to give the alternate of the junk snacking. And we have, in the short span of time, covered all our Indian market almost everywhere, every state. And now we are planning to start the export. I don't have any experience, but planning to start the export. So we are working on it. So as Mr. Bajaj mentioned, we are very careful about the labeling, about the local taste and the branding and everything. So very carefully we are working on it. But we are facing the problems at entry level, which every young startup faces, which is market access, logistics, and the clearance, so the consignment clearance, etc. So these are the few issues we're facing. We would like to meet, if Mr. Bajaj allows us appointment, give us appointment in Delhi, we can come and meet with him. And with regards to product and all, we are very quality conscious product. So, and we are very customer needs and taste driven company. So we are very careful about all those issues. And with the certification, we know it's every country has certain certifications, certain local laws. So we are working on that also. But again, as I said, if we can have the help in the market access over there and in the clearances and the market places, so that will be really great. And thank you, Dr. Rao, to having us here and helping us in the product development and other issues. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Afzal. In fact, very critical factors that are there with regard to the export in terms of the country requirements vary, and Dr. Bajaj in his keynote he has mentioned sufficiently that when you try to examine very critically all the countries where they are major importers of major exporters and importers, we are not there. So very important thing that which we need to understand those countries' requirements, at least to begin with. These are the countries which have potential where major exporting is happening. So why not we just get into the requirements of those countries, and then, sir, I think both of us, APIDA as well as IMR, with regard to millets, we can come out and try to take out. Now we have about 10 to 15 countries. Can we really just bring out the requirements of these states with regard to these commodity millets and all those things, and then perhaps that information may be kept on our website, so that makes their job very easy. So taking forward, thank you Afzal once again, and for the brief remarks that you gave through the limited experience that you have. But I think it's all a ball game. So where more and more you will come across the problems, more you are growing, more you get acquainted with the systems, export systems, and thereof, I think, and also the cross learning that we get through from one another, because this sort of a panel, I think, I'm sure that it gave a multicolored views about the export of millets and how we can take and benchmark these things and try to improve from this current level of the constraints that are there. And one good thing that which we are observing is that the export markets has gone. So we take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable DG Saab Sri Himanshu Pathak ji. Namaskar, sir. All of us, let us clap our hands. And he is accompanied by our Deputy Director General, Sri D.K. Yadava, seats also. So please be seated. So now, having done this exercise and trying to see that, I'm sure that the audience are now familiar with the export markets, that is very potential to the nature, and how we are really on a positive side. When the production is on the negative side, exports are on a positive side. It means the consumption side, we are slowly getting into that, but I think the more component of the commodity to value added production, that is very crucial for us to gain a lot of revenue from this particular millets also, so that we will be adding. Now, I think, sir, millets, if you ask us, then the GDP that it contributes is 0.07 GDP. So it means that can we put an immediate target at least 1% of GDP? So one of the major way that which we can attain is through the increased export markets. I think if we are going to attain 1% GDP of the country, I think that is a very laudable thing from an international year of millets, but it is an achievable target. So that 1% GDP from millets, I think keeping our target straight and with the vision that under the leadership of our Prime Minister, I think we need to move forward. The whole of the community is brought under a single head, this multi-stakeholder thing. So let us take these things forward. Before we close this session, so we have a very important session just coming forth, but we will take a couple of questions in the presence of our Honorable DG, sir, with your kind permission. Yes, please. Please give him a hand. आप इंट्रोड्यूस करके अपना प्रश्न.
Hello, myself Mayur. I run a startup called Jivamrut. It's a digital marketplace for natural farmers and organic products. So heard a lot about export, and as sir mentioned, many times thanks to social media we get some or other random inquiries, but ऐसे लगता है कि export is not for us. It's like some other space. So what are those starting steps? Especially we got recent queries from Netherlands. One of our friends stays there. He's running a local business. So he needs those products. We are anyway giving those products domestically here. We have the supply chain with natural farmers, organic brands. But logistic becomes one of the key point, or any agency who is working in this segment, okay, there is third party with whom we can connect. So Mr. started on the right note that export seems to be not for us. तो ये जो एक चैलेंज है या सम एम्बिग्विटी इन द माइंड, इज देयर अ वे दैट वी कैन अप्रोच समवन एंड दे कैन हेल्प अस set up some food supply chain or supply chain with the outside countries or something? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, you see, this is the basic homework when you have to do when you want to start a unit. This is the homework you have to do, that where to start my unit, how, which I will be doing, where I will be procuring, and then where I am going to manufacture it, and then where is my market. So this is the basic homework. One has to do it before entering into this field. So after entering, don't search for these things. That will be too late for you. So before doing it, you have to do everything. As far as you are doing that, you are getting inquiries and passing on to to the persons. You have two sources. One is EPIDA. You can connect to EPIDA. We have, and our website also has all the exporters who are available. And we are going to, very soon we are going to have a separate information on the millet also. Plus Indian Institute of Millet Research, they also have a good source. They have a list of startups they can provide to you. Yeah.
Sir, this is not a question, this is an opportunity in the presence of DG Saab, and IIMR is our proud partner. I am from Lead Foundation Global. We are promoting Dr. APJ Abdul Kalamji's mission for more than a decade. We are a global organization. We have come up with a fund called Lead Impact Fund for sustaining, empowering sustainability. Ag Food Tech 360 we are doing at NORM, Hyderabad. And there is a $5 billion fund availability for various sectors. Ag Food Tech is one of the primary sectors we are focusing. I request Madam, the IIMR Director, to take all these opportunities to you, and we also will come to you, sir, and definitely take this opportunity and make it very impactful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think with this we will conclude today's session. So in fact, the last remark will be given by Dr. Tarun Bajaj, APIDA. But IMR is really just gearing up and building that registration process. You can contact us. We are doing that job. One person is exclusively dedicated, so that you please contact him. So once again, thank you from this co-chair.
Thank you very much. So just to conclude, there is an opportunity we have seen now in millet and millet products. We have an opportunity to encash it. And where is the opportunity? I mentioned it in the beginning itself. And this is the right time. International Year of Millet. छोटी सी बात से किनोवा इतना फैल गया दुनिया भर में, और अब तो हम बहुत शोर मचाने वाले हैं मिलेट को लेके. तो हम जो ऑलरेडी इस फील्ड में हैं, जो इसमें प्रोडक्ट्स लेकर आए हैं, try to encash this opportunity. This year is going to be a game changer. And after that, we'll have many more opportunities. But before I conclude, I would like to just to introduce you to my two officers, because they will be always readily available for all the queries to answer. One, I have an officer from Delhi, Mr. Man Prakash. He is in charge of millet, and he will be taking care of all the exports from the millet. I have a regional manager, Mr. Dharma Rao. He's just gone for a while. He'll be there. We have a regional office here in Hyderabad, and any information is available at your doorstep. So one this, we convey our sincere thanks to our panelists. They have given a very valuable information, more practical information. So in this session, you have seen they have shared their practical knowledge, what difficulty we faced and how we are trying to overcome it, and what are the opportunities and challenges. They have given a very practical insight of it, everything. And special thanks to Indian Institute of Millet Research. My dear friend, Dr. Dayakar Rao, he has handled this session very well. So thank you very much to everyone. Thanks a lot.
This session was sponsored by APIDA. So join your hands to clap and then praise. They have reached out to you. Thank you once again, one and all. And we conclude this session.
Yeah, on behalf of all the organizers, we thank the chair and co-chair of this session. And we thank all the panelists also who are there with us. in this special session on millet exports, marketing, branding and commercialization approaches. The chairperson is Dr. Tarun Bajaj and co-chaired by Dr. Dayakar Rao. Thank you all the panelists too.
Okay. No, it's not working. Okay. Good morning all. I am happy to welcome Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary Day and TGICAR. Please come to the dais, sir. I extend my warmest greetings to you, sir, for joining us in this mega convention, National Nutricereal Convention 4, organized by SCR IAMR. And I also welcome Additional Director General Dr. D.K. Yadava, ADC Seeds, to come on to the dais. And I also welcome Dr. Chatterjee, Director of Project Directorate on Poultry, to the dais. And sir, we have tried to bring in all the stakeholders together in this mega convention and trying to engage them actively for cross-learning with each other's experiences. The sessions were a confluence of all the disciplines from production to processing to policy. Sir, yesterday several millet missions have shared their success stories and challenges faced by them in millet promotion in their respective states. There are more than 80 stalls in the exhibition area showcasing diverse value-added products, services and technologies to various tokens. Now I request Dr. Dayakar to honor our DG and felicitate our DG. Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Director General, ICAR and Secretary there. Now I request, okay. I thank Dr. B. Dayakar and his team for, yeah. I also request Vice Chancellor Niftem to come on to the dais. Sir, please come on to the dais. ICAR IAMR is working actively to carry out the millet promotion across the country and the world. We are extending our support to all the stakeholders in all the possible ways for providing quality seeds of high-yielding varieties, technologies, training, etc. to ensure the dissemination of information about millets and spreading the goodness of millets to all. Sir, this is first visit after you have assumed the office as DG ICAR recently, and sir, we promise to deliver the best of the services to all the stakeholders engaged in millet promotion in the country and strengthen ICAR's hand in devising strategies for millet promotion across the globe. I would request you to pay a visit to all the facilities of ICAR IAMR also and inspire all of us to deliver better, sir. I once again welcome you, sir, for this mega convention and request you to address this.
Thank you very much, madam. All the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my colleagues from Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, EPIDA, all the entrepreneurs, particularly our young friends. I was visiting all the stalls and I was really happy to see the enthusiasm, to see the zeal with each and every one of them to make this a success. Friends, let me tell you, you have already achieved a milestone. When the whole world is going to celebrate 2023 as International Year of Millet, probably we already have achieved the milestone. The millets have already achieved the milestone, and along with this, Government of India and the whole country has also achieved the milestone. So I must congratulate each and every one of you, those who have been associated with millets, directly or indirectly. You are directly associated. There are many others who are indirectly associated, including our farmers, who have been cultivating these millets for thousands of years. So I must congratulate and give credit to each and every one of them, because they have been nurturing these millets for us in all adverse conditions. And now the time of millets has come. So I think we all deserve a big round of applause and congratulations for all of them who have been associated with this millet. Friends, all of you are millet master, I can say. So I shall not talk much about millets and their properties and all those things. But let me tell you, there are some very unique qualities, not in terms of nutrition, certainly these are nutrition, but Indianness in millet. Because millets belong to India. The other day I had a meeting with our Honorable Prime Minister, and the meeting lasted for around 25 minutes, one-to-one. Out of these 25 minutes, he spent 4 to 5 minutes discussing about International Year of Millets. So you can imagine how much importance the highest authority of the country is giving on millets. He was discussing in details what you are doing, what kind of promotional activities ICR and Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare and private organizations are doing. And then he had some very good suggestions to make. And when I explained to him that, okay, we are already doing all of these things, he was very, very happy to know. Very, very happy to know. So I informed him that it is not only going to be limited only with research institutes. It has already gone out of research institutes. All these private organizations, those who are not associated with agriculture, they are also involved. Our youth is now involved. And through our embassies and United Nations, we are going to promote millet in every country of the world. And we have also made a point that whenever any international conference will be happening either in the country or outside the country, millet is going to be one integral part of all these activities. And thereby, certainly the millet will be reaching to whole global community. We have done the initial groundwork, and today when I see this particular conclave, let me tell you, I am really, really happy. I do not have my words to congratulate you and all others who have been associated with this one. Friends, we know there are several issues. Issues in the research, how to increase the productivity of millets, how to increase the shelf life of the millets, how to come out with new and new recipes and products with the millets, how to make it all other things so that it can reach and really can qualify the taste of the world. Now it is limited to our taste. So our taste buds are familiar with millets, but then our job is to make the taste buds of the whole community familiar to millet. And there are lots of things to do research, there are lots of things to do in marketing, lots of things to do in export and all other kinds of things. But let me tell you one thing, that for thousands of years, as I said, our poor farmers have preserved these resources for us. Thousands of years, maybe more than 11,000 years to be precise, before today. Now we should also ensure that when millet goes to the international community, the benefit also should reach to those poor farmers. Now we are very happy to see that, okay, millet is being sold 100 gram for a cost of 250 rupees or 500 rupees or whatever it is. But let us also ensure that a good part of this profit goes back to the farmers, because they were the custodians, they were the people who have nurtured, cultivated, preserved, conserved, utilized, and then given to us these things. So farmers, particularly poor farmers, small and marginal farmers of rain-fed region where the rainfall is really very low, those benefits must reach there. Friends, let me tell you, there are several things which millet is now echoing the sentiment and narratives of India. How this? We really want that Indian products should be reaching to the global community. And millet is one such product, which is purely Indian. And that can certainly reach to the global community. So India reaches to the global community. We also talk of nature-friendly farming. And that's a big point of discussion, all of you know very well. Millet is the crop which suits very well to nature-friendly farming. Without giving much of chemicals, much of fertilizers, pesticides and all of these things, you can really grow a good crop of millet, and with new varieties and technologies, farmers can earn a good amount of money. So it is nature-friendly, and that's what we are trying to promote in Government of India and also elsewhere. Third one is, whenever we talk of climate resilient agriculture, we talk of millet first, because millet is really climate smart, climate hardy and climate friendly crops. So probably that is another advantage when we talk of climate resilience or climate smartness or so on, then millet comes. When we talk of good health, and we now talk of One Health means our health or human health is not only controlled by human food, our health is also controlled and determined by the health of the crop, by health of the soil, by health of animal, by health of water bodies, by health of the atmosphere. All of these are connected to one another. And when you talk of these connections with all of these, then you get a crop like millet, which is really healthy, not only for us, but it is also healthy for soil, it is also healthy for water, it is also healthy for atmosphere from climate change point of view, because it doesn't emit greenhouse gases, it has got very good adaptive capacity. So from adaptation point of view, from mitigation point of view, millet is the crop. So with lots of advantages, lots and lots of advantages, there is no point that we will not be able to succeed in national as well as international market to reach the global community. I think the time of millet has come. And let me tell you, one of our former Prime Minister used to say that nobody can stop that idea whose time has come. So I think the time of millet has come, and nobody will be stopped millet now from reaching to the global community. But at the same time, as I said, there are several hurdles to overcome, lot of research, and that's what I am hinting at Madam and the whole institute, Dr. Dayakar and all of my community colleagues from ICR and other organizations, research and development. We really have to work hard to sort out some of these problems, which you know much more than me, and I also mentioned one or two. Then, of course, the marketing part, export part, food production part. Vice Chancellor Niptem is here. Thank you very much, sir, for being over here. And of course, from the council, reaching to the farmers. And most importantly for today's purpose, our young, dynamic, enthusiastic entrepreneurs, startups, who are really going to contribute in a big way to promote millets. Friends, you know that on 17th of next month, October, in New Delhi, we are going to organize one startup conclave, which will be addressed by Honorable Prime Minister. And there we are inviting more than 1,000 startups from various commodities and from various parts of the country. And millet again is going to be one of our area of attraction. one or few stalls are going to be there. Then the next year, Government of India is going to host G20 summit, and there will be around 200 meetings all over the country. And our Honorable Prime Minister has given a strict direction that in all of these G20 meetings, millets should be an integral part. So with all these initiatives and interest all through, I think we will be able to succeed. So I wish each and every one of you all the best. Let us work together to take it even further, to take it to the doorstep of the world community, and by doing that, not only India will be reaching the global community, but our poor farmers also will be benefit. Indian agriculture will be resilient to climate change. Indian agriculture also will be able to save soil, water and atmosphere from the pollution point of view, because millet has got all these qualities with this. So with this, I once again thank you and congratulate each and every one of you. Let me assure you from Indian Council of Agriculture Research, for your activities, madam, and all of us, all of you sitting over here, ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, will always be at the forefront to help and support you, be it in support from policy point of view, be financial point of view, be it from research and development point of view, and for on any other, whatever you come out with that one. Once again, congratulations to each and every one, and I wish not only this event, but all the events which are going to come throughout the next year, a very big success. Very, very big success. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Sir, it was a very encouraging address to all the stakeholders. So, in fact, this is a part of the multi-stakeholder we brought under a single roof. Academicians, researchers, startups, industry, state governments, NGOs, farmers producer organization, entire array of the exporters. So I think we covered several things. It is a befitting thing for us to have you here this morning. In fact, I thank the entire team of ICR headquarters. Your wishes were with us. So we have come to this level and we promise to deliver as we are going to approach in next 3 months time the International Year of Millets, and now we have built up such an ecosystem, sir. I think it becomes very easy for us to translate. So now you have seen what it is, just it's only a sample. I think we promise that the next year it could be 2x or 3x of this. So we are going to have this Nutri Hub is an annual flagship event, sir, for every year. But I think with the Prime Minister's blessings and his support, we will be taking things. With regard to research and development, we are finding many partners, especially in IITs, NITs, various other universities, and our NIFTEM, they are already our partner. So this way, I think what we can do, we were doing it. What we cannot do, we are bringing other stakeholders, so that together we can deliver this. For the expectations, we will not, ICR flag should be flying high, Indian flag should be high with regard to this International Year of Millets, sir. Thank you once again for your time. But before we conclude, just we want to give a small memento to you, sir, as an appreciation of your being a part of our. Sir, yesterday Agriculture Minister of Government of Telangana was here. He taught us one thing, that you need to clap on for 1 minute. So now I asked them to clap on for 20 seconds. Today we have a valedictory session, sir. So then Union Minister for Tourism is going to be the chief guest. Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
सामान आपकी गाड़ी में रखवा दो या फिर
Before we start that quick session, that Nukkad Natak wale, please come forward. Come forward quickly, without taking much time, as we'll use this time of Salman, aye, and your team. A quick 7-minute Nukkad Natak हो जाएगा, फिर उसके बाद another session that we will.
आओ सबको एक कहानी सुनाए। खान पान में क्या है पोशा,
बात बतलाए।
आओ सबको एक कहानी सुनाए,
जो मिट्टी के पास ले जाए।
खान पान में क्या है पोशा,
आओ सबको ये बात बतलाए।
सारे किसान एक पेड़ के नीचे बैठे हुए हैं।
पिछले साल तो कितनी अच्छी वर्षा हुई थी, इस साल तो कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो हमारा गुजारा कैसे होगा?
अरे भैया, अब क्या कर सकते हैं, जो है वो ऊपर वाले के ही हाथ में है, जो करेगा वो स्वयं करेगा।
भगवान को कोस के भी क्या होगा, छोड़ो आज का समाचार सुनते हैं।
आज के मौसम विभाग के समाचार में आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज के समाचार ये दर्शाते हैं कि आने वाले 2 महीनों में बारिश के कोई आसार नजर नहीं आते हैं, जो कि हमारे किसान भाइयों के लिए समस्या का कारण है। धन्यवाद।
हे भगवान, ये तो बिग प्रॉब्लम हो गई।
अब इसका निवारण कौन होगा?
अरे रुको रुको रुको, हमारे गांव में एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर आने वाला है जो कि इन्फेक्शन करेगा।
अरे क्या होता है? अरे भाई, वो एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर है, ऑफिसर नहीं, जो इंस्पेक्शन करने आया है, इन्फेक्शन नहीं। और इंस्पेक्शन माने जांच। अच्छा, इंस्पेक्शन करने आए हैं।
गांव वालों ने किया था भगवान के हवाले,
आ रहे हैं शहर वाले।
गांव वालों ने सब किया भगवान
के हवाले, आ रहे हैं शहर
वाले।
अरे भैया दवाई ले लो दवाई, अरे भैया दवाई ले लो दवाई। ओ मेरे बहना, ओ मेरे भाई, लेके आया हूँ हर मर्ज की दवाई। आओ भाई ले लो दवाई, ले लो दवाई।
अरे अरे भैया, मेरे को एक शुगर की दवाई देना।
अरे ये लो मैडम जी आपकी शुगर की दवाई।
मुझे एक टेलीविजन की दवाई देना।
अरे मैडम जी टेलीविजन की बीमारी कौन सी है?
टीबी की।
अच्छा टीबी, ये लो मैम आपकी दवाई।
अरे भाई साहब, मुझे एक टीबी की, लिवर की, पेट दर्द की और किडनी की, सभी की दवाई दे दीजिए।
अरे मैडम इतनी बीमारियां?
अरे भाई साहब, ये सिर्फ मेरे की नहीं, मेरे पूरे परिवार की है। मेरे बाबूजी को टीबी है, मेरे पति देव को पेट दर्द की, मेरी माताजी को लिवर की और मुझे टीबी की।
ये लो मैडम जी आपकी 5 दवाइयाँ और ऊपर से एक मुफ्त भी लेके जाइए।
एक मुफ्त क्यों?
अरे ये अस्थमा की दवाई है।
अस्थमा?
हाँ, आपको ये होने वाला है, रखिए आपके पास। अरे आजकल तो लोग बहुत ज्यादा बीमार होते जा रहे हैं, मुझे क्या, मेरा तो धंधा टॉप क्लास चल रहा है भाई।
देख तेरी संसार की हालत क्या हो गई भगवान।
टपक गया इंसान, एक और टपक गया इंसान, है मार डाला, है मार डाला। अरे दवाई ले लो भाई दवाई, अरे भाई दवाई ले लो दवाई। अरे मैडम जी आप तो बड़ी बीमार लगती हो, टेंशन ना लो, हमारे पास हर दवाई का इलाज है।
मेरी बीमारी का इलाज आपके अकेले के पास नहीं है।
ऐसी कौन सी बीमारी है मैडम जी आपको?
लापरवाही की बीमारी। और दुख की बात तो ये है कि मुझे ये बीमारी खुद से नहीं, इन लोगों की वजह से हुई है।
अरे मैडम जी आपका दिमाग सटिया गया है क्या?
क्या?
अरे मैडम, जब इतनी अजीबोगरीब बातें कर रहे हो, अब हो कौन?
मैं वो हूँ जिसने इन लोगों को पीने के लिए पानी दिया, सांस लेने के लिए शुद्ध हवा दी, उपजाऊ जमीन दी, फल दी, फसलें दी, और बदले में इन लोगों ने मुझे क्या दिया? कूड़ा, कचरा, प्रदूषण, जानलेवा केमिकल और न जाने क्या क्या। मैं वो हूँ जिन्हें इन लोगों को जीवन दान दिया। मैं धरती हूँ।
अच्छा, वो गोल गोल गोला?
अरे हाँ भाई हाँ।
अच्छा, वो जो सूरज की तरफ चक्कर लगाता है वो गोला?
अरे हाँ भाई हाँ। क्या आधार कार्ड दूं?
नहीं नहीं मैडम जी नहीं, लेकिन आपकी ऐसी हालत हुई कैसे?
मेरी ये हालत इन लोगों की वजह से हुई है, इन लोगों की लापरवाही की वजह से हुई। ना जाने इन लोगों ने मेरे साथ क्या क्या किया, मुझे बर्बाद कर दिया। देखो देखो देखो, उधर देखो, अब एक किसान परेली में आग लगा रहा है।
आग लगानी, आग लगानी, आग लगानी। भाई साहब, माचिस है क्या आपके पास?
नहीं भाई साहब,
माचिस
नहीं।
माचिस माचिस।
अरे क्यों लगानी है?
पराली जलानी, आग लगानी, आग लगानी, आग लगानी।
नहीं लगा सकते, नहीं लगा सकते, नहीं लगा सकते।
पर क्यों?
अरे आपको पता है परेली जलाने से कितना नुकसान होता है? सबसे पहले तो गर्मी बढ़ जाती है।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और परेली जलाने से हमारे खेतों के आसपास के पेड़ पौधे भी सूख जाते हैं।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और तो और परेली जलाने से यानी आग लगाने से हमारे खेतों के कीड़े मकोड़े भी मर जाते हैं। और पहले ही आपने गेहूं और धान की फसल जलाकर सारा पानी बर्बाद कर दिया। अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो फिर आप धरती और पानी को खा जाओगे।
अच्छा।
हाँ, शुक्र है मेरे अलावा पानी और धरती की फिक्र किसी को तो है।
अब ये कौन है?
ये मिलेट गर्ल है। यही तो है जिन्हें आपकी, हमारी, इस पानी, इस धरती यानी कि सबकी चिंता है।
मुझे सबकी फिक्र है, मुझे इन सब की फिक्र है। मुझे पानी की फिक्र है, मुझे धरती की फिक्र है, मुझे इस किसान की फिक्र है, इसके परिवार की फिक्र है। पर ये किसान अपने परिवार को धीरे धीरे बीमारियों की चपेट में ले रहा है।
मैं चपेट में ले रहा हूँ?
हाँ।
मैं बीमार कर रहा हूँ? क्या मतलब?
जो तुम पराली जलाते हो, उस पराली से निकला हुआ धुआं जो कि हानिकारक धुआं है, वो धीरे धीरे इस हवा में फैल रहा है। इस हवा में तुम्हारा परिवार सांस ले रहा है। जब तुम्हारा परिवार सांस लेगा तो वो धुआं उनके फेफड़ों में जाएगा और वो बीमार पड़ेंगे ही।
पराली ना जलाऊं तो करूँ क्या?
सोच बदलो, नजरिया बदलो, फसल बदलो।
फसल बदलो? क्या मतलब?
मिलेट लगाओ।
उससे क्या होगा?
मिलेट के बहुत से फायदे हैं, जैसे आपके स्वास्थ्य को, पानी को, धरती को और भी बहुत।
अच्छा, आज से मैं मिलेट लगाऊंगा। अरे आज तो एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर आने वाली हैं, चलो वहां चलते हैं।
गाँव वालों, अफसर मैडम आ रही है, आ रही है भाई, आ रही है, अफसर मैडम आ रही है।
हमारे गांव में पानी नहीं आ रही है मैडम। अगर ऐसे ही चलेगा तो हमारा गुजारा कैसे होगा मैडम?
मैडम, घर में खाने को एक अन्न का दाना भी नहीं है, हम क्या करें मैडम?
आपकी जो प्रॉब्लम है वो बदलना ना तो वो आपके हाथ में, ना तो वो मेरे हाथ में, लेकिन आप अपनी फसलों को बदल के इस समस्या का समाधान पा सकते हैं।
और क्या ये संभव है?
जी हाँ, ये संभव है। आपने रागी, ज्वार और बाजरा का नाम तो सुना ही होगा।
हाँ मैडम, सुना है।
बहुत अच्छे। इन फसलों को हम मिलेट्स कहते हैं और आपकी समस्या में ये बहुत ही फायदेमंद है। ये केवल ना ही हमारे लिए ही अच्छी है बल्कि इस पूरे पर्यावरण के लिए अच्छी है।
और पानी का क्या मैडम?
इन्हें उगाने के लिए कम से कम पानी लगता है, जिससे आपकी पानी की समस्या भी दूर हो सकती है। और तो और इन्हें लगाने के लिए ना तो कोई पेस्टिसाइड लगता है और ना तो कोई फर्टिलाइजर।
मैडम, ये से आपने क्या बोला?
फर्टिलाइजर मतलब होता है खाद और पेस्टिसाइड्स मतलब होता है कीटनाशक।
पर ये होगा कैसे? और इसको खाएगा कौन?
सब खाएंगे, बड़े, बच्चे, बुजुर्ग सब खाएंगे। आजकल के बच्चे जंक फूड पे इतना डिपेंड हो गए हैं कि अपनी सेहत का ध्यान ही नहीं रखते। पर अगर हम जंक फूड को मिलेट से रिप्लेस कर दें तो सबकी हेल्थ बहुत अच्छी रहेगी। और तो और जवान और बूढ़े इस मिलेट्स को खा के अपना कोलेस्ट्रॉल और बीपी जैसी बीमारियों को भी कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। तो मिलेट्स उगाओ और अपनी फसल बढ़ाओ।
अब से हम मिलेट ही लगाएंगे।
जैसा कि आप सबने देखा कि एक जगह गांव की हालत है, इधर लोग किसान अपनी खेती में मिलेट्स उगा ही नहीं रहे। उसका कारण हमने शहर में देखा कि लोग जंक फूड पे ज़्यादा खाते हैं, मिलेट्स के अलावा लोग ज़्यादा जंक फूड खाना पसंद करते हैं, जो कि अलग अलग बीमारियों का कारण बनती है। जैसे जंक फूड खाने की वजह से बीपी, शुगर, हार्ट की बीमारियां ये सब होती है। अगर हम जंक फूड्स को मिलेट से रिप्लेस कर दें और मिलेट को अपने डाइट में इंक्लूड कर दें तो हम इन सब बीमारियों से बच सकते हैं।
Millets are the most sustainable and environmental friendly crops. They require much less rainfall and are much cheaper than any other crop. Moreover, they are really helpful for today's generation, especially for the health freaks. So health freaks, don't forget to add them in your diet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dear students, thank you very much for your performance. Now we will have a session on post-harvest processing, value addition and recipe development in millets. So I would now request Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, Vice Chancellor, NIFTEM, the chairperson for this particular session. Sir, please come on the stage. I request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, CEO, Nutri Hub. Yes. Sir का session है. Madam. I request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, CEO, Nutri Hub, ICRIMR, to deliver the keynote address for this session. Then I would request the panelists, Mr. Binu Cherian, Country Manager, Harvest Plus. Sir, please come. Then I would request Dr. Komal Chauhan from NIFTEM Kundli. Madam, please join us on the stage. Then we have Dr. P.S. Rao from IIT Kharagpur. Sir, please join us on the stage. Then we have Madam Chef Gunjan Goila from Delhi. Madam, please join us. Then we have Dr. K.K. Pant, Principal IHM Pusa. Then we have Dr. Savinder Kaur, Lovely Professional University. Madam, please join. Then Dr. Meenakshi Singh, Madam from CSIR. So this is going to be a session on post-harvest processing, value addition and recipe development in millets. Now I would leave the platform to the chair. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I know it's maybe time for lunch. That is the reason people are just moving front and back. Probably I wish some more people will join for this session. But all the same, I know we have a time constraint. Basically, I think this has to be completed in about half an hour time, as per the suggestions from the coordinator of this whole program, Dr. Dayakar Rao. And I would say here, we are dealing with a very sensitive and a very important topic, which is, I would say, the post-harvest management, especially the value addition, and the title of that, of course, let me just read out. So, post-harvest processing, value addition, recipe development in millets. I think this is something, the last part is more interesting, but all the same, I think we have very eminent, especially panelists on the dais. I welcome all of them. And I know, always we know that the post-harvest management is something which is very important in India. We have been losing, especially the post-harvest losses are quite high as far as the cereals are concerned. Of course, it is more so with, I would say, the rice and wheat and things like that. Maybe the millets are much more sturdier. Probably the losses in terms of in terms of quantity may not be more than 5%, but all the same, in fact, the shelf life of some of these things is also has to be kept in mind, especially I would say the bajra, which has not a great shelf life, and where the requirement of the post-harvest management becomes all the more important. And another thing which is very, very important is we need to address the total value chain in terms of maybe the production, process, I would say the storage, the logistics which are involved, and the branding, marketing. All these things are the concerns of post-harvest management. And India being a country which is, I would say, known for millet production, unfortunately or fortunately, we were out of place for quite some time because the whole cereal production or the food grain production was dominated by rice and wheat. Today again, thanks to the nature and thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister, that he is putting India on the map of millet, sole millet producing country of the world. So that's where I think we are all here. Probably, as was said in the morning, it is the genotype which is very, very important, and probably by improved genotype we can always achieve a higher production and productivity levels. That is something which is great. And that apart, what is produced, how do we reach to the people? How do we reach to the end user? That is something which is very, very important. I know millets were not regarded as food of everyone earlier. It was regarded as poor man's food. But today, the millets have become the most costliest cereals compared to any other cereal in the country. Why? It's all because of its nutritional value and nutritional benefits. So that's where I think we are here today. In fact, there are more than 25 or 30 the millets across the whole country, out of which how many of them we are focusing. That is something which is very, very important. Maybe about 6 or 8. I think 6 to 8 millets are becoming important for us in the day-to-day life. So that is where I think we need to give a focus on this. That apart, how do we utilize that and bring it to the mainstream? Could be in the public distribution system or ICDS or midday meal scheme and things like that, which are part of the whole value chain system. But as a common man food, still I would say it is not yet to find a market. I know a lot of the startups who are here, probably the entrepreneurs and the self-help groups and all that, they have come up with many products. And one thing which we need to really understand is, how do we bring in a value addition into millets? That is something which we need to really understand. So probably I think that value addition, not necessary that it should be mixed with other food grains and all that, but all the same, I know millets are not great source of protein. Compared to the other cereals may be better. But the human body requires much better protein as well. How do we supplement and complement these things? Maybe some of the deficient vitamins and all that also can be done. And that's where I think value addition is taking a big shape. In fact, now different kinds of value-added products are finding the market, of the millet market, I would say. So we need to really look at, many institutions are involved. IIMR is leading from the forefront, and probably other research institutions like the CFTRI, I think they have done a lot of work earlier, and even now also it's continued. And likewise, I think NIFTEM has come into being, and it is also spearheading some of the research activities and all that, and in the INI. And one thing which we need to remember, what is really missing is, with startups, I would say here, my request is only that come up with a nutritional status of the product which you make. That is one thing which otherwise is missing. People say that it is good for health, all that, this, that, or it has minerals, vitamins and all that, but the quantification is not happening. So that is something which probably the millet product producers or the value-added producers probably I think need to look at and then help bringing in that. And of course, that apart, the recipe, which are, I would say, the traditional recipes have to be documented. So that can be improved upon. That's where I think now the IIMR is doing in a great service, and probably they have
that they want to Instagram the food before they have it. There are jokes and cartoons I have come across, a waiter asking a diner, sir, what's wrong with the food? You're only eating, you have not clicked a single picture so far. So this is the kind of generation that we are talking about. I think my co-panelist very beautifully had brought out this point. And what I feel is we have to make them popular yet again, and recipe development, because it is not the traditional dosa and idli and other thing, ambali and those kind of things. I don't think, that is going to cut any ice with the current generation. So the thing is, we have to develop newer kind of a recipe. And I would like to say one thing, that in the millet value chain, there is a very important link which we are missing. We are talking about agri-scientists, we are talking about agri-economists, we are talking about, people who are social mobilizers and exporters. But I think there are gastronomic scientists. I think one of them is represented here by Chef Gunjan Goyla. I think this is the most important link that we are missing. I would like to recall Dayakar Garu, this important event which was there, millet festival which was done in Delhi in the month of July. We curated a meal for that event, which was appreciated by the minister and everybody. Now, since then, the important thing is there are many people who have approached me from the ministry, the joint secretary level people, that could you suggest some people who are capable of serving millet meals in Delhi? There are some event, this thing which was happening, international conference. I think delivery apps, if there can be one click, like biryani has overtaken burgers and pizzas and different kinds of foods, which are ordered online. If something related to biryani or something we could produce, I think it is going to make a great deal of difference. Dr. Bajaj from APIDA is not here. I wanted to convey something very important to him. He said, there are certain virgin areas where the opportunity for exporting millets from this country still lie. And I want to bring one point out, that we are consulting the Election Commission of India. They have got a institution in Dwarika which is called India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management. And they have got MOU with 110 countries, global countries, most of them in Central Asia and Eastern Europe and South America and Africa and other places. And they wanted us to curate certain menus which they would be serving when delegates from these countries would come. And we prepared a big manual for them. And now, since they are opening, there are no caterers, which are coming up. So they have said, please, we are hiring a vendor, but you handhold for some time. And for first 3 months, 6 months, at least help them, how the traditional or the local native recipes could be served in that institution, for which, which every Indian could be, proud of. So this is the kind of situation. And 2 days back, we completed 60 years of my institution. It was a Ministry of Agriculture promoted institution. 1962 it was started. For 20 years, it ran as an extension of IARI, and it started as a institution of nutrition and catering. Later on, hospitality and all were added to it, and it is the market leader for more than a decade now, and in global ranking also, some people ranked it number 14. But what I like to say before I say goodbye is that this institute has produced biggest chefs. Chef Manjeet Singh Gill, we are proud that he is an alum. 2 days back, we celebrated our Diamond Jubilee. Chef Samjeev Kapoor was there. Rajesh Bhardwaj, Junoon is a restaurant of Indian cuisine in New York, High Street, and Michelin star restaurants. These are the alums from this institution. So there are a number of people, and I have a student strength of 1100 people. There are 650 of them culinary students. They are either going to be bakers, they are going to be chefs. And what single thing that we are teaching them is to develop a palate which matches the palate of the consumer. And this is exactly what the chefs are supposed to do. And we are very happy. We will be looking forward to an opportunity. We have just developed a research and development lab. It was inaugurated on the 21st only. And we would look forward to, in the value chain, if we could come in before the food technologists thought about, providing the shelf life to the product. If the flavor profile could be, developed at our institution, we would like to be that missing, we would like to fill that gap, which is the missing chain in the value chain. And any opportunity, which comes, I'm very committed. I'm a new person who has taken to millets. My association with millets is only 1 year long. But as they say in Hindi, naya naya jogi jadar raakh malta hai. But this is the kind of commitment I have, and it is not only myself. Number of people in my team are equally committed to the millet mission, and we are really looking forward to the International Year of the Millets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Panji, for, I would say, a very brief and not to the point and addressing the whole issue with regard to millet. As far as the recipes are concerned, and how to really bring in quality recipes, I think that is something which is very much important. I would say here, in the whole value chain, we need to bring in these concepts of bringing in maybe the chefs along with the nutritionists. I think this is something which is very important. I know, without compromising on the nutritional quality and the safety of it, probably I think we need to come up with the real value-added millet products. If at all, we need to become global. I think that is something. Today, the world is with pizzas, especially when you go to maybe I think especially Italy and all that. The lunch is only pizza. And how do we improve that pizza, which I would say many people in India may not like. But how do we bring in the concepts of nutrition into it, utilizing the locally available, I would say, the food materials or the food grains. And he made one more point very clear. It has to be a sort of a household commodity. So that is something which I would say always is very important. We know a lot of us, many of us we speak about millets, but how many of us are keeping millets in our kitchen for a day-to-day food? I think that is something we need to question ourselves. Probably unless we do that, develop a taste for it. It is not that we like the wheat or maybe the rice. Rice, of course, has been a traditional food for India. Wheat is not a traditional food. How we have started liking for especially the wheat. A lot of varieties of, I would say, rotis and chapatis have come into it. So how do we make this also on the similar lines? Probably the requirement of a nutritionist is on one side, and also the chefs, and of course the marketers. I think these are some of the concerns and issues which we need to address. With this, we have come to the end of this session. Maybe I request Dr. Dayakar Rao to close the session, and especially I should thank all the panelists, the learned panelists who are here with us, and making the whole session much more interesting. Thank you very much once again. All the very best for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And
thank you, everybody, once again from my side. Especially, you have kept lunch at bay, and then you are attending to that. That is well appreciated, very much appreciated. Thank you once again. Over to you, Stan.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful session that is on post-harvest processing, value addition, and recipe development in millets. And we had a chairperson, Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, sir, Vice Chancellor, Niftam Kundli, and we had a keynote address by Dayakar sir himself, and we have a panelists well prepared and put in properly, because few of them are in post-harvest, few of them are in value addition, and one or two are in recipe development. So this session was very nicely placed, and they have given their insight to us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for chairing the session, sir. As a token of love, we want to give a dignitary kit to the chair. I request Dr. Dayakar Rao sir to give the kit to, I'll call, to Chindi Vasudevappa sir. And I request Sridevi Annapurna Singh madam to come to the stage. She is Director CFTRI. I request madam to hand over the kits to Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa sir, Vice Chancellor NIFTM. I request Dayakar sir to give a kit to, I request madam to give the kits to all the panelists. And I request Dr. Dayakar sir to give a kit to Sridevi Annapurna Singh ma'am, Director CFTRI. I thank, on behalf of all the organizers, I thank you all.
I think before we break for lunch, I think we identify our guests, especially Vijayalakshmi Garu, Joint Secretary from DA and FW. Madam, we welcome you. We welcome you. And once again, the rest of the people, we break for a lunch for half an hour and then we'll join again. Half an hour. Please note, because we have many sessions, you should not be missing it. Within half an hour, we'll be joining.
Recording stopped.
आप कॉल करोगे?
Yes, Shantanu, you can go ahead now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shantanu Sanjay Patil. I am coming from Sholapur, Maharashtra. We have a company called Meluk Foods. We are primarily into major millet processing. We are processing sorghum, bajra, ragi. But currently we are focusing mostly on the sorghum. We started with all millets, narrow it down to sorghum. Actually, we started with IMR in 2016, but back then when we were looking for a contract manufacturer, there were not a single company who used to do a contract manufacturing. But with the trust and vision of IMR, we have set up a huge plant in Sholapur district, having facility to process flakes, cookies, premixes, flour blends. And I can say today that the variety, where we came from, a Barshi Jawar. Earlier the Jawar used to be named by just Barshi Jawar, but today we are selling the product in the name of Barshi Jawar Poha, Barshi Jawar Namkeens. And even the cookies, premixes, we are getting a good traction. We are supplying to a lot of multinational companies, like we did a trial with the Haldirams. They launched the product called Jawar Chuda, Jawar Namkeen in the market. What we see when we enter the market, Jawar Poha, they are comparing straightly with the corn. So we can see there is a huge market demand. If you just replace 1% the corn Maka Poha with Jawar Poha, you can see Jawar Chuda, Jawar Namkeen. And people, I have the roasted poha as well, but still people prefer the fried version. Getting further, some challenges which we came across, and I feel that could be addressed as a policymaker today is at the back end. Even yesterday, my director had raised the issue of harvesting. Most of the area in my Jawar area has been declined drastically, and the reason being the farmers are willing to shift to the other crops. The reason being there is no harvesting machines and the labor cost is being increased. So I am getting a demand, but the prices of the raw material Jawar is getting increasing. So I may not able to deliver what price the other big corporates or the big players may ask for me. The second point, as of many of us are the millets, everybody is aware that they have the health benefits. Even I have the products in two categories, one with a clean label and one with a enhances the taste. What problem I face when I pitch the product, okay, this is a product and this has this much health benefits, but there's a gut problem, it's helps to reduce the weight. The problem, customer is not aware that he's facing the problem. The reason being there is no diagnosis. If the diagnosis increases or the technology is there something which could reduce the cost of diagnosis, customer become aware, okay, I'm having a gut problem or I'm facing a problem like a digestion or acidity, any problem. We can link up the benefits of the millets or health benefits straight away with this. So it's my request that if anything can be done by linking up, there are a lot of diagnostic labs across, if we can link the benefits of what millets have and what patients comes across, so that could be great. The third point, I'm from the 90s, I still remember slogan, Sunday hoya Monday, Roj kha one day. I still remember this. If you can come up with something this for the millets, it could be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Shantanu. Over to you, Aparna.
Thank you. I started my journey from a very personal pain of, being a working mother. I didn't have the time to really, cook a detailed, elaborate meal which was really nutritious. And while I wanted to, make my family eat really healthy food, with that, I started my journey into nutrition and understanding what the body really needed, and not just from a Western point of view, but also from an Ayurvedic food science point of view, because that's a 5,000-year-old wisdom that we have in India about what should be eaten. So, with that in mind, I started developing a product that could be used not only by my family, which was, which was constrained for time, but by any other urban Indian family. And during my research, I realized that almost 70% of urban Indians don't eat a nutritious breakfast. They skip their breakfast, and it's a huge problem. And it's not because of money; it's actually because of lack of time and lack of knowledge. So we set out to create a very convenient to eat and cook food, and which gave us a complete nutrition in the morning. So we have millets. We have combined them with very high quality ingredients like berries or seeds, nuts, and other pulses, and prepared a porridge which is very easy to cook. You just mix it in water and cook it for 6 minutes, and it's done. And it gives you your entire breakfast nutrition, almost 200 calories, 8 grams of protein, high fiber, low on cholesterol, low on glycemic index, and gluten free. So with this in mind, so we started with this, and we are now selling online across all the major marketplaces as well. So for us, I think the biggest challenge has been that one, it's not easy to make the customer aware, because with startups we have limited funds, so we cannot create the market that is needed. So there we need larger stakeholders to come in, the government, or people who are really interested in the sector, who want to see the sector grow, to do that kind of awareness for customers. Another thing that I learned along my journey was that our target customer is an urban Indian, so we wanted to customize everything for him. So we've aligned our packaging, our communication, our product USPs, to our customer market. So I think that's a big learning, that you have to talk the customer's language. You have to understand your customer and connect with them. The third challenge that I face is in terms of funding. Entrepreneurs like us, we are taking a huge risk. We are putting a lot at stake. We're putting our careers at stake. All of us, there's so many things we could do with our lives, but we are taking a big chance. So would the investors, come halfway and meet us there? I think if we want the sector to grow, we have to have investors also take a bet on us. We'll not prove them wrong. They'll be proud of their investments, but they have to come halfway and meet us. So I think that's about it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna, for a strong pitch to investors as well. But I totally agree. We need a campaign to popularize millets, and I think Dayakar and me have discussed multiple times. And next year, being International Year for Millets, probably we should plan a campaign to create awareness, which can help all of you and the entire ecosystem. So thanks very much for those thoughts. With that, we'll move to Ms. Shubhangi Sawant. She's from Munchfit. Shubhangi. Afzal. Okay, so Afzal will be representing Munchfit. Over to you, Afzal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so Shubhangi is sitting here, who is co-founder of Munchfit, but on her behalf, I am just doing sharing the experience which we have gone through so far. So far it has been very exciting and challenging. When we say it's challenging, because we started this startup during the COVID. Actually, we are from the hospitality background, and that was the hardest sector during the COVID. So when we were there and nothing to do, so we thought, let's do something which is more meaningful, and maybe we should be able to do something for the society as well. So when we started looking for the options, we saw the options of the snacking, which is part of every Indian. So So everybody wants the snacking, but the options were available in the market was very unhealthy. So we thought let's do something healthy, and Shubhangi suggested us to do something on the millets, which is very healthy and good for snacking. So we started working on the millet, and we hit the roadblock because developing a taste in the millet is very, very challenging work. So somehow after 6 months of the working on it, we managed to get the taste in the millet. And then the challenges started, like from where we should get it, the production done, from where we should get the packaging done, how the compliances should be taken care and everything. But slowly we started working on it. And the biggest challenge for any startup is the MOQ. So whenever you go to anyone, everybody will ask for the MOQ because they want 100 kg or 1 ton or 2 ton of the work. Without that, they'll not agree to work with you. And at that time, within the limited resources, difficult to meet their requirement. So somehow we managed to overcome on that also. And in the month of October, finally, we launched the product. So we are into healthy snacking segment, trying to give the alternate for the junk snacking. So we launched the product in the month of October, and journey has been very good. Response has been very good from the market. So currently we are present in Delhi NCR, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and in terms of online, we are available on Amazon, BizBasket, Flipkart. Plus in the modern store also we have tie-up with the Spencers, with the Raj Mandir and other many stores. So it has been very positive, very encouraging, but still lots needs to be done. So we need some support like in the market front and others, so if we can get someone from some. So this is what the journey has been so far. Thank you.
Thanks, Afzal. Quite commendable. You started in COVID times and now present in so many states and you selling through so many channels. So congratulations and well done. Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Ajay Bhuvalkar. He's from Millet Amma. Very nice name. I must compliment you for that.
Good afternoon, millet lovers. I am sure all of us are already in love with millets. My wife and me are founders of this company, and we fell in love with millets because we were looking for a solution of gluten-free carbs for myself, because I was detected with a low back problem, and that literally immobilized me. And this was in 2016, and we discovered millets at that point in time for ourselves. The experience was so magical.
Ajay, can you be a bit louder?
Am I okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah. The experience was magical, and I literally forgot that I had a back problem. So this has been the reason why it motivated us to share our learnings and the love affair with millets to as many people as possible. And we formed the company the brand called Millet Amma, because that was the name I used to call my wife, because I absolutely hated millets in the beginning because they didn't look attractive, they were not tasty. So she worked really hard to develop tasty recipes and stuff like that to inculcate that habit of eating millets. Today, our entire family, comprising of me, my wife, 3 children, and my mother, 6 of us, we eat millets, 1 millet meal every day. And I give all the credit to my wife, the homemaker of our house, to be able to get that into our system. So actually, from personal experience, I would like to give a big shout out to all the homemakers out there who are the influencers in every family. And I feel that we must influence the influencer, and that can bring about a magical change, because the homemaker usually in India is the wife, and when she cracks the whip, we have to listen. So I think if that happens, it will make the change that we are all sitting here and desiring about. On all of the typical startup things, definitely. But I think that we need to figure out how to bring that need and that urge and that drive within all the homemakers of the house. Because if they make the change, then no one can reverse it. That's one thing, because I feel that's a very important learning from my own experience. The other thing I would say to my fellow startups, as been asked that what was our experience, I think playing by the rules is very important. We must understand that we are in FMCG sector, which is dealing with foods, so we need to be very compliant, and we can't take it lightly, because we're dealing with food that goes into the body. And of course, compliance is something that I really vouch for, and we must not compromise there. I know we are startups, we have to do many things, we are multitasking, right from opening the shutter to closing it down at the end of the day, but still we need to be compliant. And millets is in the health food industry, so we better be true to that. So that's been our journey. We have various products, so we believe that we should cater for everyone to eat products. So we have a whole range of 50 SKUs, where we have divided our products in 3 categories. The basic category, which comprises of the grain itself, the rava and the flour. Then we have the ready to eat, which comprises of some sweet and some savories. And then we have the ready to cook for people who are hard pressed with time to be able to enjoy millets between breakfast, lunch and dinner. So that's our approach towards catering to the millet consumer market. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you. Let's millet, all of us.
Thank you, Ajay. I think good you talked about compliances, and I can share my experience with startups. There's so much of focus on growth that sometimes you forget about compliances, governance, and de-risking your model. So my message to all the startups, yes, growth is important, as investor we love it, but make sure that you don't make mistakes, especially in the early part of your journey, which could be very fatal. So thanks for highlighting that, and the fact that homemakers are influencers. So if you want to reach out to young kids, it's not the kids, it's the mother who's the target customer. Forget about compliances. Great. So these are great learnings. Thank you very much for sharing that. With that, we'll move to Pallavi Upadhyay. She's from Millet. Don't make mistakes, especially in the early part of your journey, which could be very fatal.
Hi everyone, my brand is Millets for Health, and we are a Noida-based startup. We started our journey in 2016 with millets, but the roots of it go a little bit deeper. We have in the audience the co-founder Rajiv is right there. He has been working with millet farmers since 2006-07, leading an NGO called Shodh. Right now they work with close to 9,000 farmers. So Rajiv and I founded Millets for Health in 2016. Primarily because the farmers were facing challenges in marketing their produce, and also a side inspiration for this was also because I developed gestational diabetes when I was expecting my daughter, and by eating millets and basic exercising like walking, etc., I managed the entire duration without any medication. So having that exposure to the farmer side of the story, and also being a personal health journey for us, and a millet journey, I think, for the entire family. So when she became of 7 months, we fed her like ragi porridge and other things, because by then we knew a lot. It was very inspirational for us. And at that point of time, especially in the Delhi market, good quality of millets were not available on the shelf. So in 2016, we started our journey with millets. Initially, we were working mostly with millet staples like whole millets, flours, sprouted millets, ravas, etc. And gradually we've expanded our product basket, because since we are focusing exclusively on millets, we wanted the consumers to be able to get all of their products in one place, whatever their meal preferences are. So we also do a lot of ready-to-eat products like snacks, savories. We also do breads, ragi bread and jowar bread, which go out for like regular deliveries. And of course, of late we've also introduced pasta and other, great millet products which are easy to use for the consumer of today. So we have 65 plus millet SKUs. We are available in several organic stores in Delhi NCR, and we also work with several organic grocery delivery partners. So people who deliver vegetables, fresh vegetables every day. fresh organic vegetables. We do our batters and breads and some of these products with them. What we found in our journey, since we started very early, before we feel that the market was actually ready, is that we worked with mostly the early converters who were consumers who were already consuming organic products. To create a space and a name for the brand, we participated in a lot of farmers markets where we used to take our products every day. I remember Rajiv and I, we used to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning on Sundays and cook up a whole millet meal and take the food with us as well as the products, because nobody would buy the packet on seeing it. You know, it was not very familiar to them. So once we made them taste the food, the familiarity increased, and you know, then we used to get a lot of repeat customers who tasted the food. With it also, another thing that happened is we realized people didn't know how to cook millets, because then there was not a lot of noise like there is now, and it's increasing. We decided to create that little noise for ourselves in the space we were in. So we started doing cooking workshops and demonstrations. Now that has sort of evolved into a vertical on its own, where we do millet cooking workshops. We have an e-learning course online. We were doing the e-learning course in English so far. This month we've launched the e-learning course in Hindi also, because there was a lot of demand. And we have customers who pay to learn how to cook with millets. And so this we find is the most serious category of customers, because anybody who's paying to learn how to cook with millets, of course, really wants to include it in their meal. So, you know, we have these millet cooking courses online. I do a lot of free workshops as well, but we have this paid segment too, where we get a lot of people. Some of the challenges that we find, of course, we are procuring from farmers where the NGO is working, where Shodh is working, which is in Anantapur. But we would also love it if there were more processing centers in the northern part of the country, where we could access good quality, at least de-hulled millets and millet products, because that will help to bring our costs down in the long run. Of course, awareness, which a lot of other people who have spoken before me, awareness and the surround sound around millets really needs to increase, because no matter how much noise we made in the early years, it was not enough. In the last 1.5 years, the kind of growth we've seen in terms of sale has been absolutely double or triple of what we've done earlier. So if just we are talking about it, it's not enough. We need everybody talking about it, and the market is big enough, I think, to accommodate many more entrepreneurs like us. So I think we need to create more awareness, and the efforts are already on, but we need to do them in a more focused and more systematic way. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Pallavi, a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Since you talked about pasta, and
Yes, sir.
pasta typically use durum wheat and other grains.
Yes, sir.
So for a customer who's buying pasta from which is made of millets, vis-a-vis pasta from other grains, is customer refined enough to see the difference, or they ask? Is it a different customer segment altogether?
So I think the customer segment certainly would be slightly different. It would be people who are looking for healthier options. It's not your average customer who's going to the supermarket and buying things in general, but this is a customer who doesn't want to feed, mostly mothers, like Ajay was saying earlier. These are the change makers at home. They are wanting to feed healthier things to their children, and they are looking for options. So if we can make it available to them, and if the taste is good, there is no problem in shifting. I have a child at home, so we experiment a lot on her. So she's like, I think, the first person to eat all of this. And when I get a go-ahead from her, that's when I think we try the products on others. So, we have these khakras. She loves them. Peri peri jawar khakra is her favorite. So she loves to eat it. She says, Mama, this is better than chips. So I think we need to, the acceptance is there, the taste and the quality. If we can make it up to that level, the customer is there to buy it. And gradually, I think with time, if there is even enough awareness, I think the customer who's buying the wheat pasta maybe right now, we can convert them to millets pasta surely.
Okay. Great. No, thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
It's also quite surprising. I see a lot of husband and wife as entrepreneurs in the millet category, and their babies being there. Okay. No, that's great, and I think it's the need felt by family which drives this level of entrepreneurship. So thanks very much. I think one thought which is coming to my mind, being distribution being one of the challenges, and we have this new program called ONDC. I think a lot of you must have heard about it. So I think that is one platform we should explore. Because ONDC want to democratize the whole e-commerce space. Right. So it's still in making, I'm sure that is one platform which is going to give access to a lot of young entrepreneurs, small businesses to take products to the market. So that is something we should explore. So with that, now we'll move to Shubhangi Singh from Golden Millets.
So hi everyone, I'm Shubhangi. Our brand's name is Golden Millets. And as the word says golden, I think what we have here is gold of our ancient grains, and we can convert this into a much larger international sort of food healthy alternative. Now when I say healthy alternative, this was not my first priority ever in my life. I'm a sustainable architect. And I never believed in, being in hostel, being in a lot of places as an ex-army kid. I was roaming around world, exploring things, but never into food. But then, when your mother is unwell, and you see her sitting and sleeping, and that's when it triggers you that you're not doing something, you're doing something wrong. You're not putting an impact in the society. So that's when I struck upon millets and I started experimenting them at home. And I think that has been one journey that everyone starts from the home. It's the entrepreneurial journey starts from the home. And you have to experiment on yourself. First you have to accept. Maybe there are things that you like and others won't. Everybody's taste is different. And millets, for that matter, comes into this category. Every millet tastes different to everyone here. It's very diverse. And as our India is always, diversification, तो हम लोग उसमें already expert हैं. But we all come together and bring it as a new thing always. And that's what Golden Millets does. We bring all these ancient grains into the modern lifestyle sort of fitting products. This was not our first aim. Our first aim was the grains. We faced a lot of, people in the dice have already mentioned that the grains quality is a big challenge, right? And every state has different quality, different sizes. There is mixture of different grains in it, different seeds are mixed in it. But then, starting from the scratch, when you understand we have a lot of challenges, we took that as a challenge and we started regrowing these millets and reviving millets in the northern segment of India. And we connected. They were like, millets उगाना क्यों है? हमें इससे क्या मिलेगा? And that's when it struck me, मैं पहले product इनको खिलाती हूँ, so that they understand that it is just not for a roti, or it's just not for the khichdi. And that's when the complete farm to plate sort of a cycle started for me. We were juggling between farmers, skilling them, collaborated with IMR, gave them the best seeds to grow, told them how to grow it without pesticides, fertilizers, and then in this parallel world we had to make a ecosystem where we could give them an open market to sell those grains. And we created pastas, noodles, we're making pohas, and then we saw everybody wants, open and eat. People want quick segments these days, and that's when we entered into instant premixes. But instant premixes also is a ready-to-cook category, and that was something fun for me. And then everybody was like, "Ma'am, ऐसा नहीं पानी डालो खा लो." I was like, "कोई बात नहीं, we'll make something more interesting." And that's how I invented jawar bhujia. We started off with a lot of snacking items, and we saw everybody loved the fried items, as rightly mentioned. And but there was a big segment that wanted roasted, right? So we were like, okay, this is a new thing. How to get the most percentage of millets into something and make it roasted and tasty as well. I mean, chatpata sabko pasand hai, but there's a segment that needs a little more than just the spices. They need more of grains, the more of nutrition. As Sir was telling in the morning, he showed a presentation, beautiful presentation. He was talking about the loss of nutrition. So if any entrepreneur wants to get into this, they have to know there is a loss of nutrition with every process. There is a quality of grain that happens. You can't just make flakes out of every grain or every millet of every variety. They has a particular size, they have particular water. Every state has different, same millet might be different in all the cities. So it's a very, knowledgeable sort of a journey, but you learn through the process. And of course, the next era is millets. So we are not just talking about the millet year here, we are talking about an era where we are starting off a new dimension, where we are just not talking about healthy alternatives of millets. We have to see the USPs of it. I focus on saying, in the northern side, when we are marketing it, people come to us and say, हम बीमार हो गए तो हमें millets दे दो, या हमारे बच्चे को, there's a new segment जहाँ पे हमें हमारे बच्चे को celiac disease है, right? But it's more than that. It's not just about the the disease वाले लोग ही खा सकते हैं. It's about कि हम प्लेट में कैसे लेकर आए हमारे, हमें डिजीज नहीं चाहिए है इसीलिए हम खाएं. तो मुझे आई फील कि वी हैव टू ब्रिंग इन दैट माइंड. Skill training with lot of Anganwadis and lot of people who are they used to have this as a staple food, but they've slowly degraded from that. So we tell them, make instant food at your home. Start from the home. And that's what I suggest everybody to focus on. Of course, there are challenges, funding, everything that everybody has mentioned here is a challenge for everybody of us. But then collaboratively, not everybody is on the same platform, but we all coming together can actually make an impact. Somebody might master in processing, and somebody might master in the snacking business. We all have to be together in this. We can't just be doing everything on our own, but as a collaborative, millets can come together. At least one meal a day or one dish in a plate is what we focus on. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shubhangi. Shubhangi, one question for you also. You talked about farmers. Yes. And the fact that you train them, give them new varieties, etc. Yes. So how receptive are farmers to listen to you? And are there farmers who are willing to shift from, let's say, mainstream crops to millets? What's your observation? What are farmers' reservation in growing millets?
So there are some parts of Rajasthan where we were working on, we asked them, ज्वार बाजरा उगाते हो? They were like, हाँ हम तो ज्वार उगाते हैं. बोले खाते हो कि नहीं? खाते नहीं है, पशु को खिलाते हैं. तो मैंने कहा खाते क्यों नहीं हो? आपको क्या ये पाप करेगा? कि नहीं पाप तो नहीं करेगा, छोड़ दिया. मैं कहा अच्छा, डायबिटीज है किसी को घर में? कि जी हाँ है. कि हॉस्पिटल के चक्कर कितने काटते हो? कि बहुत काटते हैं. मैं कहा बंद कर दो, ज्वार खा लो. So that's how challenging it is to tell them that what you're growing is important. Even if they're growing, they're not eating. So I have a very very funny incident that came up to us, and climate-wise, we were trying to make them understand. आगे पानी कम है, जब already there's not much of water, soil quality, and all this knowledgeable things we were telling them. And one person just, stood up and said, teachers in our kids' school tell that 1/3, 3/4 of the world is actually water, and you're saying there's no water. so it's not about how we come up with a plan. It's about how they look at it. They want money out of it. Of course, number one priority for them is this grain going to give us good money? And if you give them a market, they are okay for it. They'll grow it. Without pesticides also, they'll grow it. Second of all, if you tell them ki, in this area we are collaborating with a foundation, or we are collaborating with somebody, we're putting some machinery from our side, and collaborating with NABARD and all, they'll be very happy. You tell them that we are putting up a center here and they'll be telling you, they'll be helping you. Let's say bajra, we went to Rajasthan, we took these bajra and they were like, these are bajra poha. And they were like, poha se kya bana sakte hum? Like, aap aise bahut sara kuch bana sakte ho. Then all of them bought it. I was actually shocked to see, but they all wanted to buy it. Everybody took the noodles, pastas, they want the options, but we haven't reached them yet. That's what I feel. So, yeah.
No, thanks. I think
you.
even farmers don't know the benefits. It's an eye-opener. Yeah. But clearly, I think farmers are looking for markets. So entrepreneurs like you have to teach them and connect them with the markets and give them the price they deserve. And thanks for highlighting the need for collaboration. I think that's very important. I think among startups also, I think you can come together and do something interesting. So thanks, Shubhangi, for very interesting insights. With that, we'll go to Ms. Krishna from Smart 11.
Namaste everyone. I hope I'm audible. My name is Krishna Katawala. I have a company by the name of Smart Foods and the brand's name is Smart 11. So many of my friends out here, many of them have a pain point or an emotional story from where their journey has started. Mine was a pain point, but more of I think I saw an opportunity. So I was actually working abroad for some time, and I saw two things out there. Like while I was working there, very few Indian products were available. So while we are sitting in the office from say 9 to 6 o'clock, when we have this mid-meal you want to eat, you want to have like a snack item, and just go to your cafeteria and you can pick up some chips or something. So since I was working in Singapore and it was like a remote place because it's like a an industrial area, there when we had the vending machine, so they would have prawn chips and they would have fish tacos and stuff like that. And for a vegetarian like me, it was like I would just faint. With all due respect to everybody eating non-veg out here, it was very difficult for me. So what we used to do that we used to go to our supermarket and pick up like stack a lot of Maggi. So afternoon when we are hungry, we'll just go and take a Maggi and like we use it in the microwave and have it. So when this is what was happening, I used to get very irritated because I don't like to eat a lot of maida. And while I was trying to enjoy these snacks, I used to see like a lot of people out there, the localites. When they go to their supermarkets, they used to go and buy amaranth, buckwheat, and they would make breads out of it and chips out of it. So I realized that what we as India, like the foods which are like superfoods and very nutritious out here, we most of us actually ignore it or eat it on very specific days, like there is like an Ekadashi or something like that. But those people treat it as a superfood and they want to eat it every day. So and what we are doing, we are actually so used to like McDonald's and Pizza Huts that we have actually invited all the health hazards to our own bodies because of this entire thing where junk food became very popular in India. So when I was coming back, I came back to India and I knew that I want to be an entrepreneur because since I come from a Gujarati family, I am actually answerable to my father. After working for 15 years, I knew that I wanted to become an entrepreneur. I've already had one failed startup around 7-8 years back, but I knew that this time I can do better. So I moved back and I had an opportunity to start around 10 food trucks. That is when, while I was doing that, I don't know, some or the other way, I would have some information about millets flashing in front of me. It would be like, either through some exhibition, or it would be about some, couple of, there's very few brands who were there talking about millets, but somehow I would just, have them in front of him. So that is when I felt that this was my calling, and I tried to get more research and get more information about it. And that's how I discovered IIMR also, which was like a boon actually in disguise. This is how my journey started, and I came here, I tried to get more information about millets. I used to see back in my house also during winter, we used to have a lot of bajra. I saw it as a huge business opportunity because what people want really is that, like other countries now, our country is also moving where like, women are also like, working now. And that is the reason we need something wherein the woman is not stressed much with the kind of, food which she's making. Though many of them still make it, but in the urban spaces, people are looking for options wherein, it is something which is easy to cook, something which is convenient. So that is something which I wanted to sort of, stress upon a lot when I am making my brand. So we started with Smart 11. We launched the brand last year, 2021 May. We wanted to come up with products which are not just nutritious and tasty, but I mean delicious, but they are also easy to cook. So we want something like, I'm probably a woman, she's gone to the gym in the morning, she's worked the whole day, evening when she comes back, she just wants to relax. She might not make an elaborate meal. She doesn't want to order from outside. So she can actually take up a Smart 11 noodle, cook it for 5 minutes, add her, veggies if she wants, and she can eat it. So it's something which is easy to cook. At the same time, it's like a wholesome, nutritious meal. It's not something like a juice or a protein powder, which you don't want to have when you are hungry. You want to have like a proper meal. So that's how we started with these products. We have noodles, we have pastas. We've even come up with some ready-to-eat options which you can have like a mid-meal snacking any time of the day. We have like gluten-free khakras. We have cookies, of course, and we have almost 23 other products in the pipeline which we plan to launch soon. Coming to our journey has been in the past 1.5 years. It's been very striking. It's been very nice. I'm very satisfied, but I know that there's much more which has to be done. We have been concentrating a lot on export markets. We have exported a bit to Europe, to Nepal, and we are doing our first consignment to US soon. And we, even in the domestic market, we are planning to launch in multiple cities. As far as challenges are concerned, I do feel so that there is a huge opportunity. The only challenge I feel, there are a lot of challenges, but the awareness part is where, I feel there is a bit of a difficulty, which is also, in the process, like when I started around 2 years back, and today we see like most of the people know about millets, at least in the urban spaces. 2 months back, we had this event for around 150 IT corporates, and the people, the IT heads, from the facilities who were a part of that event, and we had done some sampling, the wet sampling of our noodles, at the same time some dry sampling of our products, and we gave away some while we were talking to them, and we they had these noodles, they were so happy. Oh, it is out of millets. I never knew something like this existed. So we do feel that yes, the awareness is there in some parts of India, like when we see south, the awareness is much more higher than where I come from, like west. People are very receptive of millet products. What they really want, I feel that it's something which suits their palate. And like Professor Hassan, sometime back he had mentioned that it's not something which you can change overnight. It's not like you can make people have only millets every day overnight. It's not going to happen. It's going to be like a very gradual transition. While this is happening, what we need to make sure that they don't have to make a lot of compromises. It's not that if they have to eat millets, they have to go for some very different products. So our strategy has been that we are giving them a healthier version of what they are already eating, noodles, pastas, but where you're eating maida, where you're eating oil, where you're having like, products full of preservatives. Instead of that, you are going for a healthier version which is made out of millets, there's no oil, there's no preservative. So I think that is how the acceptance for our products has been very high for consumers. And that is the reason even when we're exporting, because there how women have been working and therefore they don't have time, and soon the trend has started here in India. I think that is how our products are picking up in India now as well. So yeah, that has been my journey, and I'm very thankful to IMR for this absolutely wonderful platform they have given us, and this access which they have given us, wherein it is so easy for us to come speak about ourselves instead of being like very small startups and with a very short journey. We are actually able to to talk to the the apex bodies of our countries, talking to them about our challenges, what is it that we can do, the efforts they have made. So I think it's like a fabulous thing which has happened, and millets is the future. So we should all be thankful and grateful that we are a part of it. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, Krishna. That's wonderful. Okay, with that, we'll move to Soumya from Millenova Foods.
Very good afternoon to all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, to all dignitaries and members. So now is the snack time. So actually we have come up with different kinds of balanced nutritional snacks. So snacks plays very important role to munching in the right time. So actually, balanced nutrition. We talk about every balance, family life and career, everything. Every woman will think about this. But when we are coming to our food, our nutrition, are we following balance? No. So 100% we are not following the balanced nutrition. We have come up, we know yesterday's and very dignitaries and panel sessions, very well discussions happened. So really the combination is very much important. So we have come up with we know we are all discussing about the millets. Yes, absolutely. By profession, I am a food scientist. I have done many projects. I have developed many product technologies with the millets and fruits and vegetables. With connecting with the different organizations and institutions and universities. So after all my experiences, every time I used to think about what is balance, what is our missing. So as per the ICMR guidelines, they have given the 5 food groups. So are we managing 5 food groups in our diet in the proper way, in the proper right proportion of the nutrition are we taking? So that is a question mark to everyone. So in that context, we have, according to the ICMR guidelines, we have to include the whole grains and also 5 to 6 servings of fruits and vegetables in our daily diet. We can reduce the different kinds of lifestyle diseases. So coming to global problem, there is a very much lifestyle disorders are happening. By 2030 we are expecting 74.9 million of diabetics. So why it is happening? If we can see the children, they are very much addicting to the different kinds of junk foods, especially chips. So the diet pattern is diversification is very much important. So coming to the children, if we can see the statistics, almost 50% of the malnutrition, 1/3 of the global population is suffering with the different kinds of malnutrition. We can say 3 in 1 people are either malnutrition or the vitamin A deficiency or any kind of other deficiencies. So there is an important diversification of the diet. In that context, we have come up with we know the millets are the powerhouse of nutrients. We have added millet with the different combination of the fruits and vegetables in the right amount of the ingredients with the right processing. Based on all my experiences in the food science category as a nutritionist, I have designed the formulation in such a way, so combining of all the nutrition, and we have balanced the ingredients and to come up with a proper formulation that will give the millet, fruit and vegetable combination 20 to 25% of the RDA you can get by eating these kind of foods. So in that way we have created our formulation. We have started with 4 SKUs. Now we are into almost 15 category. Another 6 products research is going on. So I focus very much research. I have started by profession. My mentors, guidance and everything supported me a lot. Before I have started my journey, and first stepping stone with the IAMR. So Daikar sir really helped me a lot to connecting to the Engrain program. I really don't know that policies are there. We can get the financial amount. For the women entrepreneur, really that kind of support is very much important. So right guidance, the right mentorship, right financial support, that plays a lot for the startups. So we received I am for the cohort 1 and Engrain program. We have received the grants. With that grants, we have developed the proper business model and connecting to the proper ecosystem, and the integration happened very well to connecting to IAMR. So I am very much confidently have created more products and more SKUs in the setting up the small processing unit. Before we used to connect with the many suppliers and to get the processing done by giving the instructions and all. So I could able to develop with these funds. I could able to set up the processing unit. I could able to develop the proper fruits and vegetable processing and millet processing. So we are developing the different millet based snacks and energy bars also we have recently launched. Though these combinations will give the 20 to 25% of the RDA, we could able to achieve the proper combination of the ingredients, and the people response are also very good. So, and also we recently launched the energy bars. Nowadays when we see in the market, the energy bars are either focusing on only protein or only energy, or in that way they are most of the bars are adding to the sugars in it. So we have come up with the combination of the ingredients, that too with the right processing method. When we are taking any food, what we are taking is not important, that how it is absorbing into our body, the bioavailability, how it is happening, that is very much important. So in that way,
Soumya, can you expedite a bit, because I think Minister is expected. Yeah. Can you expedite a bit?
Okay, sir. So in that way, so we have created immunity bars and sports nutrition bars, and we also come up with the breakfast bars. So we connected to the different markets and organic stores, and we are also providing to direct to customers through our website and all. So this is good thing, sir. And challenges is the marketing, definitely. So financial assistance. So we are planning to scale up the market. The product wise everything is ready. Now we are planning to scale up the markets. Yes.
Thanks, Soumya, and thanks for highlighting the support by IIMR. I totally echo. This is wonderful. So we have 15 minutes to go. So my request to all other startup is to restrict to about 3 minutes. Good job, Soumya. So now next is Ms. Kinjal Jain. Kinjal, you are here.
Hello everyone. Am I audible? Good evening. So I'm Kinjal Jain, founder of Grand's Goodness. As Sir said, the millennials need to know what millets are. I'm the flag bearer of that millennial. So my journey with millets started because 3.5 years back, I was diagnosed with gluten allergy. Finding gluten-free food in India is a task, trust me, when I say it. Apart from that, even if you find it, there are no Indian brands doing gluten-free food. Earlier back then, there were no. Right now, there are a couple of them. But even if you find some, they're atrociously expensive. I used to call for gluten-free flours from US when my brother used to come from US. So while I was using them, one fine day I decided to see the ingredients, and I find that there are millets in it. There is sorghum that is used in most of the gluten-free flours found abroad as well. While during my journey, I also encountered, apart from me, like a couple of people who are gluten allergic or gluten intolerant. Like हम बोलते हैं हमको bloating हो गई, gas हो गया, acidity हो गई. उनको पता चला when they went to the nutritionist that actually that is gluten intolerance. Gluten intolerance is a very understated disease that we are facing, and right now the awareness is spreading as people are getting aware. So apart from that, apart from being gluten allergic, millets are also a way that grandmothers and mothers have been masking their food in a healthy way. Like they are using millets to mask the unhealthy food. So I decided to start my brand called Grand's Goodness, wherein exactly as Sir said and earlier panelists have said that we need the younger generation to have millets, but we need to give them millets in the form that they can have it. So rather than making the healthy delicious, we are trying to make the delicious healthy. So our product range comprises of cake, pancake premixes, waffle mixes, pizza bread, pizza mixes, pizza base mixes, bread mixes, and a maida replacer flour, like a 1-to-1 maida replacer flour, wherein you can make any product of your choice using that flour. We've conducted a couple of sampling. We are relatively a new kid on the block with 5 months. We are just 5 months old. But we've received an overwhelming response. Our early adopters, out of our early adopters, more than 90% of the people have rated our product like 4 out of 5 as compared to a maida-based product. The challenges I would like to highlight is, of course, awareness is the largest challenge. Funding is a challenge. But also one thing I've observed is, because I am from Mumbai, okay? Mumbai has barely any awareness about millets. Maharashtra consumes a lot of jawar. That is all we know, but that is in the bhakri or the chapati form, or is used as a special festival or any special occasion food. So the problem that I think the solution, one of the solution or suggestions that we could give is that we have a couple of MNC brands or cafes or the or coffee shops, the larger bit ones. If we have a dedicated menu for millet-based food or millet-based products on the shelf, or for the larger cafes or hotels, there will be visibility, and that will increase the level of awareness that is there among the urban population. Because when it comes to consumption and the purchasing power parity, we still are a lot dependent on the urban population in the country. So I think that is one of the challenge and the suggestions that I would like to openly, apart from the celebrity involvement to promote and make awareness about millets, I think that is one of the challenges that we face. And it has been a great experience with IIMR and definitely a learning experience, and we are still learning on the way. We are available on marketplaces, and we are doing a couple of B2B clients in Mumbai and in Delhi, where there are healthy cafes, but we need a lot more of them for the upcoming generation to actually adopt millet-based food. And our products are absolutely gluten-free, so we are sticking and leveraging the USP of millet-based products, which is to be gluten-free, and not diluting it by adding any other kind of grain in it. So yeah, that's my time, I think.
Thanks, Kinjal. Wonderful. Your idea on partnering with cafes and hotels is really great. I think that's one way to create brand awareness. With that, we'll move to Ms. Hemlatha from Wonder Eats.
Hello, good evening all. I'm Hemlatha Bhatkande from Wonderit Food Products LLP. Our company is based at Ponda, Goa. We are into millet noodles and vermicelli. Actually, we started this journey in 2020 when my daughter, she developed gluten sensitivity all of a sudden, and I was forced to look at different options for gluten-free products. And this is when I came across IIMR. We came here, me and my husband, and we came to know that there are so many products, value-added products of millets. And this is how, like, actually we are into these products. We in Goa, actually, we don't know anything about millets, like small millets. We only know ragi, jawar and bajra. Even I was new to this foxtail, kodo and everything. So slowly we have started, we are telling the people about these millets and all. So this is how we have started. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hemlatha. Very good. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Pragmanand as the next speaker. He's got some samples also.
Good evening. Good evening to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my fellow startups. And also, I've been really following you on Facebook after an interaction with IMR's one of the program. Our organization name is Avinash. It started in 2014, and Avinash means A stands for Adisheshu, Dr. Adisheshu, my mother-in-law, who died of heart attack, and Vanajakshi is my mother, who died of cervical cancer, So Avinash is Adisheshu Vanajakshi Institute of Natural and Alternative Systems for Health and Healing. That's the full form. It started in 2014, and it all started with my wife's problem. I married a polio survivor who underwent 18 surgeries, major being spinal surgery, and she used to pop up pills since the whole of the family was doctor's family. And there was a point where after our marriage she vomited after taking a paracetamol pill. So that was the turning point where we decided to say goodbye to the allopathic medicines. Then started the challenge that I joined Masters in Yoga in Andhra University and read a lot of Ayurvedic texts how to tackle this problem. So I detoxified the body of her with different kinds of decoctions. And then since I am a son of Telangana and son-in-law of Vijayanagaram district, I have both the tastes of the culture as well as the food habits. And being a product of different premier institutes like Indian Institute of Forest Management from Bhopal, I worked first in Rajasthan, then Gujarat, then Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, so the whole tangent line. So I found these millets everywhere. But when we conducted these food festivals, the only question that was raised by especially women was that biryani हम बना सकते हैं, पायसम हम बना सकते हैं, खीर हम बना सकते हैं, पर रोटी बनाना बहुत मुश्किल है. So that point I took it very seriously, like how to solve this problem. So I worked for 4 years. I did research, like without using wheat, without using maida, how we can make and simplify the process of making roti. So that's ease of making roti. So there started, and with my forestry knowledge and with Ayurvedic knowledge, so I formulated a flour that consists of 90% millets and 10% mix of herbs and dehydrated vegetable powders. That is how. So I use single millet, and this is the brand Milli. And what we do is we also make wet rotis, heat and eat rotis, and we sell them. When you make atta from this by mixing the boiling water, you get the consistent, and जैसा रोटी normally बनाते हैं वैसे बना सकते हैं. And the shelf life of the roti of that you make through your hand, man-made, so that is 4 to 5 days if you refrigerate. And I have always, then the challenge was how to bring out the mass scale. So I have come out with a machine, computerized machine, which can make rotis in 1 minute, 2 rotis, hands-free, single operator, and single phase. So almost 9 types of millets we make. Along with that, we have included our Deshi Makkai roti, and we are trying out different other amaranthus and etc. So this is, and we get orders for making these wet rotis. And मुझे बहुत लोग ने बताया कि especially working women कि आप हमको भगवान जैसा मिला है. क्यों? क्योंकि अब after doing the hard day work daily, when they go to home, roti तो बनानी पड़ती है. So there, as Krishna Kantawala said, that is the pain point that we have removed. So we are getting a lot of orders even from the hotels of these making these rotis, which is a staple diet. Now The second point I'll come to this one is like the challenges that I see. So when Dayagarrao Garu has told us that we are working with 14 ministries, the convergence of 14 ministries. So everyone, even our third cohort batch who were in IMR incubating, so we were discussing like, kya ye ho sakta hai? But within a span of 1 year, we could see that we are connected to MSME, we are connected to APIDA, we are connected to different other ministries, food processing industry. So this is convergence that is happening now. And also, recently, a week back, I applied for railways, where they are going to, under one district, one product program, they are going to give us the stalls. They have completed designing the stall and they are going to hand over so that we can do our business there. So see the convergence that is happening. This is what is, somebody has just told that the coordination part that is missing, that is being now filled up. Now coming to the export code, I would say let us not use the word export code, but I would suggest a word global code, where you can exchange your commodities. If you see jowar, bajra and ragi, these are the major millets, you have the codes. But for minor millets, we don't have the codes, wherein we land up in trouble when you're doing exports. So remember this, I have already told APIDA, but we need to work on this to get the global code. That's one. Second is backward and forward linkages. Now, as you asked about FPOs, sir, it is very difficult to work with farmers, first. Second, with consumers. It's very difficult. And here you really fail. Because if you don't give the seed that is required to the farmers, your life will be in trouble. So there we have faced a lot of trouble. Second is forward linkages. When you come to forward linkages, like we are working with FCI, that is Foodcraft Institute in Vizag, where there is a course called Diploma. So we are working with them to take this forward. And yeah, remember all the here, whoever wants to come into this ecosystem of startup, mind you, you have to have patience. People will tell quit, but do not quit. There are people who will pull you back, but do not, because we have institutions, lot of institutions and people's investors. Okay. Now the challenge that I am facing at present through Avinash is that to develop this machine for software development, for different kinds of metal that we use, we require about 2 crore rupees. So we are finding for the investors. And yes sir, FPOs, we have been working in 2 districts, but still we have to mobilize. Now the last point that I would mention is, within this span of 1 year, you see I have attended local, national and this one because of IMR. We have attended AHAR 2022, we have attended Millets India recently, and now I am here. Last year 3 Point NNCC also have attended, and my wife is going to attend AP Chamber of Commerce in Visakhapatnam tomorrow. So see, we have to take the responsibilities and duties are increasing. Last but not the least, I would end up telling you that if you sign up this course of the startup, you have to be very patient, and there will be lots of subjects that you have to study, like in any other this one. And I would end my talk by saying that you cannot have a healthy civilization without healthy soil. So take care of the soil. You can't have junk food and have healthy people. And the last sentence that I would utter is, search ends when sharing starts. Search ends when sharing starts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lot of interesting points, but I really like your idea of convergence and coordination. I think that is so important.
And if you see this bag, this is made out of leaves. So what we are tying with, not just the food, it's also fiber, not the gut fiber, but also the outside fiber. So we are trying to, morning session, somebody told that we are working on this for packaging purpose. So let us take an integrated view and then work together. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. So thanks very much. We have next Mr. C.
So good evening everyone. My name is Nagaraj, coming from Vanaslipuram in Hyderabad. సో కొన్ని రోజుల తర్వాత నాకు ఏమనిపించిందంటే, సో జనాలు కొంత అవేర్నెస్ లేకుండా, సో ఏదంటే అది తినడం వల్ల సో హెల్త్ ఛాలెంజెస్ వస్తున్నాయి. షుగర్, డయాబెటీస్, బీపీ, ఇవన్నీ థైరాయిడ్స్ ఇవన్నీ వస్తున్నాయి. ఎందువల్ల వస్తున్నాయి ఏంటని చెప్పేసి నేను కొన్ని రోజులు రీసెర్చ్ చేశాను. రీసెర్చ్ చేసిన తర్వాత నాకు తెలిసింది ఏంటంటే, సో వీటన్నిటికీ సొల్యూషన్ మిల్లెట్స్ తింటే మ్యాక్సిమం అవాయిడ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఎవ్రీథింగ్, ఏ రోగాన్నైనా కానీ అవాయిడ్ చేయొచ్చు అని చెప్పేసి ఒక అధ్యయనంలో నేను చదవటం చూశాను, ఒక విన్నాను కూడా. సో ఐఎంఆర్తో కనెక్ట్ అయ్యాను. సో ఐఎంఆర్ ద్వారా, సో దయాకర్రావు ద్వారా నాకు కొంత ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ తీసుకున్నాను. సో కొన్ని నేను ఫుడ్ ఛాలెంజెస్ నేను కొన్ని ఫేస్ చేశాను. అయినా కానీ సో దయాకర్రావు గారు సో ఐఎంఆర్ నుంచి నాకు చాలా సపోర్ట్ చేశారు. సో వాళ్ళ ద్వారా నేను సో ఇప్పటివరకు అయితే సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా రన్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఓ నా రెస్టారెంట్లో ప్రతిదీ మిల్క్తో, మైదాతో ప్రతిదీ దొరుకుతుంది. సో హెల్తీ ఫుడ్ ఇస్తున్నాను, చాలామందికి హెల్త్ ఇస్తున్నాను అని చెప్పేసి హ్యాపీగా ఉన్నాను ఇప్పటికీ. సో దీని ద్వారా ఇంకా బ్రాంచెస్, అనదర్ బ్రాంచెస్ ఇంకా చాలామంది నాకు కాల్ చేస్తున్నారు. నేను ఇక్కడ నుంచి యూఎస్కి, కెనడాకి కూడా పంపిస్తున్నాను. చాలా ఫుడ్ ఐటమ్స్ నేను పంపిస్తున్నాను. స్నాక్స్, అరిసెలు, మురుకులు, కజ్జికాయలు, గవ్వలు ఇవన్నీ నేను పంపిస్తున్నాను యూఎస్, కెనడాకి. సో ఇలాగే ఇంకా 2-3 బ్రాంచెస్ ఓపెన్ చేసి ఇంకా అందరికీ అవేర్నెస్ తీసుకొచ్చి ఈ మిల్లెట్స్ ద్వారా అందరికీ హెల్త్ ఇద్దామని చెప్పేసి నా కాన్సెప్టు. నాకు ఇచ్చిన ఈ యొక్క అవకాశము సో విత్ ఐఎంఆర్ ద్వారా రత్నావతి గారు అండ్ దయాకర్రావు గారికి హార్ట్ఫుల్ థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకుంటూ వస్తున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you very much. So we have 2 more startups to go. Can I invite Ms. Yashwanthara from Progo Foods?
Hello everyone, I am Yashwanthara Mohan Raj, the founder of Progo Foods, where we are currently developing a range of plant-based protein yogurt range using indigenous crops of India. And one of the indigenous crops family that we are looking at is millets. And we will be fortifying our protein yogurts with pre-concentrates and plant-based protein concentrates. And the milk the yogurt would be based out of will be extracted from millets. And one of the challenges that we are facing right now is to source the right kind of millets and proportionate them to disregard the earthy and off-note taste about it. That's about it. I'll keep it short. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. That was quick and fast. May I invite Ms. Uma from Arogya?
Good evening all. I'm Uma, the founder of Vimana Nutrition, which is a social enterprise based in Bangalore. I've worked in the social space for over 18 years before becoming an entrepreneur. In 2012, I felt the urge to do much more than what I was doing already. So I went to do a post-graduation course in Azim Premji University. And one of the subjects I studied there was health, nutrition and education. And in a country like ours, we insist on education. I want to call it in quotes because for me it's schooling. And if you look at our CSR projects, over 80% of our CSR projects are towards schooling. Free books, free uniform, toilet, library, name it, it's all free. Because there's so much of focus on education in our country. And there is a big relationship between health, nutrition and education. If you don't give enough nutrition, if the child is not healthy, education does not have an impact on the child. So that was a eye-opener for me. And one of the papers that I submitted, I had to study the nutrition projects in the country. To all my fellow entrepreneurs who are making porridge, your porridge are fancy, and I'm not talking about your porridge. One of the things that I saw was that 90% of the nutrition projects in our country is a porridge powder. None of us as adults will eat, let alone a child eat those porridge powders. And it was a very sad thing when I saw that. And that's when I got this idea of wanting to make something fun, yet affordable and nutritious for a child to eat. And that gave birth to the idea of Arogya Bar. Arogya Bar is a nutrition bar that's made out of ragi. Our focus is on locally available ingredients at an affordable price. So right now we have five variants of our commercial bar, which are all low priced, affordable. Our intention was meant for nutrition for the middle class. And we have one bar called the Apna Bar, which is our social bar, where we partner with NGOs and we provide these bars to the children and women they work with at a subsidized price of 10 rupees. And each of our bars have 5.979 grams of protein, considerable amount of iron and calcium, all naturally. We don't add any additives to it, no colors, flavors. And as a company and as a team, we have decided we will not use filler ingredients or artificial binders to our bars. So, right through COVID, through pandemic, we had the opportunity of working with UNICEF, with the government of Karnataka, where our bars were given to the migrant workers, our guest workers who were walking back, to the women and children, the pregnant women especially. And I felt so privileged that I had some part in it. And my sincere request is, when we talk about nutrition awareness, which many of our people on the dais have brought it up, I'm talking about awareness of nutrition at the grassroots level. We want more customer base, we want to build, then that is where we need to start. Most of us who are sitting here are from a different economic strata where we have awareness, but creating awareness at the grassroots levels is something that we really require. And that is the biggest challenge that I see, and also affordability for them. Thank you so much, and thank you IIMR and NutriHub for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks, Uma. Wonderful remarks. I hope I have not left anyone on the panel. Everyone has spoken. Great. No, thanks very much. This brings to the end of the session. This is the largest panel I have ever moderated. I don't know whether I've done a good job, but good to see so much of passion, enthusiasm, and knowledge on this dais. And also good to see so many women entrepreneurs. You know, if I look at any startup ecosystem, the share is like 10%, 15%, but I think it's the other way around. So, you know, kudos to all of you for being the millet entrepreneurs, for being the brand ambassador for millet. So, a big round of applause to all the entrepreneurs. I think they deserve a lot of support. The challenges are very clear: awareness, supply chain, working with farmers, working with customers, R&D, product development, processing, shelf life. We can go on and on. But I think the opportunity is large enough for us to address those challenges. And who will do it but for these set of entrepreneurs? And I hope each one of you become a large success and an inspiration for a lot of entrepreneurs to get into the category. I think we are in dozens, we should be in hundreds and thousands, right? So with that hope, we would like to conclude. And before I conclude, I'll request my colleague from Think Egg, Abhijit, to give some closing remarks.
Thank you, Hemendra. I mean, it was a very interesting session to basically hear everyone, all the entrepreneurs, the products, the experiences, the journey, the pros, cons, everything. Before closing this, I think we have reached a level where see, I'll give you an example where my kid, I mean, when I offered him a millet biscuit and he basically started liking it and he's telling me, Appa, I want this particular biscuit. So I understand, okay. So we see lot of such forums, such platforms, and from ThinkAg also, since we are an ecosystem enabler, we are basically building some of also we are done. So basically they are using different kinds of advertisement tools. So can we, so this is therefore very, very smartly actually moderating this, because I would like to thank each and every one of you for basically coming here and joining, and also
and all the applause. Thank you very much. That's great. I think we can at least take a pledge that we'll start having at least one dish of millets, if not daily, at least weekly. I think that is. Hello.
On behalf of all the organizers, we thank the chairman and other people over here. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all, ma'am.
So, good evening all the dignitaries, the delegates, all the exhibitors, the guests, organizers and the press. So, as part of the NNCC 4.0 event, we have organized a side event. The Millet Cooking Challenge, we have two categories. The first category is Millet for Millennials, and this category is organized only for professional chefs and master chefs. The main objective of this category is to prepare modern, new age millet recipes. And the second category is legacy foods, and the objective of this category is to make grandma style millet recipes. So I don't want to talk much about the event, so we'll have a quick bite, so we'll have it for 2 minutes, and then we'll be followed by prize distribution. So can you please play the video of Millet Cooking Challenge?
My name is Pooja Varaj and I'm from Mumbai. I'm extremely
hope all of you enjoyed it. So I request Dr. Dayakar Rao sir to please come onto the dais for the prize distribution. The first category we'll be having for legacy foods.
Dr. D.K. Adam, Neelam Patel, and our Joint Secretary, three of you please come forward. Na? So we'll hand over some prizes for the cooking competition that was held. Please. So ministry is going to come just I think any time, but we'll have a quick.
So for legacy foods category, the first prize goes to Rajeshwari Ravikumar. Please everyone, please give a round of applause. Please everyone clap for it. So the second prize goes to A. Anuradha from Sri Mai Foods.
Good evening to all. I am Rajeshwari Ravikumar from Tamil Nadu, Tanjavur district, Thiruvaiyaru. Millet cooking challenge competition பார்த்தோனே நான் அங்கேருந்து 1000 கிடைக்குங்கிற நம்பிக்கையில் வந்தேன். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ரைஸையும் வாங்கிட்டு நான் கிளம்புறேன். Thank you so much to Nutri Hub IAMR organizer. Thank you so much.
So the third prize goes to Samantha Kamani Nellori. Please put your hands together and please. Please join your hands. And the second category, Millet for Millennials, the first prize goes to Argya Basu. The second prize goes to Jagannath Chinari. Yeah, same voice please.
Thank you, IIMR and Nutri Hub. I am from Odisha, Jagannath Chinari. My name is Jagannath Chinari. I will start from here. Check.
And the third prize goes to Mr. Ankit Mathur. great energy from all of you. And once again, thank you all.
आओ सबको एक कहानी सुनाए। खान पान में क्या है पोषा, आओ सबको एक कहानी सुनाए।
के पास ले जाए।
खान पान में क्या है पोषा,
आओ सबको ये बात बतलाए। सारे किसान एक पेड़ के नीचे बैठे हुए हैं।
पिछले वर्ष तो बिल्कुल भी वर्षा नहीं हुई। अगर इस साल भी ऐसा हुआ तो हमारा गुजारा कैसे होगा?
अरे भैया, अब जो भी है वो ऊपर वाले के ही हाथ में है। हम क्या कर सकते हैं? जो करेगा वो स्वयं करेगा।
भगवान को कोस के भी क्या फायदा, छोड़ो आज का समाचार सुनते हैं।
लगाओ लगाओ भाई, आज का समाचार लगाओ।
नमस्कार, आज के मौसम विभाग के समाचार में आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज के समाचार ये दर्शाते हैं कि आने वाले 2 महीनों में बरसात के कोई आसार नजर नहीं आते, जो कि हमारे किसान भाइयों के लिए बहुत ही संकट का कारण है।
हे भगवान, ये तो
रुको, तुम्हें पता है हमारे गांव एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर आने वाला है जो कि इन्फेक्शन करेगा।
ये क्या होता है? अरे अरे, वो एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर नहीं, एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर है जो इन्फेक्शन नहीं इंस्पेक्शन करने आ रहा है। और इंस्पेक्शन का मतलब होता है जांच।
अच्छा, इंस्पेक्शन करने आ रहा है।
गांव वालों ने किया सब भगवान के हवाले, आ गए हैं शहर वाले। गांव वालों ने सब किया भगवान के हवाले, आ गए हैं शहर वाले। अरे भैया दवाई ले लो, भैया दवाई। अरे भैया दवाई ले लो, दवाई। ओ मेरे बहना, ओ मेरे भाई, लाया हूँ हर बीमारी की दवाई। चाहे जैसी भी बीमारी हो, मेरे पास हर बीमारी की दवा है। आओ आओ ले जाओ।
अरे भैया सुनना, मुझे एक शुगर की दवाई देना।
अच्छा मैडम जी, ये लो आपकी शुगर की दवाई।
मुझे एक टेलीविजन की दवाई देना।
अरे मैडम टेलीविजन,
टीबी की।
अच्छा टीबी की, ये लो मैडम आपकी टीबी की दवाई।
अरे भाई साहब, मुझे एक टीबी की, लिवर की, पेट दर्द की और किडनी की, सबकी दवाई दे दीजिए।
मैडम जी इतनी बीमारियाँ?
जी अरे भाई साहब, इसमें सिर्फ मेरी दवाइयाँ नहीं है, मेरे पूरे परिवार की दवाइयाँ हैं। मेरे बाबूजी को टीबी है, मेरे पति देव को पेट दर्द है, मेरी माता जी को लिवर की और मुझे कैंसर की।
अच्छा ये बात है, नहीं तो आप जिंदा ना होती। अच्छा ये लो आपकी 5 दवाइयाँ और एक एक्स्ट्रा दवाई लेके जाओ।
एक्स्ट्रा भी?
हाँ, आपको अभी अस्थमा भी होने वाला है।
अस्थमा?
जी हाँ, अस्थमा। अरे आजकल तो लोग बहुत ज्यादा बीमार पड़ रहे। मुझे क्या, अपना धंधा तो टॉप क्लास चल रहा है।
देख तेरी संसार की हालत क्या हो गई भगवान।
एक और टपक गया इंसान, एक और टपक गया इंसान।
है मार डाला, है मार डाला। अरे मैडम जी, आप तो बड़ी बीमार लगती हो, आपको हुआ क्या है?
मेरी बीमारी का इलाज आपके अकेले के पास नहीं है।
अरे मैडम जी, ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हो? ऐसी बीमारी क्या है आपको?
मुझे लापरवाही की बीमारी है, और दुख की बात तो ये है कि मुझे ये बीमारी अपने आप से नहीं, इन लोगों की वजह से हुई है।
मैडम जी, आपका क्या दिमाग सटिया गया है
क्या?
अरे मैडम जी, आप इतनी अजीबोगरीब बातें कर रहे हो। आप हो कौन?
मैं वो हूँ जिन्होंने इन लोगों को पानी दी, हवा दी, उपजाऊ जमीन दी, फल दी, फसलें दी, मगर इन लोगों ने मुझे बदले में क्या दिया? कूड़ा, कचरा, जानलेवा केमिकल, पेड़ काट दिए, पानी नहीं बचाया। मैं वो हूँ जिन्होंने इन्हें जीवन दान दिया। मैं धरती हूँ।
अच्छा, वो गोल गोल गोला?
अरे हाँ भाई हाँ।
अच्छा, वो जो सूरज की तरफ चक्कर लगाता है, वो गोल गोला?
अरे हाँ भाई हाँ। आप क्या आधार कार्ड दूं?
नहीं मैडम जी नहीं। वैसे आपकी ऐसी हालत हुई कैसे?
इन लोगों की लापरवाही की वजह से। इन लोगों ने न जाने क्या किया, मुझे बर्बाद कर दिया। अब देखो देखो देखो, उधर एक किसान परेली जला रहा है।
आग लगा दूंगा, आग लगा दूंगा, आग लगा दूंगा। भाई साहब, माचिस है क्या?
नहीं भाई साहब।
माचिस।
अरे क्यों लगानी है?
पराली जलानी, आग लगानी, आग लगानी, आग लगानी।
नहीं लगा सकते, नहीं लगा सकते, नहीं लगा सकते।
क्यों?
अरे आपको पता है परेली जलाने से कितना नुकसान होता है? सबसे पहले तो गर्मी बढ़ जाती है।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और तो और परेली जलाने से खेतों के आसपास के पेड़ पौधे भी सूख जाते हैं।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और आपको पता है आग लगाने से यानी परेली जलाने से कीड़े मकोड़े भी मर जाते हैं, जिनसे हमारी मिट्टी की उपजाऊ शक्ति बढ़ती है। पहले ही आपने गेहूं और धान की फसल को पानी में भिगो दिया है और उसके बाद आप पानी और सारा जमीन नष्ट कर दोगे।
अच्छा।
हाँ,
शुक्र है मेरे अलावा पानी और धरती की फिक्र किसी को तो है।
अब ये कौन है?
ये मिलेट गर्ल है। यही तो है जिनको आपकी, हमारी, इस धरती, इस पानी यानी सब की फिक्र है।
मुझे सबकी फिक्र है, मुझे इन सब की फिक्र है, मुझे पानी की फिक्र है, मुझे इस धरती की फिक्र है, मुझे इस किसान की फिक्र है, इसके परिवार की फिक्र है। पर ये किसान धीरे धीरे अपने परिवार को बीमारियों के चपेट में ले रहा है।
मैं चपेट में ले रहा हूँ? मैं बीमार कर रहा हूँ?
हाँ।
क्या मतलब?
जो तुम पराली जलाते हो, उस पराली से निकला हुआ धुआं जो कि हानिकारक धुआं है, वो धीरे धीरे इस हवा में फैल रहा है। इस हवा में तुम्हारा परिवार सांस ले रहा है। जब तुम्हारा परिवार सांस लेगा तो वो जहरीला धुआं, वो जहरीला केमिकल उनके फेफड़ों में जाएगा और वो बीमार पड़ेंगे ही।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, मैं ऐसा नहीं कर सकता। लेकिन पराली जलाऊं ना तो क्या करूं?
सोच बदलो, अपना नजरिया बदलो, फसल बदलो।
फसल बदलो? क्या मतलब?
मिलेट्स लगाओ।
उससे क्या होगा?
मिलेट के बहुत से फायदे हैं। उससे पर्यावरण, पानी, धरती सबको फायदे हैं।
भाई आज से मैं मिलेट ही लगाऊंगा। अरे आज तो एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर आने वाली है, चलो वहां चलते हैं।
आ रही भाई आ रही है, अफसर मैडम आ रही है, आ रही भाई आ रही है, अफसर मैडम आ रही है।
मैडम हमारे गांव में पानी नहीं आ रहा है मैडम। अगर ऐसे ही चलेगा मैडम तो हमारा गुजारा कैसे होगा?
आपकी ही प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन ना तो वो आपके हाथ में ना तो वो मेरे हाथ में, लेकिन आप अपनी फसलों को बदलकर इस प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन पा सकते हैं।
क्या ये संभव है?
जी हाँ, ये संभव है। आपने ज्वार, रागी, बाजरा इन सब का नाम तो सुना ही होगा।
हाँ, सुना है।
बहुत अच्छे। इन सब फसलों को हम मिलेट्स कहते हैं और आपकी समस्या के लिए मिलेट्स सबसे ज्यादा अच्छे हैं, क्योंकि वो ना ही केवल हमारे लिए बल्कि इस पर्यावरण के लिए भी बहुत लाभदायक हैं। वो
और मैडम पानी का क्या?
पानी इन्हें उगाने के लिए कम पानी लगता है, जिससे आपकी पानी की प्रॉब्लम भी सॉल्व हो सकती है। और तो और इन्हें उगाने के लिए ना तो कोई फर्टिलाइजर लगता है ना तो कोई पेस्टिसाइड लगता है।
मैडम ये से आपने क्या कहा?
फर्टिलाइजर मतलब होता है कि खाद, और तो और पेस्टिसाइड मतलब होता है कीटनाशक।
क्या मैडम इन्हें हम खा सकते हैं?
हाँ, बिल्कुल खा सकते हैं। इन्हें बच्चे, बूढ़े, जवान सब खा सकते हैं। आजकल के जब बच्चे जंक फूड पे इतना डिपेंड हो गए हैं कि अपनी हेल्थ का बिल्कुल ध्यान नहीं रखते। और तो और बुजुर्ग और जवान इसको खा के बीपी और कोलेस्ट्रॉल जैसी बीमारियों की भी कंट्रोल में रख सकते हैं। इसका एक्सपोर्ट और इंपोर्ट भी बहुत ज्यादा है। तो अपनी मिलेट्स उगाओ और अपनी फसलें बढ़ाओ।
अब से हम मिलेट ही लगाएंगे।
जैसे कि आप सबने देखा कि एक जगह शहर का सीन था जहाँ पे लोग जंक फूड खा खा के इतने बीमार पड़े, उन्हें बीपी, शुगर, हार्ट की बीमारियां, ऐसी बीमारियों के शिकार होते जा रहे हैं। इन सब बीमारियों का जड़ एक ही है जो कि जंक फूड है। जैसे कि हम पिज्जा, बर्गर डेली खाते, जिनकी वजह से हमारी तबीयत और ज्यादा बिगड़ती जा रही है। अगर हमें स्वस्थ जीवन जीना है तो हमें अपने डाइट में मिलेट्स को ऐड करना होगा, जिससे हम अपने जिंदगी को एक अच्छी जिंदगी गुजार सकते हैं बिना बीमारी के। अगर आपको बीमारियों से दूर रहना है तो आप भी आज से अपने डाइट में मिलेट्स को इंक्लूड कीजिए।
Millets are the most sustainable and environmental friendly crops. They require much less rainfall and are cheaper as compared to any other crop. And they are really helpful for today's generation, especially for the health freaks. So health freaks, don't forget to add them in your diet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The team has come from IHM, Vidyanagar, Hyderabad. We acknowledge their support all through that. by sending their children and the troop of the school. Now, all the volunteers to ensure that
millet research, more than 400 entrepreneurs, most of you are present during these 2 days, and almost 70 products I think they have been developed by the institute, and then more products we were seeing in the various stalls which have been displayed now, and they are earlier the issues of taste and the other things were there. So I think now the most of the issues they have been resolved, and the export of the millets that has also increased significantly during last 3 years, 4 years upwards, with the initiation of National Year of Millets and now the celebration of International Year of Millets. The ministry is also working on 7 Sutras. Madam Subha Thakur might have mentioned yesterday during her presentation that the one issue is regarding the production and productivity. The major component which is being dealt, that is by the Ministry of Agriculture and Department of Agriculture, Research and Education, ICR particularly, and the Ministry of the Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. We are working collectively on this aspect, and the nutritional health is the another sutra there, value addition, processing and recipe development, then entrepreneur startups and collaborations, and awareness, branding, labeling, promotions. I think this particular component has been taken care of by this 2 days national convention, and all the stakeholders, whether they are the hoteliers, the chefs or the industries or the who are manufacturing the various products and startups and all the entrepreneurs, they are working together in this direction. And international outreach is one of the major component, because we are working a lot, and during last 1.5 years, if we see hundreds of various seminars, hackathons, cyclathons, the conventions and the farmers fairs, so they have already been conducted. So I think international outreach is one component that will be taken from the next year, and already many conferences they have been chalked out and they will be held in the times to come. Policy intervention to mainstream the millets. So Madam Vijay Lakshmi is already there, and I think the ministry is already working to how to mainstream the millets wheresoever there are some disadvantage or where we want to do more for mainstreaming the millets. That is already working. As far as the first component is concerned, so I think the ICR has done a lot of work during last 3 years, and if we talk during last 3 years, more than 90 varieties of the different, all the 8 millets, they have been bred. And the beauty of these varieties are that earlier the varieties yield potential was little bit lower, but now in case of pearl millet we have now the varieties more than 4 tons per hectare. In case of sorghum we have the varieties with almost 5 tons per hectare. In case of finger millet again we have the varieties more than 3.5 tons per hectare. So we have very high yielding varieties, and we are trying to produce the seed of all those varieties so that that can reach to the farmers, and the product produced like this that can reach to the stakeholders, to the consumers. Our Krishi Vigyan Kendras across the country, almost 730 Krishi Vigyan Kendras, they are also working for the popularization, for making the awareness of the millets among the masses. And I think that part through demonstrations from the farmers fair, through the various Kisan Gostis, that part is being taken care of. Some of the issues of processing in millets, particularly because we require special processing machines for the millets, so that part also is being taken care of by the public sector as well as by the private sector organizations. Welcome, Dr. Bhandari, please. So that is also being taken care of, and the other very important issue is the capacity building, so that the good agronomic practices in case of millets, they can be followed, and the training, capacity building of the various farmers, various government agencies, that can be done. So that part is also being taken care of by the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Some of the concerns regarding the millets, I think the whatsoever show we are seeing, and one of our startup, Madam Shobha, in the last she was presenting, that whatsoever is we are doing here, that is for a particular class, where the general public or the aam admi or the farmers, they cannot reach to this in terms of its price, in terms of its cost. So my concern here is that we have to think about the farmer who is producing that, what he is getting out of this. So that point also I think we need to take into consideration that a produce or the grain which we are procuring from the farmer, he is getting hardly 15 to 20, 25 rupees, and the same product when it comes here after a little intervention by the industry, that is being sold, as in the morning our Honorable DG also mentioned this, that in rupees 200 per 100 gram or so. So I think this particular price which we are getting here, so some share of that should reach to the farmers also. And if these things go like this, we should also take care that these millets, they should not be out of the plate of the poor people, because the urban culture which we are seeing and whatsoever we have seen here, so that I think we should consider the requirement of the poor people also, so that whatsoever the products are coming, the grains are coming, the poor should also be in a position to procure those grains of millets, so that from the tradition crops where they were depending on the meals of these crops, they should not be out of the reach of those poor people. So that point also we should take into consideration while celebrating the International Year of Millet. About the area also there is a concern. Our concerted efforts during last 4 years, we are not able to stabilize the area, although due to the higher yielding varieties and the good agronomic practices, we are able to stabilize the production. But as far as area is concerned, that is still declining. So for that, again, I think the Government of India and the Ministry, we need to put special emphasis on that, and for that we need to have the higher yielding varieties which can compete with their contemporary crops. Only then the farmers will be coming for the area expansion. If he is in the loss with the growing of millets, then no farmer will be coming for the area expansion. And then the buyback system also, we have to ensure that whatsoever the produce they are producing, crop they are producing, that should be, he should be ensured that that will be buyback on a good MSP or the good price. So that's why they will be encouraged, and the more area that can be increased. So that point also through the various policies of the government we will have to ensure during the coming year. Rest of the things, I think many initiatives government has taken already, putting the various millet products in the various government programs, that is already being taken care of, but we need to have it more vigorously in our program, so that the millet demand is created. The production is one issue, then the demand is other issue. The farmers are able to produce, but who will be the taker of those produce? And if the takers are not there, so he will be not getting the good price, and ultimately the area issues. The next year the area will be decreasing, and the sustainability of area will not be possible. So we need to, I think over this, and we need to work on ground level with the farmers, the various agencies, state government, the ICR, the Krishi Vigyan Kendras, the state agriculture universities, about the awareness of the millets and connecting with the various agencies, so that whatsoever he is producing, that can be lifted and he can get the good price out of that. So a balance is required, I think, in the both urban as well as the rural culture, and the farmers' interest need to be saved while we are going for popularizing, making awareness about the millets. So that point I think we need to take into consideration. The holistic efforts of the Government of India, along with the all ministries, I think the way we are going ahead, so that is definitely going to give the good dividends, and the target of popularizing the millets and taking millets to every plate, that will definitely be, I think, coming to be true, the way we are working. And with these words, I thank you all the participants here as well as the organizers, and I think a very good show that has been made, there is no doubt, and I compliment to all the participants, all the exhibitors, all the industrialists, all the hoteliers, all the chefs, and all the government officials who have been the part of this great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. D.K. Yadava, ADG Seeds ICAR, for his extempore. He has been a part of this core committee of International Year of Millets 23. So I think he has posed a lot of challenges for all of us to tackle. I think together we'll be taking things forward, taking note of all the comments. Now the next guest of honor will be Dr. Raj Bhandari. I request each one of you to be brief and then so that we can move the program fast. Dr. Raj Bhandari, member, National Technical Board on Nutrition, has been a mentor to me also. So over to you, Dr. Raj Bhandari.
Thank you, Dr. Dayakar. Honorable members on the dais and very, very nice audience that we've had for the past 2 days. I have been witness to the convention 1, which was held last year, and when I see this convention and the activities that we have witnessed for the last 2 days, they are amazing. In rapt attention, we had the audience and a very interactive session that we had. So first of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Dayakar, the team, Nutri Hub, IIMR, the director, Dr. Ashok Dalwai played a very significant role in keeping us all together, and his mesmerizing and magical tone really got everybody so interested. So for me, this has been a wonderful experience, every moment that we enjoyed here. And I only wish to say that what I think is that this is firstly a transformative change that is happening. And we are at the crossroads of a humanitarian crisis and a climate crisis. So I find millets as a very good solution to unify all of us together to contribute and have adaptation strategies and mitigation for the adverse effects of climate change and the soil degradation and the planetary health in general. As a public health expert and a pediatrician, I can tell you that we have a body of evidence, a systematic review and meta-analysis to prove that millets will certainly be a very important ingredient in our diet. At least 1/3 of our cereal intake, as NIN, the director Dr. Hemlata is here, and Dr. Lakshmaya, they have assessed and recommended that 1/3 of your cereal intake could be with millets. Micronutrients in plenty, probably the best source, and the health benefits, the functionality of millets, as we all know, the phytonutrients and the polyphenols which contribute to a majority of the health benefits. I will not go into all that, but you can be rest assured that there are absolutely no contraindications and absolutely nothing that can prevent anybody or cause any discomfort. Maybe, initially when you switch over, there could be minor, it would be like a transition from a one type of grain to another, but that would soon be overcome. And I would strongly recommend that millets be included in your diet. So once again, I wish my very best. Dr. Dayakar has been a very close associate with me, and we work together, and this multidisciplinary team that has been built up, I'm sure this will grow. Never before, for no other grain or pulses, we have seen such a definitive, a fine dissection of all the aspects, right from production to aggregation to processing to consumption and the value chain, supply chain. So every single step has been so well defined, and the solutions offered and the support of the government has been amazing. So we wish you all a happy journey in this new journey to adopt millets and take it forward in the International Year of Millets. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhandareji. Now it's turn of Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, to offer her address of the guest of honor.
Respected Dr. Dalwai sir, and I think you must be aware he is a real blend of agriculture, then administrator, then executor. So sir, all are aware about you, and we are learning from you. Dr. Mahadevappa, who is Vice Chancellor NIFTEM, our senior colleague from Ministry, Joint Secretary, Vijayalakshmi Madam, and Director IIMR, Dayakar Rao ji, and Bhandari ji, my friend Tara Satyavati, our Assistant Director General, Dr. D.K. Yadav ji, and all the delegates, those who are present here, students, people from the media. First, I would like to thank each one of you for sitting here at the after, I think it is 6:30, yeah, and I would like to compliment Dayakar Rao ji and also Director of IIMR for organizing such a wonderful event. I will not take much time. In fact, since yesterday you might have discussed several issues, but my being from Niti Aayog, you know, Niti Aayog is the National Institution for Transforming India. So this is the country's think tank, and there we not only formulate the policy with the help of our ministries, but also periodically we used to do the evaluation of those policies. So similarly, I would like to bring to your notice that we have been given some task from the Cabinet Secretariat. So one task which was assigned to us, that is the development of policy framework for mainstreaming of millets in the India and Asia and African countries. So means we not only we have to address on production and productivity, but also we have to work on the export, quality control, branding and everything. So means to address the total whole ecosystem. And you have seen in last few years we are giving good support for our farmers, for our industry, and also to the ministry through their various programs. And we are having 212 districts we are selected under the National Food Security Mission for the promotion of millets. And then for ODOP, several districts were identified for the promotion of millets. But in the last session, few of our entrepreneurs, they have pointed out some challenges. So we are aware about those challenges. And the worrisome data that is before us, that periodically we used to do the National Health Survey. So NFHS 5 data, that's recent data. In that recent data, we found that 57% of our children are anemic. And similarly, if you will find in adult, then 57% female are the anemic. So what we can do, we have achieved the food security. Now we have to go to the nutritional security, and Dr. D.K. Yadav already covered all those points. So here the few challenges on which the Niti Aayog is working. This is number is how we can motivate the farmers to go to adopt the millets as a crop, because during our green revolution we have been telling our farmer to adopt rice and wheat. So now they are growing those crops. Now it is time to do the diversification, from the rice and wheat, we have to go for the nutritional crops and some oil seed and pulses. So, and one experiment was done by the Haryana government. There they have brought Bhavantar Yojana. Means at the government of India level, we decide the MSP of these crops, and then if suppose farmers are not getting, so they have introduced the Bhavantar Yojana, and they are supporting the farmers through their state government budget. But we found that their intervention has been supporting the farmers, and now there is an increase in area in Haryana, and then also the increase in the productivity through the adoption of our higher yielding varieties of the ICR. And second is that we have found that the higher yielding varieties are there, it is developed by our scientists, but they are not reaching to the farmer because it takes some time. Going from the breeder and the adoption by the farmers, in this chain we need some time. So this is one thing, how we can multiply our good seeds so that the farmers can get those seeds. And the third is important issue that is coming before our entrepreneurs about the HS code. And HS code, somebody tell that you can change. No, internationally this is the known nomenclature. We cannot change the code, the name of the code. This is the Indian harmonized system code, HS code, and we don't have for minor millets, so therefore we are not able to export. So we are working in the policy framework to generate the HS code for all the minor millets, and then also how we can replicate the Odisha model. Odisha has done some experimentation that the consumption of millets for the children through the Anganwadi and also in schools, in the midday schools. So we are finding that there is an improvement in the health parameters. But the few days back when we had a meeting in the Niti Aayog, then we found that from Secretary Women and Child Development that they would like to promote this millet consumption through their Poshan Abhiyan. But they are finding difficulties because of the non-availability of the millets. So I think there is some convergence should be there. So Dr. Yadav pointed out that farmers are having these millets in their field. They don't have the market. But Women and Child Development Department, they are asking to the more production of the millets for their introduction in the Anganwadi and the midday school and the Poshan Abhiyan. So these are the some points which I would like to mention because it's already we are delayed, so I will not take time. Otherwise, I would have discussed some more things, how we are moving and what is Government of India plan up to 2047 to work in this sector. That is ready. So we are moving in that direction. But any one of you, if you need any support from Niti Aayog side, you are welcome. You can approach me for anything. Means not only your for export, but also for any support from the government side. We'll be very happy as we are giving support to all our entrepreneurs through MSME, through ICR, through ministry. So we are open, but we are very sure we would like to make next year, that is 2023, very successful as we have done in the yoga. So we would like to celebrate in the same manner this international year of millet. Already we have approached to all our embassies outside the India. So all our embassies, now they are having plan. So we are going to celebrate this year through all our embassies worldwide. So and in millets we are a leader. So we would like to retain that leadership position in the millets also, and we would like to take the benefit of this Rus-Ukraine conflict, because Ukraine was the leader to supply the millets products in the Europe. So now that is the opportunity for us. If we can grab that opportunity, then we can be the leader in the millet export also. With this, thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. But you are all welcome for any support that is from the Niti Aayog side. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog. The message is very clear. Let us move forward. Even this convention gives the same message that International Year of Millet, we need to take the leadership and then march forward. Now it's time for us to invite Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Nadendla, IAS, Joint Secretary Policy and Marketing, to deliver the guest of honor speech.
Namaskaram. Respected Dalwai sir, Dr. Neelam Patel, Shri Dr. Vasudevappa ji, VC NIFTEM, Dr. Ratnavati ji, Director IIMR, Dr. Dayakar Rao ji, all the dignitaries. Actually, this is not the time to talk much because all of you are not in a mood to, actually continuously sit and listen. All of you are in a mood to go home after a very successful 2-day conference. First of all, let me take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Ratnavati ji and Dr. Dayakar Rao ji, the entire IIMR team, for conducting such a successful NNCC 4. I've been a witness to today's conference. Since the morning, there was a lot of enthusiasm amongst the entrepreneurs, the startup, entrepreneurs and scientists, academia. There was a continuous discussion going on that shows a lot of scope and potential for this sector, and how the next generation, the Gen X, is actually taking these things into their hands, and we are so happy to listen to all of you today. And yesterday also I'm sure that it was such a grand event. Today I also got an opportunity to go and visit IIMR and see all the facilities. Congratulations once again, Dr. Ratnavati ji, for having such great facilities and promoting millets. She was mentioning to me that it's been 20 years of hard work, and they were all putting in a lot of effort since last 20 years. So, प्रकृति में ये होता है कि जो भी चीज़ ऊपर जाता है वो नीचे आता है. हम इसीलिए मैं ये कह रही हूँ कि ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन के बाद हमने मिलेट्स के बारे में बिल्कुल भूल गए थे, एंड राइस एंड वीट के ऊपर इतना ज़्यादा फोकस था कि राइस एंड वीट के वजह से हमने काफ़ी चीज़ें खो दिए. सॉइल हेल्थ, lot of issues with regard to overuse of pesticides, insecticides, हवा प्रदूषित हो गया, धरती प्रदूषित हो गया, all that. And if you actually see what happened to millets, so there was a culture of bias towards millets. So millets का acreage अगर आप देखते हैं तो 1955 में जहाँ पे 36 मिलियन हेक्टेयर्स था, वो 2021 तक आते आते 15 मिलियन टन्स हो गया. That was due to lot of focus on rice and wheat due to green revolution, and also which has actually generated this cultural bias that those who ever eat millets are supposed to be poor people, और millets खाने वाले तो वैसे ही है जहाँ सूखे जगह से आते हैं. इस तरह का जो cultural bias भी बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया था. So we are again from 36 million hectares to we have come to 15 million hectares. So we are again going back. So life comes to a full circle in whatever sector. कोई भी ऊपर जाता है तो फिर नीचे आता है, जो नीचे होता है वो फिर आगे आने का मौका मिलता है. तो अभी मौका मिलेट्स के लिए है, एंड मिलेट्स के बारे में इतने सारे चर्चा है, इतने सारे अवेयरनेस क्रिएट हो रहा है. मिलेट्स द सुपर फूड्स, ये सारे बातें हो रही है. तो वी आर रियली क्रिएटिंग लॉट ऑफ डिमांड, क्योंकि 18 से इसके ऊपर फोकस गया है. 2018 was announced as the national year of millets, and then since those days, lot of focus is again being come to millets, and next year is going to be the international year of millets. So in the run up to 2023, we are organizing so many events, as all the earlier speakers have spoken about it. So this conference today has generated so much of enthusiasm that next year it's going to be a huge success. So I request Dr. Ratnavati ji to send her startup teams for the 17th October event in Pusa grounds, where Honorable Prime Minister is going to inaugurate the National Startup Conclave and Kisan Sammelan. So I request your teams, Dr. Dayakar Rao and Dr. Ratnavati ji, to send your startup teams to that event also. That is a very, very important event where huge sammelan is going to happen, and all the startups are going to be focused in that conclave. And I look after, in the ministry, I look after farmer producer organizations and other marketing related issues. So we are also promoting FPOs in millets. We are promoting special commodity FPOs. There are various special FPOs like honey FPOs, organic farming FPOs, natural FPOs on natural farming, FPOs on bamboo, and so FPOs on millets also. So far we have created 150 exclusive millet FPOs, out of which some of them are being nurtured by IIMR. So in addition to those 150 exclusive millet FPOs, there are other FPOs where the main crop is also millet. So likewise, you have a combination of exclusive millet FPOs also and other FPOs where the millet is the primary crop. So that way also we are promoting the under the 10,000 FPO program also we are promoting FPO millets. And there are so many other efforts being put forward by the government of India, various state governments. Yesterday you had a lot of state government secretaries talking about the kind of efforts they are putting in. So we are creating a lot of demand. Now the supply issues will come. As Dr. Neelam Patel was discussing that, the WCD department would like to provide millets for the nutrition programs under Anganwadi and midday meal under education department, all that. When this kind of demand comes, there are supply side issues. So we have to really increase the acreage also, and because millets are the superfoods, because millets are climate resilient, because millets have the capacity to adopt, they can be grown in the rain-fed areas. They are not water guzzling crops. So there are so many good reasons for us to encourage millets, to grow more and more millet crops, to create awareness about its health benefits, all that. So this is a very, very nice program you have organized. Once again, my congratulations, and look forward to many more conferences in the run-up to the 2023 International Year of Millets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for those encouraging words. I think your support is very much needed for us to make a forward step towards the International Year of Millets. Now, I think many of you are waiting for that very precious moments to receive the honor of taking the awards. Before that, I think I request Ashok Dalwai ji. Hello, are you there? Yes or no? Very good, very good. So we are going to have this grand gala of Poshak Anaj Awards felicitation, and I am very happy to present all the awardees, and I request my colleagues to make a quick queue of the people, because we have several awards to. So the best institution on millets nutrition category goes to Dr. R. Hemlata, Director, ICMR, NIN. Please join your hands, clap them together. So they are in the forefront to promote millets, and a lot of things that has been done in the recent past. I think they deserve full of appreciation as she has come through. See, it's the women's world. People say, now see the director of NIN, now the director of the central, that CSIR, CFTRI, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh. She too receives the award. And it's so coincidence that Director IMR is also a lady. Please clap your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, please clap your hands. So you know that CFTRI has taken very many programs of recent, and then they are working tirelessly to see that the millet promotion takes place, especially. Come. Congratulations, sir. Now, the best institution on millets, food process engineering, Professor Chandan Kumar Sahu, NIT Roorkela. Dr. Sahu, he's coming. He has come all the way from Roorkela to receive this award. Best Institution, Food Process Engineering. Now the next award goes to Congratulations. Now the best team award for millet promotion through FPOs goes to for modeling of FPOs to Dr. Srinivas Babu and Dr. Sangappa from Indian Institute of Millet Research. Please come forward to receive the award. They have been modeling the FPOs, and that's a very crucial component of the entire value chain. It's not a very easy job working on the ground. Please join your hands and give a big clap to them. They are working on the linkages of FPOs with other actors. Congratulations. The next award goes to Madam, the best initiative for promoting millets through MEGP, Niti Aayog and World Food Program. I call upon Neelam Patel is here only, so I call upon Pranay also from World Food Program. I think you are the right person.
In fact, Niti Aayog with World Food Program, because World Food Program is having their presence worldwide, so we initiated one initiative, that mapping and exchange of good practices pertaining to millets for mainstreaming in Asia and Africa. So this is the one of the which we are running worldwide, and there all our international institutions are the partner with ACRISAT, World Food Program, and then FAO. So this is one of the initiative. So I would like to request each one of you, please go through that Niti Aayog website, apply, send your entry, because we are also having some provision for the recognitions. So this is the international campaign that we are dealing. Thank you.
Next is coming. Congratulations. Pranay, stay back. Yes. Replica, stay back. Yes. Thank you. Next award goes to FPO. The best FPO on millet promotion goes to the state of Telangana, Mahbub Nagar Millet FPC Limited. Mr. Chandrasekhar is going to represent this FPO. Please come forward. Chandrasekhar. Now we have an outstanding scientist who missed out yesterday. So we call upon Dr. Faraj Farista, who is an endocrinologist for the conducting clinical studies in millets. Dr. Faraj Farista, where is he? Coming here? Okay, please come join us. We appreciate your initiative bringing about various HbA1c studies and other studies. Faraj? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Faraz. Thank you. So, have now the startups running. It's time for startups. I think all of them are ready here. The best startup for scaling up their production, Slurp Farms. Slurp Farms, Meghna Narayan. She represents Slurp Farms and her team. Please come. Okay. Congratulations. Again, the best startup for scaling up, True Good. Oh, a very big team. It's represented by Raju Bhupati, True Good, Hyderabad. Please come forward. They have received VC also, sir, both of them. And another team from Karnataka who has scaled up their and adjudged as best startup, Genie Foods. I request all of the awardees, don't just walk away after taking the awards. Please stay back, enjoy the moment. Congratulations, Genie. He's the man, genius man. Okay. They are scaling up very well. So we have the next startup for scaling up in Andhra Pradesh, Coastal Foods. Coastal Foods, please come forward. The representative from Coastal Foods, Shiva Tummala. Is he there? Come, please. We are waiting. Congratulations once again, Shiva Garu. Next startup for scaling up, Millet Amma, Ruchi Buvalka. Millet Amma, Ms. Ruchi Buvalka, I think they must be around, please. Ruchika Buvalka for Best Startup Scaling Up Award. Call him. There. Smart couple. Smart guy of the village. Thank you. See, we are going to have a group photo of all the awardees. Please don't walk away. Stay back. Congratulations once again on a personal note. Then we have a best resilient startup. You know the word resilience. Millet is known for resilience, but there is a person who is dealing with the resilience. This company, you know that Health Sutra, represented by Sai Krishna Popuri. No problem. Sai is not there, but no problem. Now the best startup, highest funding from RKVY Raftar. Who could it be? Smart 11. The name of the company is Smart 11, represented by none other than, who is that? Tell me. Come. You deserve this award. She got 10 out of 10, 25 lakhs RKV funding. Okay. And the next award is Best Woman Millet Startup. And it goes to Sakala Nutrition, New Delhi, Pallavi Upadhyay. Pallavi, you hold this one. Just Sir, awards are so awards for women has gone more than 30%. So we exceeded. Okay. Now the best startup in millet exclusive restaurant dine-in, Millets of Mewar, Manoj Prajapat and Surendra Gandharva. They have to clap hands because in absentia, because of the flight, they'll have to leave this place. But they are doing exceedingly well from Rajasthan, Millets of Mewar. The next one is the best startup in millet exclusive restaurant dine-in. That is over. The best startup in organic millet restaurants, Naya the Millet Hotel. Naya the Millet Hotel, represented by Praveen and Amar. Please come forward. Karanam Amarnath. Congratulations. Where is that? Millet Marvel. Millet exclusive. Where is that? Is there an account here? Cloud people first. Correct? next award for exclusive restaurant, Cloud Kitchen Model. It goes to none other than Dr. Bharat Reddy, a cardiologist and a film actor. He was making lot of rounds of plus. Please join your hands. We have a very good proponent. He is bringing many other people. Okay. Oh, that's a magnanimous. Please come, please come. Join your hands. Join your hands. The next award, Best Startup with Export Connect, Bliss Tree from Tiruchirappalli, Shivaram Krishnan. Please stay back. I request all of you to stay back. We are going to have a group photo after this. Just, I think a while you will have to stand. Congratulations, Shivaram Krishnan. For the second consecutive year, he is getting it. Now the next best startup. Best startup under DST scheme, Millenova, represented by Soumya. Soumya, please come forward. Come joyfully to receive that. She was listed among the top 75 startups, sir, in the country. Please, a loud applause. DST. It is published in the book of DST, supported by IMR. Now we have best startup with a government connect. So this startup is awarded to Yash Food Processors from Nasik, Mr. Mahendra Choria. Mr. Mahendra Choria, please come, please come. He is procuring all the raw material from government of Chhattisgarh, providing a market linkage, a very extensive linkage. He represents the Bagger Mills Association also of Nashik. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mahendra Choria. Now, best startup, best emerging startup, Wheelet. Wheelet represented by Jabir from Kerala. Please come. You know, Kerala is a non-traditional growing area, but there he is making a lot of noise and a joyful noise. So, we appreciate you and give away this award, Poshak Anaj Award. Thank you. The next emerging startup goes to Wise Mama. Wise Mama. Where is Wise Mama? Aparna Bhatnakar. Aparna Bhatnakar. Oh, congratulations. She's from IIM. Now the next, the third emerging startup goes to Immunit. Agam Sheikh, where are you? Please come. Perhaps engaged in the
Lot. Best startup, innovative product, Alt Foods, Pavitra Kandelwal. I think she is represented by Kandel. Mr. Kandelwal. Please join us. Innovative product, the most innovative product. Please join your hands and clap it. Young man. Best startup with innovative snacking, Munchfit, Shubhangi, Afzal Shubhangi. Request all of you to stay back. Once again, requesting them. Please stay back. Best startup with organic millets. Basilia Organics. Sharmila Oswal. Sharmila. Is it Sharmila Oswal? Hi, Shubhan. How are you? Hassan. Congratulations. Now the best startup with retail franchisee model, Millet Chef. Millet Chef represented by Shyam Babu, Vijayanjali, Shyam Babu Vajravappu. Please come onto the dais. Best startup on organics and millets value addition. Shatabdi Organics. Shatabdi Organics is represented by Kasu Sri Banu. Please come forward. Okay. Congratulations. Best startup in non-traditional area from the land of Goa. Who else other than Wonder Eats, represented by Hemlata. She's working very hard in Goa to just introduce millets. Doing good business. The next award goes to Best Startup for E-Marketplace for Special Kids. Impeccable Innovations. Impeccable Innovations, represented by Arnab Roy from Bangalore. Is he there out? The next startup, Best Startup for Branding and Promotion. Who it could be? Vishala Madam?
Vishala, please come. Oh. Millet Bank. She's a woman of branding and she promotes with all that energy, passions, Millet Bank. Thank you. Next one is Best Startup with Farmers Connect. Renadu represented by Ram Subbareddy from Andhra Pradesh. Please come. Best SSG promotion, millet cultivation. Ganga Samiti SSG from Madhya Pradesh. SSG promotion for millet cultivation. Ganga Samiti from Madhya Pradesh. Please join us. The next one is Best SSG promoting value addition in millets. Mission Shakti Outlet, Odisha. Best NGO in millet promotion, Keti Virasat Mission, Umendra Dutt, please come forward. Umendra Dutt, please come forward. Best NGO in millet promotion, Shodh, Rajiv Pandey. The next award goes to Shodh. Is there any? Please come forward. She is Pallavi Upadhyaya, Mr. Upadhyaya. Please come. Now the next award goes to Best Startup with Production Facility, Large Scale Production Facility. Avani Organics, Chhattisgarh, please come forward. Please come. Then they are from Chhattisgarh. Avani Organics. Please stand. They are doing very well. We have given technical production of a very big unit there. Forward integration. తొందరగా వచ్చాను. Madam, best startup with production facility on a small scale. NFP Tech Services, Ramakrishna Reddy. NFP Tech, where is he? So he's not there. We go to the next one. Congratulations. Are you tired? You are not joining your hands? Please. We are requesting you to appreciate. Best startup for private investment. True Elements, represented by Srijit. True Elements, represented by Srijit. Where is Mission? Please come. Yeah.
Keep reading, keep reading.
The Mission Shakti outlet, Odisha, please come forward. You missed out this award. Just please don't go away. Just we are going to have a. Where is that? So one award which missed out, I think it goes to All India Coordinator Project on Small Millets, Center at Vijayanagaram, and the award goes to Dr. Samuel Patro for Best Institution on Millets for the crop improvement. Mr. Samuel Patro, please join us. Dr. Samuel Patro. Madam. The last but not the least, as I always say, the Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Dr. T.V. Haimavati, former head TGRC at PJT-SAO, for her outstanding contribution. And now that, in fact, especially on millets, she worked extensively and she deserves this big achievement. Please join your hands and clap her. Congratulations, madam. So we have completed gracefully this award ceremony. Once again, congratulations on behalf of the entire group. So you deserve more than that what we gave. I think this will take them to 7:30. Startup innovations, that's a different category. Please just wait. Where is that? So there are winners of Startup Innovation Challenge we run as a side event. And the first award goes to Satya Narayan Raman, Millet Mart Ventures Private Limited. Please come forward. Mr. Satya Raman and Partha Sarthi, both of them, please join. The next award goes to G. Himaja, Mundru Jashwant, Sai Vignan Foundation. Sai Vignan Foundation, G. Himaja. The next award goes to, congratulations, G. Himaja Mundru Jaswant. And the third Startup Innovation Challenge Award goes to Srinivas BV, Some's Kitchen. Srinivas BV, Some Kitchen. And the fourth award for the Startup Innovation Challenge. These are all different categories, sir. 4 major areas we identified, and they are getting in this. Yashwantra Mohan Raj, Progo Foods. Yashwantra, Progo Foods. Please stay back. All of you, once again request you that we are going to have a group photo. Please stay back. Yashwantrao Mohan Raj, Progo Foods. Yashwantrao Mohan Raj, Progo Foods. So now that awards as well as now we are going to have a graduation ceremony of the startups which were recruited a year ago. So I call upon so we are going to give them the graduation certificates. I call one by one. Please come and just join us. The first one is Harika Foods, represented by Kiran. Please come forward. All of you, please stand there at the corner. The second one is Nutri Craft Foods Private Limited. Wait for a while. The third one is Sri Mai Foods LLP. Sri Mai Foods LLP. Fourth one is Shatabdi Organics. Fifth one Urban Monk Private Limited. Fifth one Sabka Wellness on Private Limited. Rashmi Millets. Please stand there. I called they'll have to come. Once again, Harika Foods, Nutri Crop, Sri Mai, Shatabdi, Urban Monk. Where is Urban Monk? Please come, please come. Just stand. They will all stand, sir. So now, give them certificate. One by one. Let them hold that. Yeah, come. Go. Just stand here. That's better. Time is good. Madam, let us declare that they are graduated. Both of us. Come. We'll stand here and then declare them. We declare that you have graduated from Nutri Hub. Thank you very much. I hope it will benefit you. Yeah. Congratulations.
All the best.
Now, sir, one most important, the last one we want to give because you are on the stage. Best institution, Nifter. Please come.
The last one, sir. What do you want? Congratulations. One appreciation award that is for the street play. Street play, Salman and company from IHM, Hyderabad. Please come forward quickly. We are running out of time. Congratulations. Hi. Done, sir. Sit down, no? You cannot. You just keep it there, yeah. Just ask him to sit down, no? Close it now. Good evening, so you must be all tired. Not yet. We can continue to work. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir, come back with number 6 from 3 million.
Oh yes, you must 6 million, yeah. Yeah, thank you. All right,
Thank you, sir.
just sit down for a while, please. Yeah. Are you all still in the mood to listen? You are all being very kind. Okay, all of you just sit down for 5 minutes. We are going to close this event now. So all of you are voting for millets. How many are voting for millets? Raise your hands. Good. All of you are voting for millets. Here, please, left hand corner, madam, log, baithiye. We want your support. Okay, listen now. I'm not going to speak about millets. You have heard so much of millets and you know what is millets. I want to just tell you 2 points. The first point is that there is something called a purpose in life. There is something called a purpose in life. Purpose in life means each one of us must desire and aim to achieve something. That is called a purpose. All of us here have one purpose: to make millet movement a success. What do you want to make? Make millet movement a success. But how do we make that? So the most important point I want to tell you is that no single person can make it happen. We need everyone to join hands. That is called unity is strength. When only all of us join our hands, put our hearts and minds together, then nobody can break us. And this movement is requiring that kind of strength. And related to this, please remember one point. Whoever thinks that he or she is the most intelligent person, whoever thinks that he or she is the strongest person, the most powerful person, is being stupid. No single person on earth can do everything. Always collective intelligence, collective power can make things happen. So we all have to work together as one collective. But what I learned from all of you, particularly the youngsters, is that you have a purpose in life. That purpose comes from your innate passion. You have some passion to do something extraordinary. And that passion, as I heard to the entrepreneurs in the evening, comes from what is called empathy. Empathy means to feel for others. If somebody is going through a pain, in your own family, your neighbor, in the general society, you feel that pain and therefore you want to do something. So empathy leads to compassion. Compassion is desire to do something. But you need to go beyond compassion. That is actually do something. And that is called altruism. So I saw all these three things in you: empathy, compassion, and altruism. And these qualities are much stronger in the generation Z. Now Dr. Vijayalakshmi was speaking of the generation. There are three generations that all of us are sitting here now. The oldest generation here is Generation X. All those who were born between 1965 and 1979. There are some of us before that also, but we consider ourselves as Generation X. Then Generation Y, born between 1980 and 1994. Many of you are there in that generation. Generation Z, born after 1995 up to 2010. So Generation Y and Z are the most important to take this millet movement forward. Why? Both these generations are extremely tech savvy. These generations are innovative. And more importantly, particularly Generation Z, believes in purpose of life. And that purpose of life makes them to think, I will not do everything only for profit, but I'll do it to serve the society. And this is what has brought to the